Picture a reality where the planet's temperature skyrockets beyond 100 degrees. The scorching heat becomes so unbearable that all of civilization's infrastructure crumbles. A single, fleeting touch to the earth below will sear your very flesh. Daring to step outside for a mere 20 seconds means instant unconsciousness. Humanity is now imprisoned within their own homes. In this new hellscape, basic food and water are now more precious than gold. Our protagonist endured this apocalypse for 5 years alongside his girlfriend. That is, until the day she betrayed him. She orchestrated his murder, sending assassins to claim his final supplies. But his burning desire for vengeance was so absolute, it tore a hole in the fabric of time. This time, he will be prepared, armed with his own personal subspace. A pocket dimension with limitless storage where time itself is frozen. He is poised to stockpile a colossal hoard of resources, and he will show no mercy while using his powers and provisions to seize whatever his heart desires. He will exact a terrible revenge upon those who destroyed his previous life. He is carving out a life of pure indulgence with endless food, beautiful women, and a cool pool amidst a fiery apocalyptic nightmare. Through the chaotic city streets, a bus careens toward a designated evacuation point. Aboard this vessel, a woman laments her haste in boarding the transport so quickly, realizing she forgot to pack any essential evacuation supplies. Because of her folly, she'll have to purchase new necessities in Jiangnan City. The gentleman seated next to her questions if she's seen the recent broadcasts. The inventories of the Walmart and Ali distribution centers in Jiangnan City have completely vanished. In truth, that report is already outdated because just today, Dongming Lake and Shanxiang have been drained to barren craters, and the massive Darwendong warehouse has been picked clean as well. The woman guesses that the combined worth of all these resources must be in the realm of hundreds of billions. But the real figure, in fact, is in the trillions, a man behind her confirms with grim certainty. The vanishing supplies and the cascade of natural disasters are merely the prelude to the cataclysm that is unfolding. The stark reality is that the age of man is drawing to a close. The passengers on the bus are rattled by this sudden, dreadful prophecy. Yet, they can't bring themselves to believe this mysterious stranger. One of them even scoffs, claiming that he actually anticipates the end of days with excitement. In such a scenario, he muses, all living things will finally be made equal. However, that is a fool's dream. The strange man knows that even at the twilight of the world, there will never be a day when all life achieves true equality. He knows this because he has personally witnessed the end of all things. He has lived it himself in a previous timeline. Grand structures were pulverized, and everything humanity erected was annihilated. And to make matters worse, colossal monsters stalked the land, and all hope was utterly extinguished. In his forgotten life, he was merely a common delivery driver, just as stunned by the dawning apocalypse as every other soul on earth. When the world started to unravel, there was an unprecedented eruption of solar energy from the sun, and it warped the laws of reality. The temperature of the atmosphere climbed to unimaginable heights. Tectonic plates shifted with violent frequency, and nightmarish beasts hidden deep underground clawed their way to the surface. Thanks to this cataclysm, the entire world was reborn in fire. And in this brutal new world, a new, savage order was forged. The desperate and extreme shortage of resources, even for something as trivial as a single packet of instant noodles, a ham sausage, or a solitary block of ice, drove people to sacrifice everything they once held dear. But this man stands apart from all the others, because he has witnessed this entire tragedy with his own eyes. His name is Su Chun, and he was reborn 1 month before the apocalypse ignited. After perishing horribly in his past life, thanks to this miracle, he possesses all the necessary experience, and now he can meticulously plot his moves to live the most decadent life imaginable. While he contemplates his strategy, the woman from before approaches him. His dark prophecy has unsettled her greatly, and now she seeks a powerful companion to cling to throughout this entire ordeal. But tragically for her, that powerful protector is not going to be it, because he has far more critical matters to attend to. He leaves her standing alone and disembarks from the bus as soon as it reaches his stop. He has no need for anchors holding him back, when he knows that the single most vital asset in the apocalypse is a limitless stockpile of provisions. In his previous life, he squandered precious time scrambling for supplies. So this time, he must be overwhelmingly prepared in advance. He has set his sights on the warehouse where he works as a delivery driver. He snatches his work uniform from a hook near the entrance and ventures into the colossal storage chamber. A colleague positioned by the door informs him that, being a mere 21 seconds tardy, will result in half a day's wages being docked from his pay. Our protagonist offers a hollow apology and proceeds into the warehouse to claim its contents for himself. In his past life, when the cataclysm began, the owner of this warehouse fled in a panic well beforehand, and his entire year's salary simply vanished in a thin air. So, this vast collection of supplies will serve as his compensation. To seize every last item for himself, he unleashes a formidable power he calls his void space. This incredible spatial ability lets him absorb everything in his vicinity into a hypermassive cubic dimension spanning tens of thousands of meters in all directions. Width, height, and length, all responding to his will. The void unfurls within the warehouse, and he proceeds to devour mountains of provisions, including endless sacks of rice, barrels of cooking oil, premium meats, and other countless foodstuffs. Everything, including the very shelves themselves, is consumed by his space. Thanks to this overwhelming power, he successfully procures an immense quantity of supplies for zero cost. And thanks to this very same ability, he had already drained 2 entire lakes to their beds and plundered several cities doomed for destruction, a consequence of the apocalypse back in his former timeline. Even a single package of instant noodles was an unimaginable luxury. But thanks to his phenomenal spatial power, he can now preserve several tons of fresh food in a state of frozen time. This means that all the food remains perfectly fresh, regardless of how long it remains stored within his dimension. He'll finally never have to eat dirt in the apocalypse just to survive, like he was forced to in his previous existence. After absorbing all of the supplies, he can at last exhale a sigh of immense relief, secure in the knowledge that he will not suffer in this new lifetime. While he's taking inventory of all the supplies he has successfully gathered, 3 men stride into the now empty storage area, prepared to begin clearing out all of the provisions. They are all utterly stunned to find the place has been completely stripped bare and transformed into nothing more than a massive, hollow chamber. There's nobody else present but the mysterious man standing at its center. So they demand to know when the world happened to all the goods that were in this storage area. He promptly informs them that he has claimed everything for himself. The men are flabbergasted by his shockingly casual confession, and they immediately charge forward to apprehend him. But he effortlessly uses his powers to phase right through the building's wall and remarks that he won't be tardy ever again because he's quitting. Then, he teleports away just a split second before one of the men can grab him. The 3 men are left frantically scanning the empty area for him, but he has vanished without a single trace. Outside the warehouse, a shimmering portal materializes close to the ground, and the man executes a perfect backflip out of it, landing with flawless grace in an alleyway between the buildings. This secondary ability of his is called a space jump, and it permits him to teleport within a 3-meter radius whenever he desires. During the apocalypse, this power allowed him to infiltrate derelict structures, to scavenge for supplies, and safely escape from perilous encounters. Even when confronted by horrifying mutant beasts, his space jump ability had saved his life in the most critical moments. With that task out of the way, his $0 shopping expedition has now been successfully completed. He casually tosses his work jacket high into the air and begins to walk away from the now empty warehouse. Suddenly, his cell phone begins to vibrate, and he retrieves it from his pocket to see an official emergency broadcast notification. It alerts him that the planet is currently undergoing intense geological movements, triggering localized natural disasters to erupt all across the region. The message advises him to exercise extreme caution, but falsely assures him that the disasters will not disrupt his daily life. The official declaration from the government is to remain calm and not panic, in the desperate hope that the general population will stay orderly. Do they have any idea that the world is literally ceasing to exist? As he glances down at his phone, it begins to ring with a call from someone that makes his face contort with revulsion. It's a woman by the name of Zhang Ziokian, and the mere sight of her name on his screen makes his hands shake. With fury, Su-chan draws in a deep, steadying breath, then answers the call. As soon as he raises the phone to his ear, her shrill voice erupts from the other end, screaming at him with rage. He hasn't communicated with her for a significant amount of time, and she is furious that he vanished without informing her first. He even listed his house for sale with his real estate broker. She then scoffs, asking our protagonist if he seriously believes he'll find a woman who would be willing to be with him after he sells his home. The woman on the other end is his supposed fiancée, Xiao Qian, and she is someone he has absolutely no desire to speak with. On her side of the call, she's casually applying fresh lipstick, having just finished betraying him in bed with another man, while that very man, named Xiao Yu, lounges on the bed behind her. She persists in berating Su-chan over the phone, demanding to know if he remembers his obligations as a man. He might not be concerned about the house, but she's still a woman, and she demands that he gift her the house as a present so that she can feel a greater sense of security with him. After her tirade finally concludes, he coldly asks if she has finished her rant and if there is anything further that she wishes to say to him. His detached attitude toward her only serves to infuriate her more, and she decides to grant him one final opportunity to return to her and transfer the ownership of the house directly to her name. If he fails to do that, then she will outright refuse to marry him. She informs him that she is currently en route back to Xanadu and that she expects they will discuss this further when she arrives. But he terminates the call without giving her an answer. Xiao Qian had spent 5 long years with him during the apocalypse. In his past life, he scoured the wastelands for supplies to sustain her and even brought her to a secure shelter where he tirelessly continued to provide for her every need. If it were not for him, she would have starved to death long ago and perished miserably in the heart of the world's end. Yet, despite all of that, she betrayed him on countless occasions, with a violent brute who beat Su-chan on multiple instances. Anytime he would return with his hands empty. Xiao Yu also falsely accused him of hoarding all the good resources from them and keeping the best for himself. Then one fateful day, Xiao Yu murdered Su-chan inside the very sanctuary, where he had sheltered and protected Xiao Qian, and he did it right in front of her. Then, they engaged in depraved acts right next to his cooling corpse. All the while, she called him pathetic and useless. She showed no remorse and told Xiao Yu that Su-chan died simply because he was weak and incompetent, all while he bled out slowly in the corner and was forced to watch it all unfold with his final dying breath. He was grievously wronged by her in his previous existence, and he made the grave error of entrusting his very life to her once before. But in this timeline, both Jiang Xiao Qian and the man she betrayed him with, Xiao Yu, are going to pay an astronomical price for what they did to him. Our protagonist will guarantee that they do not receive a swift death, and that they will suffer the same agony they inflicted upon him, magnified 100 times over. His hand trembles with uncontrollable rage at the memory of what they did. But he takes a deep breath and forces himself to be calm. For the time being, he must persist with his primary quest of accumulating enough resources to thrive during the apocalypse. The remainder of the items he requires can only be acquired with currency. And because of that specific reason, he must first devise a way to obtain the necessary capital. He calls his real estate broker, a man named Manager Lu, and proceeds to offer up his home for half of its market value. His singular condition is that he requires the money in physical cash, and he demands it immediately. With the arrangement established, he heads toward Dream Real Estate to complete the transaction for his house. But as he arrives, he spots Xiao Qian awaiting him alongside Xiao Yu, who is now armed with a baseball bat. Su-chan remains completely unfazed and strolls past them towards the real estate office building. But his path is obstructed by Xiao Yu, who furiously demands to know why he dares to sell their home. Because of this transgression, he vows to ensure that Su-chan will not see the light of tomorrow. While the thug is still issuing his empty threats, Su-chan extends his hand and seizes him by the throat. Then, he effortlessly lifts the enraged man clean off the ground, before violently slamming him back down onto the pavement. Xiao Qian leaps forward, trying to shield her lover from her own fiancé, while she desperately tugs on his jacket. She starts screaming for someone to rescue them from a murderer. Su-chan wastes no time and delivers a vicious backhand across her face, sending her sprawling onto the hard ground. She stares up at him, utterly stunned, completely shocked that he would dare to lay a hand on her, while that chaos is unfolding. He continues to choke Xiaoyu on the pavement as he desperately gasps for help. Suchin assures him that he will not perish too quickly. Then he releases his grip, causing the disgraced thug to scramble backwards in terror, coughing and sputtering. Xiao Qian rushes to check on her injured lover, while Su Chan calmly steps past both of them and proceeds into the office. It seems Xiao Qian still has not learned her lesson, and she commands Su Chun to kneel down and offer a swift apology, while she is not yet truly enraged with him. If he fails to do so, she threatens once more not to marry him. However, her pathetic, empty threats are silenced once he turns around and glares at them. They both freeze in sheer terror before scrambling away in a panic, leaving him in peace to conduct his business. Now that the two of them are finally gone, he steps inside the office to meet with the real estate agent, who graciously offers him a glass of water. The older man appears incredibly thrilled to be speaking with Su Chan about the prospect of selling his house at such a ridiculously low price. But internally, he views Su Chan as an utter fool for selling a home valued at over $1 million for merely half the price. With this kind of incredible deal, he can secure a massive profit from a very quick resale. Because of that, he agrees and presents Su Chun with a contract to sign. With that business concluded, Su Chun exits the office, with nearly $1 million now added to his personal bank account. Although numerous natural disasters are occurring, Xanadu, where he currently resides, is an inland city far from the earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions taking place across the rest of Asia. In addition to that, the government is officially attempting to keep the population placated, so there remains a fragile veneer of normalcy across the area, and society is, for the moment, still operating as usual. As he mulls over his next move, he walks past a flyer advertising swift and high-interest loans. That gives him an epiphany, and he makes it his next objective to secure even more capital by leveraging his property with the newly acquired property certificate. This new plan leads him straight to Great Sea Loans, where he encounters a large-bodied man leisurely smoking a cigarette. This man is Wang Dahai, the older brother of Xiaoyu. In his past life, this man met his end in the jaws of mutant beasts quite early on in the unfolding apocalypse. Dahai notes that his house doesn't seem to be worth a great deal. Suchin only wants to know the maximum amount he can borrow, even with his seemingly low-value home. The large-bodied man extends an offer of $500,000 for the property, as long as he also entrusts the property certificate to him. As a gesture of good faith, Su Chan counters, demanding an additional $100,000 be paid to him instantly, and only then will they have an official agreement. He slams the property certificate down on the table and stares directly at the man seated before him, while also vowing to gather the repayment money within a week. That way, he can generate a profit from their little exchange and repay the entire sum all at once. Dahai is intrigued by this bold proposition, and it appears that Su Chun is also quite the gambler. As long as he's a part of the deal and there's a potential profit, Dahai muses he would probably even sell his own parents. The older man believes Su Chun is a simpleton for thinking he can completely reverse his fortunes in a single day. He has absolutely no inkling of just how deep Su Chen's grand plan goes. Dahai smiles and takes a long, slow drag from his cigarette as he mulls over the incredibly tempting offer. He tells Su Chun that he will accept the proposed terms, so long as he mortgages the property certificate with their company. If he agrees to that, everything else will be open to negotiation. After a lengthy and intense conversation, Su Chun walks out of the office with over $500,000 instantly transferred into his bank account for the second time in a single day. Now, he possesses all the capital he requires to continue acquiring supplies, in preparation for the end of the world as they know it. Meanwhile, Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu stumble aimlessly through a park. After they have finally finished fleeing from Su Chen's wrath, the other man is still completely out of sorts, after being choked in the street and nearly meeting his end. As they exit a taxi cab, Xiao Qian continues to whine incessantly about Su Chun. All she desires is the house that they technically both own, and she sees absolutely nothing wrong with that, according to her twisted logic. Yet, despite her supposedly simple and reasonable request, Su Chun actually laid his hands on her, and she can still feel the stinging pain from the slap he gave her not long ago. For that transgression, she wants to ensure that he pays the price, no matter the cost. Xiaoyu concurs with her sentiment as well. Still clutching his neck in pain from the ordeal Su Chun put him through, he will make certain that Su Chun pays for his actions. He's already making plans to ask his older brother to eliminate him. As they are plotting, They spot Su-chan once more, casually strolling down the road, heading toward his next mysterious destination. Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu are astounded to see him, casually walking down the road directly in front of them. After all of the chaos he had just caused, they make the decision to follow him and discover what he has been up to that has suddenly made him so incredibly arrogant. Su-chan, on the other hand, is on the hunt for his next major acquisition of resources before society finally descends into utter chaos. In his memory, numerous commercial structures crumbled under the force of seawater, inundation, and the subsequent rapid freezing during the extreme cold. However, the Green City Hotel managed to withstand all of the natural disasters, remaining standing until the bitter end. Because of that crucial fact, he makes his way there next to determine how he can exploit that knowledge. From what he can recall, the presidential suite within is lavishly equipped, and there's even a private swimming pool that should prove invaluable in managing the extreme temperatures. For the time being, it might be a wise decision to use the place as a stronghold. And on top of that, residing there for an extended period would not be a bad idea. Although many of the city's warehouses were picked clean, there is no lack of hot meals and fine ingredients in the hotel's private warehouse. As he strides into the opulent Green City Hotel, a woman takes notice of him. She introduces herself as Lu Xinrue, the hotel's esteemed restaurant manager, and she politely inquires how she might be of service to him today. Su-chan informs her that he wishes to order 1,000 tables of food for a banquet and asks if they are capable of fulfilling such a request for him. The sheer number of tables leaves the manager utterly speechless, and she fumbles for a response for a brief moment. But then she enthusiastically confirms that they can most certainly accommodate a request of that magnitude. However, she notes, the prices range from 5,000 to 10,000, even reaching as high as 100,000 per table. Su-chan makes the decision to select the tables valued at 10,000, which means the grand total will be approximately 10 million for the entire lavish banquet. For that, he's willing to put down a $50,000 deposit, as long as they deliver to the specific address that he will provide. The manager is deeply impressed that such a young man possesses a regal demeanor, and she suspects that he might be a hidden second-generation heir to a fortune. She has no clue that all this wealth comes from massive, high-interest loans and a very quick sale of his only house. She readily agrees to his terms of a $50,000 deposit and directs him toward her private office so he can finalize the payment. Just the cost of the raw ingredients for the banquet alone is estimated to be around $50,000. But the opportunity to connect with such wealthy individuals means that she must be exceptionally smooth in her negotiations. As they proceed to her office, she casually asks Su-chan if he's planning a wedding anytime soon. Since she can think of no other reason why he would need such a massive banquet, he decides to play along with the narrative that he is indeed getting married, and that is the reason he requires everything. In the meantime, he also requests that she reserve a presidential suite for him to occupy. With the negotiations finalized, Su-chan exits the hotel, extremely pleased that he acquired 10 million worth of exquisite dishes, settled with a paltry $50,000 deposit. As for the outstanding final payment, by the time the scorching post-apocalyptic world fully arrives, even a single solitary block of ice will be worth billions. The woman inside is also ecstatic with the arrangement and the fact that he also booked the presidential suite. She assumes that he's doing all of this for his upcoming honeymoon, and that whichever woman marries him must be truly incredibly fortunate. While she sits and muses to herself, Xiao Qian storms into the hotel and demands information about Su-chan from the manager. Manager Lu does not give her an immediate response, and first wants to know exactly who this new arrival is. Xiao Qian proudly declares that she is Su-chan's girlfriend and wants to know what business he had there. Now that the manager has confirmed her identity, she happily informs Xiao Qian that her boyfriend just ordered a banquet of 1,000 tables from the hotel. She even gushes to her that having a boyfriend like him must be truly wonderful. Meanwhile, in her own mind, Manager Lu assesses this girl as being a 7 out of 10 at best, and it seems her disposition is far too arrogant for her station. It seems that incredibly rich men always have a taste for these types of girls. The two of them are shocked that Su-chan could possibly order a $10 million budget banquet, and they refuse to believe it could be true at first. But then Manager Lu explains that exceptionally wealthy men love to play the game of concealing their identities. They're afraid their partners might only be interested in their money, so they only unveil their true wealth upon the day of the wedding. They still can't believe that someone like Su-chan could possibly be rich. And Xiao Qian recalls that for the last several days, he has done nothing but attempt to vanish completely from their lives, and even resorted to using cold, silent violence. But manager Liu proves her theory by showing them that Su-chan transferred 50,000 yuan as an official deposit for the lavish banquet. The two of them leave the hotel to process the new information they've discovered. Why on earth would Su-chan order so many tables from a fancy 5-star hotel? Just who is he planning on inviting? Xiao Qian believes he wants to introduce her to his secret circle of wealth, and then finally welcome her into his life of unimaginable riches. Xiao Yu asks what their next course of action should be now that they know this. While he greedily reaches for her chest with his hand, she sharply slaps his hand away and realizes that she needs to create new opportunities for Su-chan to reconcile with her as quickly as she possibly can. In her mind, she starts to fantasize about a life of wealth and pure luxury, where she is draped in the finest designer clothes, residing within a magnificent, opulent mansion, surrounded by maids and butlers catering to her every single need. The mere thought of that lifestyle alone is enough to make her drool, and she cannot believe that she would encounter this kind of opportunity with someone she thought was as pathetic as Su-chan. Su-chan returns to his old, humble home to continue plotting his zero-cost procurement plan, which at this stage was essentially just outright theft, since he had absolutely no intention of returning anything he had taken thus far, or of paying for any of it in the future either. During his initial raid, a lot of crucial items hadn't been purchased yet, and the remaining capital was simply not enough to cover all the costs. So he resorts to yet another devious method to acquire more money. He can exploit online loan applications to gain a ton of cash quickly and use it to finance the remainder of his grand raid. So, for the entire duration of the afternoon, Su-chan downloaded more than 80 different apps at once and spent a considerable amount of time taking selfies and securing loan amounts that range from 30,000 won and higher. By the time he was finally finished, he had accrued about 970,000 won in loans, and he was now ready to commence his shopping spree once more. He collapses onto his bed, feeling the overwhelming urge to pass out, but there was absolutely no time to waste at all. And there were still a great many things left to purchase. He still had to acquire fireplaces, industrial ice makers, massive blocks of ice, smokeless grade coal, and other essential supplies that were not available in standard supermarkets. Fortunately for him, all of these things can be bought online, and the delivery is exceptionally fast. He's going to need all of these things to endure the extreme heat and the subsequent severe cold that will herald the beginning of the apocalypse. His ability to make it through the intense temperature fluctuations will entirely rest on whether he possesses enough materials to regulate the weather. So he gets straight to work contacting multiple different companies to prepare the vast array of materials that he would need. He starts by ordering 2,000 tons of high-grade smokeless coal and offers to pay 500,000 yuan in upfront deposits. Then he repeats the same process with the local ice factory, ordering multiple tons of industrial-grade ice from them as well. A couple of the companies request a face-to-face negotiation, so he departs from his apartment to head over and speak with the ice makers. The very moment he steps outside his door, he runs into a brand new face, followed by a very unwelcome old one. Her name is Lena, and she is a very close friend of Xiao Qian. In fact, she was the very person who introduced them to one another and trapped him inside that miserable relationship. She approaches him with a wide, disingenuous smile, while her pathetic friend follows closely behind her. She then tells him that his girlfriend has been missing him terribly. He coolly asks them if she has truly been missing him, or if she has simply been missing his house, and tells Su-chan that his girlfriend was merely putting him to a test before. She chastises him for being so utterly clueless and ignoring the deep sorrow Xiao Qian has supposedly suffered without it. The gold-digging excuse for a girlfriend seizes the moment to desperately latch onto Su-chan's arm and plead with him, asking him to accompany her for a short walk. She apologizes for her harsh words from the day before and hopes that he won't remain furious with her. But this pathetic performance fails to impress him in the slightest, and he coldly yanks his arm away from her grasp, stating bluntly that he is far too busy and that she should go and take a meaningless stroll by herself. Xiao Qian is completely floored that Su-chan is acting with such arrogance. But Lena, the master manipulator, snaps her out of it and points out that he is hailing a taxi to go somewhere. She declares that this must be his final, ultimate test. So she fiercely encourages Xiao Qian to pursue him in a different taxi and to discover where he is going. Su-chan makes his way to the industrial ice factory to meet the manager and to officially place his monumental order. The old gentleman greets him, and his eyes betray his surprise that Su-chan is so incredibly young, considering the sheer scale of the items he is purchasing. The two men firmly shake hands. Then, the younger man advances the discussion by inquiring how long it will take to produce and then ship the colossal 2,000 tons of ice that he had just ordered. The manager proudly assures him that their ice factory is highly efficient and stands as one of the very best in the entire state. He gives his word to deliver the edible grade ice within 3 days, and the total cost for the entire order would be 800,000 won. Su-chan agrees to the terms and hands over a 100,000 won deposit. Then he provides the man with an address to deliver the ice to in 3 days. Now that the massive transaction has been officially confirmed, the manager decides to probe him on why he requires so much ice. Was there some kind of major large-scale event happening somewhere soon? If he happens to be a recurring organizer, then perhaps they could form a partnership in the near future. His assumption was partially correct, since there is most definitely a large-scale event happening very soon. But Su-chan cannot just casually reveal that to him. So instead, he concocts a lie, claiming he plans to donate all the ice to the Alasan region for charity. The manager is taken aback, but at the end of the day, an 800,000 yuan deal was settled instantly right at the entrance. That young man must truly be something extraordinary as he watches Su-chan's taxi speed away into the distance. Another taxi suddenly pulls up to the curb, and he wonders if this is yet another client here for business, arriving without an appointment. Xiao Qian and Lena step out of the taxi and stride over to have a word with the factory manager. Xiao Qian boldly informs the boss that Su-chan is her fiancé, and she demands to know what they were just discussing. He looks at her with a bit of doubt and wonders if this is some kind of bizarre detective drama, but he still reveals to her that Su-chan had placed an order for 800,000 yuan worth of ice from his company. Xiao Qian and Lena practically shriek in unison at the mere mention of that number, since this all but confirms to them that Su-chan has to be some kind of second generation, unimaginably wealthy, hidden personality. No sane person would ever spend that much money on just ice. Lena desperately questions what Su-chan plans to do with so much ice, and he relays to them that Su-chan intends to donate it all for charity. Of all the possible answers they could have expected, they were most definitely not anticipating that one. Back with our enigmatic protagonist, Su-chan has now successfully acquired all the items he will require to thrive in the coming apocalypse, and now he chooses to enjoy the little time humanity has left before the entire world descends into utter chaos. In his previous existence, he was far too busy toiling away to ever imagine indulging in luxury. Even visiting a small cafe was a fantasy completely out of the question for him, since he was so completely preoccupied. So he decides to visit a fancy restaurant to unwind and enjoy himself. A waitress warmly welcomes him and hands him a menu to peruse. There are many delectable foods like rich butter chicken, fresh naan, and perfectly smoked steak, with every single item on the list requiring him to spend up to 4 digits. One particular menu item, however, catches his eye, and it appears to be a mystery dish that costs a staggering 17,000 yen. He asks about it, and the waitress confirms that it is a meal, personally and uniquely crafted by the head chef of the restaurant. The final details depend entirely on the chef's momentary inspiration. That sounds intriguing, so Su-chan decides to order that for himself. In his past life, at the dawn of the apocalypse, a strange, otherworldly force caused many creatures to mutate and transform into absolutely terrifying beasts. There were many different monsters, like a colossal serpent, that emerged from the depths amidst the great floods. During the early days of the world-ending cataclysm, he would need to prepare himself to contend with those things when they finally begin to appear. But for now, his gaze is drawn to a stunning, pink-haired beauty, walking towards his table, carrying his food. She introduces herself as the esteemed head chef of the restaurant, and she has brought the meal she's specially tailored just for him, based on his unique and powerful temperament. She doesn't need to introduce herself, since Soo-chan has already recognized her on sight. In his past life, she was known infamously as Hell's chef. Dronzer. She possessed the magical culinary talent to transform decay, toxic monster meat into food that no one could resist its fatal temptation. However, those horrifying dishes were created using mutations, sourced from deep inside the monstrous beasts themselves, and consuming them would lead to a certain and agonizing death. She takes note of his dark, brooding expression and wonders if he believes that a beautiful woman like herself would ever poison his food. So she attempts to assuage his fears by introducing the food. The dish is known by the name dual-faced life, and it consists of a single piece of steak, where one side is fresh tuna fried in rich brown butter, while the opposing side is deep fried inside a puff pastry. It is a kind of steak with two distinct flavors that leave a lasting impression. Soo-chan masks his expression and takes a deliberate bite of the steak. It is most certainly worth the 17,000 yuan he had spent on, and the flavor is truly sublime. If only she could cook for him during the coming apocalypse, but it's highly possible that she could poison his food, and he would be completely unaware of it. Meanwhile, outside the elegant restaurant, Xiao Qian and Lena watch the establishment with raw jealousy and wonder what exactly Soo-chan is consuming in there. They have heard that each dish costs at least 10,000 yen, and the fact that he's casually dining there for a simple snack only further proves to the two of them that he must be some kind of hidden second-generation child of fortune. Once Xiao Qian finally becomes a wealthy wife, she will most certainly be able to take very good care of her sisters. Next on his adventure around the dying city, Soo-chan proceeds over to the infamous Aryaskan's bar, located in the Golden Sales Vault district of Xanadu. In his previous life, he deeply regretted not being able to enjoy these kinds of extravagant places. And once the apocalypse officially begins, then establishments like these will no longer exist. So he's taking this final chance to explore this place as much as he can. A group of young women sit beside him. The moment he gets settled down at the bar, he agrees to have a drink with them, but his sharp eyes happen to notice that one of the girls does not seem nearly as enthusiastic about being there as her friends do. The girls inform him that her name is Yun Yun, and this is her very first time inside a club. Her boyfriend had just recently cheated on her, so they brought her to the club to try and have some fun. The guy had never even slept with her at all, and then went on to betray her with an old, wealthy woman. She is so utterly depressed that she downs an entire glass of alcohol, then slams the empty glass down on the table. She then pointedly asks Soo-chan if he happens to be single, and if he would like to have some fun with her tonight. The girls all cheer him on, while Xiao Qian and Lena finally burst into the club and spot the two of them getting comfortable together in the back. He notices the two of them instantly. Then he takes the drunk girl by the shoulder and leads her up the stairs. The two jealous girls chase after him. As he runs up the stairs and into a randomly selected bedroom, he securely locks the door behind them and tries to apologize for bringing her upstairs in such a rush. But the girl seems far more interested in lying with him. Our protagonist has no interest whatsoever in taking advantage of her when she is so clearly sad and vulnerable. So he gently flicks her on the forehead and warns her not to go out and to try and stock up on food in her house while she still can. Then he tries to advise her not to come to places like these again, since she appears to be more love-minded than her shallow friends. But then he realized that there's truly no point, since there will soon be no future for her to worry about. It is rare for him to have a chance to come to a place like this, but in this situation, he has no other choice but to evade them. He walks into the back of the long hall and sees the two enraged girls kicking down multiple doors in a desperate attempt to find it. With these two here, there is zero chance for him to enjoy himself for the rest of the night. He manages to escape their ridiculous manhunt for him and heads home to relax and escape from the rampaging, foolish girls. The very next day, all of the items he ordered, including the smokeless charcoal and the mountains of ice, were shipped directly to him. Several large trucks show up in front of a warehouse that he had rented specifically for the drop-off, and he guides them inside to deliver all of the goods. One of the truckers expresses his concern that the warehouse does not possess a refrigerated room, which means that there's a high chance that all the ice will melt. But he tells them not to worry about a thing. He instructs them to move all of the goods into the warehouse and directs them to very specific locations inside the warehouse. While all of this is currently happening, Xiao Yu tracks down Xiao Qian to inform her that Su Chun has rented a massive warehouse in the suburbs, and he also purchased a lot of large industrial machines that are currently being moved into the warehouse. She is very interested in what he is doing, so she goes over to the warehouse with Lena in tow to see what is going on for herself. The very first thing they see as soon as they arrive there is the colossal banquet from the Green City Hotel being delivered and meticulously set up. There was even a luxurious red carpet laid out, and the entire setup looked just like an after party for a wedding. Lena is absolutely convinced that Su Chan is about to propose, and then guests will arrive from all directions to witness the wedding. Xiao Qian is still arrogant enough to say that even if he does propose, then she might not even accept his offer. Then she asks Lena to accompany her inside to witness just how sincere Su Chan will truly be towards her. They head over, and Xiao Qian asks him why exactly he is purchasing so many things and what he intends to do with so many varied supplies. He doesn't give them an answer. Then he tells her to help move the boxes into the warehouse. If she helps, then he will tell her everything she needs to know. Xiao Qian is disgusted by him for even suggesting that she would perform such menial labor. She is planning on becoming a rich, pampered lady. So how can he possibly expect her to do such rough, manual work? Lena reminds her that this is nothing but a test for her, to see if she is truly qualified to become a rich man's lady. Despite still being appalled that she is being told to do grunt work, she decides to just get on with it, all for the sake of her future rich girl fantasy lifestyle. She manages to lift a very heavy box up on her shoulder to prove to him that she is not just some delicate, fragile woman. Lena also tries to help out with the work as well, since she knows that second-generation rich men are usually lustful, and there's a chance that she could also become a rich lady as well, if she played her cards correctly. All the while, Su Chun just laughed at the free, gullible labor he was getting from these two. There were so many supplies to move all around, and even though the hotel had dispatched some people to help, it would still take a very long time to get everything into the warehouse. They spent the entire day moving countless things, and by evening, they're done with all the arduous work. Xiao Qian is exhausted and seething with anger. She worked all through the long day without even getting a single meal. Surely, after all of this, she will definitely become a rich and powerful lady, just like she has always fantasized about. Lena also lays on the floor, completely and utterly exhausted. She cannot believe that Su Chan made them lift such heavy things all throughout the entire day. Just the ice blocks alone weighed well over 100 pounds each. But now, the test is finally over, and he is surely going to make her his bride. Then, they will have a massive, opulent wedding, and all of the wealthy, influential guests will begin to appear. At least, that's what she foolishly thought when she walked over to finally confront Su Chun. The man is busy paying all the real workers huge sums of cash as thanks for all of their diligent, hard work. Then he promises to settle the entire remaining bill during the week, according to the terms of their contract. The workers all sing his praises in appreciation before leaving, while Xiao Qian leans smugly against the door, waiting for him to finally propose to her. Su Chin walks right past her and heads directly towards the warehouse. On his way, he casually thanks her for her help, but tells her that she isn't getting any pay for her volunteer work. Then he tells her to finally leave. Xiao Qian desperately begs him to stop playing around with her heart. There had to be guests coming to see them begin their good and happy and prosperous married life. That's what all these preparations were for, right? Su Chun is highly amused by her pathetic thoughts of a good life. He almost wishes that their happily ever after would actually come. But now, not only has he sold off his only house, but he is also in a ton of debt from the multiple high-interest loans he has taken out to buy all this stuff. Lena yells in absolute surprise behind them. That simply had to be impossible. He purchased over 10 million yuan worth of food from a fancy restaurant, as well as tens of thousands of dollars of other supplies. How could he possibly be broke after all of that? Su Chun decides to lie to them, that there's a big boss who wanted to perform a good deed, so he simply decided to help him out. The boss wants to bring people from various charities together and provide them with food and essential supplies. Xiao Qian cannot take it anymore and lunges violently at him. She screams that he lied to her and he's been leading her on this entire time. But our protagonist easily dodges her clumsy attack and tells her that he never once lied to her. This entire thing was simply her own greedy delusion, and she was left believing something that was never true. She continues shrieking at him while she lays pathetically on the ground. She truly thought he was a second-generation rich man. But now that she knows that he is completely broke, she tells him that he can forget about ever marrying her. That is completely and totally fine with him, since nobody would ever care about a shallow gold digger like her. That sends Xiao Qian over the edge, and she storms off in a rage, vowing that he will regret every single thing he has done to her. Lena follows close behind, but not before warning Su-chan that he is finished. Su-chan is not even slightly worried about their pathetic, empty threats. In the coming apocalypse, the only people that will regret anything are them. Once the apocalypse officially begins, with the two irritating nuisances gone, he locks himself securely in the warehouse and looks upon the mountain of resources that he has managed to gather. Now, all he has left to do is wait for the apocalypse to finally descend. He opens up his infinite storage and stows every last item away for later. Now, with all of that preparation done, he returns to the Green City Hotel to enjoy another relaxing final meal, while waiting for civilization as they know it to collapse. As he is relaxing in the hotel lobby with a very nice meal, a loud, boisterous group of people walks in, and they're all people that he instantly recognizes. Dahai tells Xiao Qian that all she has to do is follow Xiaoyu to find the good and prosperous life that she has been searching for. In Xanadu, his words still carry a great deal of weight, and he will most certainly be able to take care of her. The younger man takes the opportunity to tell her that he will make absolutely sure to make up for the terrible treatment that Su-chan gave her. He tells her that she should have dumped that abusive man a long time ago to be with him instead. Xiao Qian falls for all of it immediately and allows him to hold her tightly while they walk into the hotel. Then Xiaoyu assures her that his powerful older brother will do everything. He can make sure that they take a terrible revenge on Su-chan just for her. To her, Xiaoyu isn't that bad, and his big brother is quite wealthy as well. Being with him will be far better than being with a pathetic bootlicker like Su-chan. The noise finally causes Su-chan to speak up, and he points out that Xiao Qian really isn't very picky with who she decides to stick with. His sudden appearance shocks her completely, and Xiaoyu takes the opportunity to tell his older brother that this is the guy who dared to viciously attack him. Dahai recognizes him as the very guy that he gave a huge loan to very recently. The bigger man has been planning to find him for a while now, but now that he knows that, his benefactor is the exact same person that harassed his little brother. He now has more sinister plans for the foolish younger man. Xiaoyu is surprised that his brother even knows Su-chan, and the large man tells him that this guy is the same person that mortgaged his house and borrowed over 500,000 yuan directly from him. And on top of all of that, it just so happens that tomorrow is the official repayment day. It seems like they both have very serious scores to settle with him. Xiao Qian is disgusted by the fact that he even had the audacity to borrow money from Dahai. Because of that, he definitely won't be able to clear that massive debt in this lifetime. Luckily for her, she didn't get any further involved with him. Su-chan isn't worried by the noisy guests and calmly wipes his mouth. After his delicious meal, Dahai leans down and threatens Su-chan with his now pending repayment. He can't be here enjoying himself in a 5-star hotel when the very man he owes so much money to is standing right here in front of him. Xiaoyu yells that he won't be able to pay back the money, no matter what happens. It's best that they just finish him off now that they have the chance. The group of thugs standing behind him smile menacingly, and they also look very eager to go after Su-chan. While all of this is happening, Manager Lewis comes in to try and pacify the volatile situation. Dahai agrees to talk it out if our protagonist kneels down and apologizes profusely to him and his younger brother. If he does that, then they will consider peacefully settling the entire matter. Manager Lewis asks Su-chan what exactly is going on here, but he dismisses it, calling them nothing more than simple, annoying pests. That does not sit well with Dahai. And the bigger man slams a large, heavy hand on the table. He had been giving our protagonist some basic human respect, but today he is most definitely finished. Nothing he does today will be able to save him from what is about to happen next. That's what he thinks at the very least. Until some very important newcomers walk into the hotel restaurant, and the man in the front demands to know what is going on. Both Dahai and Su-chan recognize this very scary-looking man. His name is Gao Chang, and in Su-chan's past life, he was known infamously as the Skull Crusher. He and Hell Chef were a major, powerful force in the post-apocalyptic world of Xanadu. And he had even heard that after the apocalypse began, the Green City Hotel became the first place of the horrifying mutations. In fact, it is very likely that Gao Chang's incredible skull-crushing abilities grew inside of him because he was in the hotel when the mutation started. For now, though, Gao Chang is just a well-known entrepreneur in Xanadu with a wide and powerful network of people in the city's underground and many loyal people under his direct command. The man notices that Su Chun has a very interesting, powerful glare. Now that the chaos has finally settled down and they were not making a complete mess of his hotel, Gao Chang continues on with the important business he had in the hotel. He brings Duan Yang to a private office in the hotel where a certain Mr. Sun waits patiently for them, pouring a glass of expensive wine as they both enter. This man is named Mr. Sun, and the chef wonders what exactly he wants to discuss with her. The man tells Duanya that he has heard rumors of her being a great beauty, and today he finally gets the honor of meeting her in person. He offers her a glass of wine, but the chef can clearly see that some kind of drug has been dissolved within, as she stares at the tainted glass in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Su Chun swirls his own glass of wine in his presidential suite bedroom. In his previous life, he hid with Xiao Qian in their cramped basement, and they barely managed to survive the extreme, blistering heat of the apocalypse. He never expected that at this time. He would ditch her, and she would end up foolishly following him around. Either way, it's a good opportunity to settle all the old scores with her, and finally get his revenge. He watches Xiao Qian and the others play outside in the luxurious pool, and they don't seem to notice him at all. The two men stand outside in their swimsuits and wait eagerly for the ladies to join them. Dahai notes that the air has been getting much hotter very recently, and it almost seems like it's hotter at night than during the day. That's the exact reason why, Xiao, you suggested that they all go to the pool to cool off. Seeing the girls dressed in their swimsuits was just going to be an added little bonus for them. The two men are very excited just thinking about it, and they hug in sheer joy at their bright idea. The two girls make their way over towards the pool in their swimsuits, and they notice that the moon looks much brighter than normal. When they reach the pool, Xiaoyu takes Xiao Qian's hand and confesses that his love for her shines even brighter than the moon. She does not care about his pointless romantic advances because it's too hot, and she just wants to get into the cool water of the pool. Suchin laughs down at them from his room upstairs. The bright, blood-red moon means that the apocalypse is about to begin. He swirls his expensive glass of wine in the air and drinks a toast to the start of the end of the world. Suddenly, the moon explodes with a bright, burning, hellish heat, and the four people outside immediately feel its intense wrath. They make a desperate run for the safety of the hotel lobby, but Dahai is far too slow to keep up with the rest of them. The moonlight suddenly feels like it is burning hot, and their skin begins to sear from the unimaginable heat. The people safe inside the hotel notice that the world outside has become just as bright, as if the sun were out and it was the middle of the daytime. Dahai's men wonder whether he will be all right, but one of them mentions that he is probably just flirting around with the pretty girls, and they should leave him to his own brand of happiness. As they're casually talking, Xiao, Qian, Xiaoyu, and Lena all race back into the hotel lobby, looking like they just had a desperate fight for their very lives. They roll around frantically on the ground and look around desperately for something to use to cool themselves off. All the while, their skin looks horribly burnt and bright red. Xiaoyu notices a decorative fish tank, and the three of them dive headfirst into it to try and cool off. While they're all crammed inside, they begin to argue with each other on who can stay in the pool and who should be forced to get out. Dahai's men wonder what they are doing and why they look so injured. But more importantly, they wonder where Dahai is and why they ran back inside without him. Xiaoyu realizes that they had abandoned his older brother outside, but by then, it is already far too late for him. His skin is burned much worse than the others, and he has massive, angry blisters all over his entire body. Everyone rushes over to take care of him before he finally collapses. Meanwhile, Mr. Sun asks Duan Yang why she isn't drinking the wine. Before she can answer, Gao Chang cuts in and tells him that a grand banquet has already been prepared for him. Mr. Sun does not care, though. He is only concerned by the fact that Duanya did not drink the wine that she was offered. Nobody in all of Xanadu dares not to drink the wine he pours. He tells Gao Chang to back off, since this is none of his business. At that moment, Duanya realizes that Gao Chang had completely set her up. He must have done to try and climb up the social ladder and win Mr. Sun's favor. The large man thinks he is utterly invincible in Xanadu, and that he can go around harming as many women as he wants. And today, it seems like he has finally targeted her. She is completely certain that there is something very wrong with the drink, and she must not, under any circumstances, take it. However, there is nothing she can possibly do to escape this terrible situation. At that exact moment, the moon shone with a bright, red, burning light. The intense light blinds both Gao Chang and Mr. Sun for a moment, before they both rush over to close the heavy curtains. Because of the overwhelming heat, the two men are sure that something horrible is currently going on, and they decide to go downstairs and find out more crucial information, while Duan sighs in utter relief that a bizarre distraction like that had saved her from something truly terrible. Downstairs, everyone in the entire hotel had gathered in the lobby to try and escape. Manager Lewis urges them all to please calm down and tells them that an official rescue team was on their way to take them all to a more secure and safe location. The people do not seem convinced at all, and total chaos begins to burst out in the crowded lobby. Meanwhile, Gao Chang makes his way downstairs and asks someone what is going on. He explains that there was a sudden and drastic temperature rise, and the news had already reported that hundreds of people had already been injured. Mr. Sun tries to call up one of his powerful friends to send someone over to pick him up from the hotel, but they tell him that right now they are working to make sure that there are not any major power issues. And because of that, nobody is available to come over and pick him up. Dahai is still burning in agony in the corner from his direct, prolonged exposure to the burning moonlight. His men tell him that he needs to get to the hospital immediately, while he screams in agony every single time someone touches him. But with it being so unbearably hot outside, there is no way they will be able to make it to the hospital. He tries to call one of his other loyal men, Xiao Dao, to drive over there and come pick him up. Xiao Dao is already in the underground garage of their real estate company's headquarters, and he starts driving out to go and pick them up at the hotel. Because he is deep underground, he can't feel the intense heat as much as others can, until he drives up into the street and notices that everywhere is bright, and the vehicle stalls, dead on the blistering road. He is forced to burst from the car and scramble back toward the building. He screams to Dahai about the car's explosion, but his attention is violently diverted to a new, searing agony. His shoes were literally dissolving with every step, and he stumbled, crashing down hard onto the superheated ground. He opens his eyes and witnesses the completely melted and liquefied remains of a body fused to the asphalt beside him. He shrieks and attempts to stand, but his own flesh adheres to the searing floor as he moves. The intense heat had already liquefied most of his face and cemented him to the molten ground. Back in the hotel, all that Dahai and his thugs can hear are the blood-curdling screams echoing from the phone as the infernal heat slowly roasts Xiao Dao on the street. While this horrifying chaos unfolds in the floors below, Su Chan slumbers peacefully in his perfectly chilled, air-conditioned room without a single care in the world. Almost instantly, breaking news alerts flash across the television, warning citizens that the bizarre temperature anomaly has already tragically claimed nearly 100 lives. It strongly advised everyone to remain indoors to avoid severe skin and respiratory system burns. The sheer heat is so powerful that not long after, the entire city's power grid catastrophically fails, plunging everywhere into sweltering, powerless darkness. Dahai frantically keeps trying to call back his driver, but the line remains eternally dead. It's clear now that Dahai's man is no more, and to compound their misery, all the other rooms in the hotel have been fully occupied. Dahai and his entourage had to settle for taking the last available room, which they will now be forced to share with both Xiao, Qian, and Lena. The two women are not happy about this arrangement at all, and they begin to complain that they require a separate room. While they're bickering, the power grid finally dies, which means that the air conditioning has also ceased to function in the hotel, causing the building's internal temperature to skyrocket rapidly. If they do not escape this room, they will surely suffocate from the suffocatingly high temperatures, while the men desperately struggle to tear off their clothes and find some way to cool their bodies down. Xiao Qian suddenly remembers that Su Chun had booked the presidential suite, and it even came with its own private pool. If they could just evict him, they could seize that paradise for themselves. Su Chun himself was enjoying the night by swimming in his room's personal pool. In his past existence, The city's electrical grid held hidden dangers due to years of improper maintenance. No matter how much manpower they poured into it, the city's power infrastructure still inevitably exploded, despite every desperate attempt they made to fix it. Because of this fact, all of the users connected to the grid were devastatingly affected. That is precisely why he chose a room with a private pool. And he also prepared multiple powerful vertical air conditioners with massive backup battery packs to guarantee that his room remained at a perfectly comfortable temperature. He uses his spatial powers to summon some of his stockpiled ice, as well as a grand table of food to indulge himself with. It is only the very first day of the apocalypse, so he is planning to begin it with a simple, luxurious breakfast. As he is just about to start eating, a loud, insistent knock comes from his door. He casually opens it up, and the men and women outside immediately feel that inside. The room is blissfully cool as soon as he opens the door. They notice the impressive lineup of powerful air conditioners and the multiple huge blocks of ice that are keeping the room chill. The women scream at him for being selfish and hoarding all this luxury, while they're literally roasting outside in the hallway. They try to violently force him to abandon the room for them, while the High reminds him that he owes a great deal of money to his business in order to repay the accumulated interest of the past few days. All he needs to do is surrender the room to the older man. Otherwise, he will personally throw our protagonist out himself. Soo-chun is having none of that and pulls out a gun for self-defense before firing a single shot right into Dahai's stomach. He warns them that if they dare take one more step forward, then he will not hesitate to fire another shot. The shocking sight of a gun causes them all to freeze in terror, while Dahai stares down in absolute shock at the bullet wound in his gut, since they have yet to leave his doorway. He fires another shot, this time into Dahai's leg. Then he announces that he will count to 3, and if they have not vanished completely from his sight, then he will unload more bullets into them. The terrified group doesn't need any more convincing, and they escape while they can. Back in the sweltering hotel lobby, Gao Chang demands to know why there is no food in the entire hotel. Manager Liu apologizes and explains that a few days ago, someone had booked 1,000 tables for a massive banquet. And because of that, they had almost completely run out of ingredients to cook with. They were scheduled to get another large delivery today. But the oppressive heat wave is clearly preventing that from happening, since there is not enough to go around. Mr. Sun demands that all the remaining water and food be brought to him instead. The people in the lobby protest this, and they attempt to attack him. But his loyal thugs just barely manage to protect him from the angry crowd. All the while, he just sits back, not even remotely bothered that there's an entire enraged crowd of people trying to attack him. Then, suddenly, a group of people run back into the lobby, shouting that Soo-chun had just tried to kill someone. Gao Chang notices that Dahai now has fresh gunshot wounds, but he knows that there are not very many people who could get their hands on a real gun. It seems that there's a very tough character living upstairs. Xiao Qian announces to everyone that Su-chen's room has electricity, air conditioning, and even a private swimming pool. That immediately catches everyone's attention, and she verifies that she witnessed it with her own 2 eyes. There was even tons of delicious food and countless ice cubes, which made the room seem like a literal heaven on earth. Compared to the oppressive sauna that was the hotel lobby, the crowd rallies together as one and makes their way upstairs to finally confront Su-chun, and Dahai orders his men to follow them, and to make sure that Su-chun surrenders his room, no matter what it takes. The crowd reaches the door to the presidential suite, and when Su-chun finally opens the door, they get a tantalizing taste of the cool air in the room. They all begin to beg him to allow them to stay in his room, while a small kid peeks his head into the luxurious room, searching for the delicious fried chicken that Xiao Qian had mentioned. Once he spots it, he runs into the room in a wild frenzy, desperate for just a single taste of the food. But a brutal kick to his stomach sends him flying back into the crowd. That single act causes the crowd to erupt into a frenzy. Since he just kicked a child, they determine that someone like him does not deserve to stay in such a luxurious room. They attempt to rush at him, but he pulls out his gun and shoots blindly into the crowd, taking out one of the people standing at the very back. As the man drops dead to the floor, he reminds them that while he may be alone, they only have one life to lose. Downstairs, Xiaoyu screams out once he notices his brother is now outside, lying down helpless in the scorching, burning sun. The rest of his brother's men hold Xiaoyu back from running outside, as his brother is already long since dead. His open wound was already infected and starting to rot, and because of the high ambient temperature and there being no medicine to treat the grievous wound, the man finally passed on. Xiaoyu knows exactly who to blame for this, and it is the man that shot his brother in the first place. That man himself is currently being seduced by Xiao Qian and Lina, who are trying to remind him how much he supposedly loves them. They tell him that he could not possibly shoot them, and he was just trying to scare Dahai and his crew. They beg him to let them inside, and if he does, they will do absolutely whatever he desires. He sees how desperate they are to be with him, and finally, he decides to let them come in. Before they can do so, Xiaoyu charges through them, aiming to kill Su Chun and take revenge for his dead brother. That causes Su Chun to declare that anyone who dares cross his door will die before he brings out a baseball bat and sends Xiaoyu flying. With just one powerful hit, he flies backwards, knocking into the two women standing behind him and sending them all sprawling down onto the ground. Now that they have witnessed his raw violence for themselves, the two girls do not want to go anywhere near him. So he tells them to get lost and out of his sight. They drag the knocked out Xiaoyu away from the door, and he glances up at the armed surveillance system that he had mounted up high beside his door. If they hadn't left when they did, they would have died regardless of if they had managed to take him out in the process. Outside, a cargo of armed military vehicles drives down the burning streets, heading towards the hotel. The tires have been modified into heavy treads, and the windows have been specially insulated to ensure that the rescue team can survive the perilous journey to the hotel and back. One of the armored vehicles parks in front of the hotel, and some armed men in insulated suits step out and quickly enter the hotel lobby. They ask if Lu Junghua from the academy is in the building, and he steps out from the anxious crowd towards them. The rescue team is here for him, and only for him, and they give him one of the insulated suits to put on so he can leave safely with them. Professor Lu is a world-renowned geological expert, and he will be able to play a vital role in stopping this disaster. The rest of the people in the lobby yell out in angry protest because they are attempting to rescue only a single person, instead of the large crowd of people that were also trapped in the hotel. One of the rescue men announces that the authorities have already launched a separate, large-scale rescue operation that will take place precisely at midnight, which is the absolute coldest time of the day. Once nighttime officially falls, they can all make their way to Silicon Valley Plaza, where they will find the designated rescue point. The others in the lobby celebrate that they will soon be rescued, but not everyone is satisfied with this news. Mr. Sun rushes towards one of the insulated guards and demands that they give him an insulated suit so he can leave immediately with them. But the guard is easily able to restrain him, with no other options available. He orders Gao Chang to snatch up one of the insulated suits for him, but they cannot move, with several guns now pointed directly at them. The soldiers turn to finally leave, but Xiao Qian stops one of them and tells them that there's a dangerous murderer upstairs. Lina also announces that the murderer has a gun, and he has already killed several people in cold blood, and he almost killed them as well. One of the soldiers, named Xiao Feng, decides to stay behind and investigate the dangerous situation. The other soldiers warn him not to be too impulsive and to focus only on completing their primary mission. But he declines and assures them that he will contact them. After dealing with the current dire situation, he heads bravely up the stairs, and Xiao Qian celebrates the fact that after Su Chun is shot dead, then she will finally be able to stay in the room and wait for rescue. Xiao Feng sneaks up to the presidential suite, but then he notices a hidden camera watching him through a plant in the corner. Before he can even process this, the door bursts open and two bombs are thrown out. The first is a powerful flash bomb, which immediately and completely blinds him. Then, the second is a canister of tear gas, which causes him to cough uncontrollably. While he is desperately trying to regain his senses, Su Chen sneaks up from behind the disoriented soldier, and hits him hard with a baseball bat, knocking him out completely cold. He wakes up a little while later, tied securely to a chair, and still feeling the lingering effects of the gas and the blow to his head. And the very first thing he notices is that the place is incredibly cool. Then he sees Su Chan looking at his military ID while holding his own gun. He also realizes that he has been stripped down to his underwear, and all of his protective armor has been taken from him as well. Now that he is awake, they can finally talk. But the soldier is far more. interested in how an ordinary guy got so many ice cubes and functioning air conditioning. He is also curious about how he got access to so many powerful weapons and military-grade flash bombs. Suchin tells him that he is a recent graduate and he acquired the guns and everything else during a recent trip to the Middle East. The story is completely and utterly unbelievable, but there is nothing our protagonist can do to change that fact. So he instead switches the topic to asking more important questions. Suchin wants to know if the government has set up any official rescue points for citizens to go to. In the morning, the soldier is shocked that he knows about that. But Suchun does not ask, and instead, he calmly explains that being exposed to the burning moonlight for more than 10 minutes can lead directly to fainting. And this fact will cause many people to die on the way to the rescue. Xiao Feng knows this, but there is no other way to save people. They have already established safe zones and modified rescue vehicles in the surrounding area. And all they need is for the residents to reach the rescue point on their own accord. All they would need to do is wear some sort of insulated blanket, and they should be able to survive the long walk to the rescue point. Suchan places a firm hand on his shoulder and goes behind him, with a gun pointed directly at the back of his head. The soldier begs for a moment for our protagonist not to kill him, but Suchun simply cuts the ropes and sets him completely free. He respects the soldier's line of work and decides to let him go, but not before warning him about the mounted guns on the ceiling. If anyone comes after him ever again, those guns will activate and no one will survive except for him. He understands and decides to leave the room peacefully, but not before all of his guns are confiscated by Suchun. The people in the lobby notice that the soldier left without telling them anything at all, except advising them to wear insulated blankets while they head to the designated rescue point. Mr. Sun slaps Gao Chang hard in anger and blames him for everything not going his way. The others wonder just how long they will have to deal with this annoying man, but they have no other choice for now. Once the rescue team has finally taken them in, they will need Mr. Sun's powerful connections to live comfortably. Suchan watches them all from the shadows and asks if Gao Chang still wishes to restore his precious order, even in times as desperate as these. The two men immediately become hostile once they finally see him, but he quickly calms them down by telling them that he is only there to make a simple deal. To calm them down, he shows them a large bucket filled with edible ice cubes. The two men go absolutely wild for the precious ice cubes, and one of them suggests that they simply kill Suchun and go get more ice directly from his room. Suchun politely counters that ridiculous idea with an assault rifle to the throat. Gao Chang seems to have a bit more common sense and suggests that they make a formal deal with him instead. Thanks to that, Suchin agrees to give them both some cubes of ice while they negotiate. The other man wonders just what is in our protagonist's room when just a single tiny cube of ice feels this good. Gao Chang decides that for now, they will agree to his demands. Then they will look for an opportunity to kill him later. While they are enjoying the precious ice, Mr. Sun notices them enjoying the ice cubes, and he viciously attacks Gao Chang for it. The bigger man tells his insubordinate subordinate that he'd better bring out much better stuff next time, or else he will be dead meat. Then he takes the bucket of ice cubes and enjoys them all for himself. As he is greedily eating, he notices Duanya in the corner, still fully dressed in her formal suit, despite the fact that everyone else has already stripped down because of the oppressive heat. She glares daggers at him while he mocks her for being too modest, but that only causes him to grab her hard by the hand and try to pull her away because he is now in the mood. She pulls back and slaps him hard across the face for daring to touch her, and he retaliates by ripping apart her suit jacket in a fit of rage. Then he threatens to have his way with her. Right there in the middle of the hotel lobby, for everyone to see, with her jacket now gone, he notices that she is actually soaked with sweat, and he offers to take the rest of her clothes off for her. That is the final straw for Gao Chang, and he finally stands up to the large, abusive man. Mr. Sun is frightened by his thunderous voice for a moment, but he turns around very angrily and asks Gao Chang if he really understands who he is talking to. However, Mr. Sun does not realize that he is talking to a man who no longer cares anymore. Gao Chang takes a large knife from his back and jabs it deep into the larger man's vulnerable neck. The people in the lobby all freak out. Now that yet another person has been brutally killed, Gao Chang tells them all that Suchan is right. The world is truly ending, and people like Mr. Sun need to die along with it. Now, with that guy finally dead, The place has fallen under Gao Chang's direct command, and everyone else can either listen to him and go to the rescue point or stay here and die. Suchin watches them from a much higher floor. It seems like his words were quite effective. And since Gao Chang was the official boss of the hotel in his last life, he has now successfully accelerated the process of him taking over the entire place later. The new, self-appointed boss of the Green City Hotel enjoyed a large, satisfying drink from the bucket of water that Su Chan had given to him earlier. Both Lina and Xiao Qian are now begging at his feet for him to give them just a little water out of it in exchange for anything that he wants. He throws the water down at them and tells them to follow him so he can have them do whatever he wants them to. As the two women fight over the water on the ground, one of Gao Chang's men asks if it is not planned to head to the rescue point. The boss disagrees and tells them that, since it is doomsday and they want to survive, then they have to rely on themselves. The rescue point is a full kilometer away, and if they do not make it there alive, then it is certain death. Since they are so low on supplies, then they should not be taking any useless freeloaders with them. Gao Chang agrees with that simple fact, and he decides to take a page from Su Chen's book by keeping them all as cannon fodder. Once midnight finally hits, it is time for people to start heading towards the rescue point. Several people wrap themselves in blankets and leave the hotel, heading towards safety. Ever since Gao Chang took control of all the supplies, the rest of the people left in the hotel and not been given any food or water at all. Staying in the hotel would mean certain agonizing death, but if they head to the rescue point, then there might be a slim, tiny chance of their survival. A large group of people walk along the empty, silent roads, with wooden boards tied to their shoes. But even with that, the intense heat is still almost too much to bear. One of the survivors trips on the boards and falls down hard onto the incredibly hot asphalt. She immediately begins to melt on the ground, while the other survivors continue on without even a glance back at her. At a desperate time like this, no one knows if they will be able to survive, so there is no time to worry about anyone else, even if they're your family or your loved ones. Xiao Qian and Lina wrap themselves in blankets and get ready to leave the area as well. In the hotel, they only have enough snacks left for about 2 more days, so they are especially excited to finally reach the rescue point and eat as much as they possibly can. But before they are able to leave, one of the men rips the towel away from Xiao Qian. He tells her that Gao Chang gave them all food, so they shouldn't be so quick to just leave. He tells them to have some fun with him instead of leaving, as he roughly rips Xiao Qian's clothes. The two of them beg him to take them to a private room first, before they all start having their fun. All the while, Su Chan watches everything unfold from the top floor. In his past life, he went to the rescue point along with the others, but no one ever told him to bring a blanket. So even though it was only a short kilometer, many people died on the way there. At least, with his vital advice from earlier, more people should be able to survive the trip and make it to safety. Meanwhile, the two girls continue to beg the man to let them have some privacy, but he laughs at them and asks what they are even afraid of. It is not like there are ghosts in the area, as he says that 2 zombies break through the glass and into the hotel lobby. Gao Chang and the others in the lobby scream in terror as they walk slowly and menacingly towards them. And Xiaoyu wonders if they will also get turned into zombies. If they happen to get bitten, Gao Chang grabs the other man by the neck and throws him at the zombies as a living distraction, and his skin begins to burn as soon as they touch him. After witnessing all of this, Su Chan finally decides to join in on the action. He heads downstairs with a katana strapped to his back and tells the other people to move aside. They're surprised that he wants to deal with those things by himself, but Gao Chang tells them to watch and let him do whatever he wants. And once he successfully kills them, they will then kill him. Meanwhile, Su Chan watches the zombies as they growl angrily at him. In his past life, corpses that get exposed to moonlight will mutate, but they're not actually zombies, which means that they will not spread the dreaded virus. He calls them drought demons, and they are very similar to monsters of the exact same name. In a popular Chinese mythological creatures book, these drought demons actually retain some of their memories and attachments from when they were alive. And in Mr. Sun's previous life, he was killed by Gao Chang, which should make him hold on to the burning desire for revenge, which in turn made him into a drought demon. So, because of that, the zombified Mr. Sun completely ignores Su Chan and runs over to kill his own murderer instead. As for Dahai, he died from the bullet wounds that Su Chan gave him, so he rushes towards our protagonist instead. The large drought demon lunges a clawed hand at the smaller man, and he is easily able to dodge the attack. Then he rushes towards the other drought demon and brings his katana down straight through Mr. Sun's head, slicing the drought demon completely in half. As he dies, a small purple crystal comes out of his body and floats in front of Su Chun. In the last apocalypse, where Gao Chang was the powerful leader of the Green City Hotel, he must have gotten his powers after killing Mr. Sun in his last life. As well, that means that the crystal will always appear inside of Mr. Sun. This is the crystal nucleus that can give normal people incredible superhuman strength. Now it finally belongs to him, and he can use it to greatly improve his own abilities. He barely even has a second to grab it before Dahai rushes towards him in a blind, furious rage. Instead of fighting him, Su Chun leaps over the rampaging drought demon and lands safely up on the stairs. Now that he has what he came down for, the rest is up to Gao Chang and the others left downstairs. With no other choice, the boss grabs Xiaoyu by the neck and throws him toward Dahai. That manages to knock the man and his zombie brother into their precious supply of water. Then he yells for the others to find weapons and to attack. Meanwhile, Su Chun pours himself a drink and dissolves the crystal within. In his past life, these crystal nuclei occasionally appear in the skulls of drought demons and other mutated beasts. They are extremely rare, and it only appears inside one in every 100. To get the power from them, one has to clean the crystal nucleus very thoroughly, then swallow it down directly. Once the crystal is fully submerged in the powerful drink, he downs the entire thing in a single, quick gulp. The effects show themselves immediately, and his body bursts with so much raw power that his clothes immediately explode off of him. He screams out in agony as his eyes glow a menacing red, before finally collapsing, naked on the hard floor. Downstairs, it seems like the zombified Dahai is finally dead. Gao Chang stomps hard on his head in anger and yells for it to move, but it lays completely motionless on the floor. Killing it also took out their last remaining source of water. Without any water left, Lena decides to try and escape to the rescue point. But one of the men grabs her and says that he will cut off her legs if she tries to run again. She begs him to let her go, since without any water, everyone there will die of thirst anyway. Then, she tells them that if they let her go, she will tell them a way to deal with Su Chun that interests them, and they urge her to speak before they decide to kill her. She tells them that Xiao Qian is Su Chen's fiancé, and if they attack her right at Su Chen's doorstep, then he will definitely open the door so they can ambush him. The men agree with her plan, and Xiao Qian is shocked that her own sister would suggest using her as live bait. They turn around to grab the ex-fiancé, and she tells them that she will cooperate with their insidious plan. But first, they need to find her some food. She specifically demands that they get her some meat. That is not possible, since the meat in the electric fridge has already completely spoiled. But Gao Chang has an idea. He gives her a knife, while the other men gather and hold down Lena. Then he tells her that if she wants some meat, then it is up to her. Xiao Qian catches on very quickly and realizes that they want her to eat her own sister's flesh. She thinks about it for just a moment, then turns to Lena menacingly while holding the sharp knife. Lena starts screaming in terror as Xiao Qian walks towards her. She tries to beg and remind her that they are sisters and that she should not do this. The other woman doubts her words, and if they are really sisters, since not too long ago, her so-called sister had suggested that they use her as bait. Without even thinking about it, she takes Lena by the neck and stabs the knife into her stomach multiple times as she brutally murders her own sister. Even Gao Chang and his men watch on in utter surprise as she tells her dying sister to blame herself for this happening. Circling her feet, now that her midday meal was assured, a manic cackle erupts from her, vowing that after she dines, she would ascend to his chamber and feast upon his very blood. Gao Qing commands them to have Duan Yang prepare the food, insisting they'll need every ounce of their collective power for the inevitable confrontation with the formidable Su Chun. One of the henchmen dares to voice an objection, but the leader reminds him that deprived of water, their survival couldn't be measured in even a single day. So unless they desire to become desiccated husks, they would follow his decree without question. The subordinate, though hesitant and visibly conflicted, at last bellows out the order to find the chef Duanya. In another part of the building, Su Chun stirs, taking stock of his new strengths. A startling realization hits him. He's unlocked abilities that enhance his physical form. His tolerance for extreme heat has also dramatically increased. Beyond that, his muscle density and raw physical power have surged. He puts this newfound might to the test, effortlessly shattering a massive block of ice with a single hand. As he stands, a silent moment of awe for the power now coursing through his veins. An urgent rap echoes from the door of his suite. It appeared yet another soul had arrived at his doorstep, seeking to disturb his peace. A glance at the security feed reveals a familiar face, the one they called Hell's Chef. It was Duanya, waiting for him just beyond his threshold. She nervously shifts her weight, praying he will grant her entry and sanctuary. The situation downstairs had devolved into madness, just like Gao Cheng. The lower levels were no longer a bastion of safety. Her one remaining glimmer of hope was to forge an alliance with Su Cheng. Fortunately for her, she held a bargaining chip to secure her position. When he finally swings the heavy door open, she finds him completely without clothes. He casually inquires if all is well and if she required any assistance. Her eyes fixate on his bare form, and she lets out a sharp scream. He, in turn, offers a flustered apology, the realization dawning that he'd forgotten to dress himself. Before greeting his unexpected female visitor, he gestures for her to come into his private apartment. And while the thought of simply overpowering her crossed his mind, the current atmosphere had become far too strange for either of them. But drawing from the memories of his past life, he recalled that Duanya was a woman of formidable willpower. She once held a cooperative arrangement with the dangerous Gao Cheng. Therefore, if he could devise a way to sway her to his cause, the strategic advantages would be immense. He begins the negotiation by stating his own resources are finite. Furthermore, they were practically strangers, having only just met. He couldn't be expected to shelter her simply because of her looks. Duanya's eyes dart around, noting the room's impossible supply of ice and the miracle of functioning electricity. Because of this, she understood she needed to prove her value if she wished to remain. She declares to him that she is more than a simple chef. She is also an alumnus of the esteemed Southwest Medical University. This meant she possessed a valid medical qualification certificate, backed by 3 hard years of experience as a practicing surgeon. The revelation that she was a doctor immediately intrigued him, but that asset didn't alter the fact his own supplies were scarce, and he was unsure they could both survive until the next sunrise. Her desperation grows, and she blurts out that, provided he doesn't cast her out of this fortified sanctuary, she would submit and do absolutely anything he desired of her. He accepts her desperate bargain, telling her to consider his room her new home. By the time the weight of her words truly settled in, it was far too late for her to retract the damning offer. He then issues a chilling ultimatum. Her only choice under his roof is to conduct herself with perfect obedience and to ensure she harbors no hidden agendas or ulterior motives. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. She, on the other hand, had no intention of ever defying this powerful man. She had never once questioned his tactics or his sheer resolve. Now that the terms of their pact have been set in stone, he commands her to begin by removing her clothing, since the time had come to start settling her debt. She makes her way to the shower to cleanse herself. Now that Su Chun has permitted her to stay in his sanctum, she had access to running water, electricity, and every other provision one would need to survive the end of the world, never again having to fear the horrors of the outside. There is no need to consider the blistering hellscape or the threat of being devoured by the less fortunate. For any soul still trapped in the world outside, this very room would be considered paradise. However, that didn't mean Su Chan was some sort of benevolent angel. His true desires were glaringly apparent to her, especially after he told her he would provide her with a different kind of meal, but she was left without any other alternative. It was either submitting to this man or facing the blistering, merciless apocalypse. Mercifully, she had already anticipated this outcome. She knew he would behave this way before she ever ascended to his room. Thus, there was nothing more she could do about her fate. Back in the main living area, Suchin observes her through the security cameras as she showers. He wasn't doing this for some voyeuristic thrill. Of course, he simply needed to ensure she wouldn't attempt anything foolish. At least, that was the justification he told himself. After her shower, she emerges wearing a revealing nurse cosplay outfit, one that he had specifically laid out and chosen for her. The fabric of the clothes was a size too small and clearly failed to conceal all of her essential areas. He states that she looks utterly magnificent in the costume. This praise causes Duanya to blush deeply and look away, uncertain. Without warning, a thunderous pounding erupts against his door. A desperate voice is screaming for him to come out and rescue them. Simultaneously, another voice snarls that if he doesn't emerge, they would simply smash the door to splinters. Just outside his sanctuary's door, a figure lurked menacingly, brandishing razor-sharp teeth and claws. Whatever was out there in the hall no longer appeared to be human. Su-chun was more irritated that he had to deal with these clowns again than he was afraid for his own life and safety. But a panicked Dwanya begs him not to venture outside the room. She exclaims that these people had already consumed Lena, and if they were to unseal the door, then they too would likely share the same gruesome fate. The fact that they had resorted to cannibalism seizes Su-chun's attention, and the dark look on his face meant this was very grave news indeed. He exits the relative safety of his suite and steps out to confront the mob that awaited him at his door. He calmly tells them not to be so hasty to demolish the door, since it would be a major inconvenience if it were damaged. The men gathered before him looked utterly unhinged, with dark veins bulging and pulsing all over their corrupted skin, as well as bloodshot, crazed, and inhuman eyes. In the center of the group, Xiao Qian desperately pleads for Su-chun to save her, all while one of the monstrous men grips her head tightly. The moment he steps out into the hallway, they turn to face him, baring their sharp teeth and chuckling like madmen. It seems this confrontation was destined to end in violence, regardless of how he chose to proceed. However, our hero, Su-chun, doesn't seem the least bit concerned. He takes a confident step out into the corridor, and in an instant, another one of the men who was concealed behind the wall leaps out to ambush him with a sharpened knife. The incredible power boost our protagonist received earlier from the drought. Demon Crystal had honed his reflexes, allowing him to halt the attack, and in the same motion, shatter the man's arm, plunging the attacker's own knife deep into his neck. This brutal display stuns the other men, and they retreat, having witnessed his terrifying power. But Xiao Qian seizes this chance to break free from her captors, dashing towards Su-chun while still crying for him to rescue her. This pathetic damsel in distress performance doesn't fool him for a second. He stops her cold with a hand clamped around her throat, exposing her own set of razor-sharp teeth and blood-red eyes. The moment someone consumes the flesh of another human, their body undergoes a hideous mutation, and fangs sprout inside their mouth. At this very moment, Xiao Qian and the other men were no longer human. He tightens his grip on the woman's face, which causes her to gag and struggle for her last breath. The men show no concern for her fate, however. It was the end of the world, after all. And what did it matter if they devoured people, as long as they could survive? Even if the price was becoming bloodthirsty, ravenous monsters, at the very least, they would still draw breath and be alive. Xiao Qian hisses that the human meat was incredibly delicious, and after consuming it, her body felt supercharged with immense energy. Now, all that remained was to eliminate Su-chun and seize his sanctuary. She contorts her body and attempts to rake at him with her claws, but a powerful kick from our protagonist sends her soaring down the hall and smashing through the glass of a nearby window. She nearly plummets to her death on the streets far below, but somehow manages to catch herself at the very last second. She most certainly would not be letting Su-chun off so easily. However, the world outside the hotel was still a blistering, scorching inferno, and she howls in agony as the sun begins to incinerate her flesh. Back inside the relative cool of the building, the remaining men decide to charge him all at once. Before he gets a chance to draw his firearm and open fire, Su-chun calmly contemplates if he even needs to waste precious bullets on these pathetic creatures. And one of them snarls at him not to underestimate their newfound power. He leaps high into the air and prepares to descend upon Su-chun to finally take him out. Regrettably for him, our hero doesn't mind squandering a few rounds. He raises his handgun, putting a single decisive bullet through the first attacker's head. The others instantly scatter and spread out, hoping to evade his aim entirely and strike him while his guard is lowered. Thanks to their monstrous new transformations, not only did they possess enhanced strength, but even their reaction times have been drastically improved. In the meantime, Su-chun continues to unleash a volley of bullets at them, as they rush in. But they manage to effortlessly evade every single shot. In this chaotic scenario, mere bullets would not be sufficient to defeat them. One of the creatures scampers up and clings to the ceiling before launching himself down towards Su-chun in a diving attack. But that kind of feeble attack is nowhere near enough to catch our boy off guard. He seizes the man by the head and violently slams him into the ground, ending his life in an instant. Then, he intercepts the hand of another man and disarms him of his knife before using the captured blade to slice the necks of 2 other attackers. With all of them now eliminated, the only one remaining is the enhanced Gao Cheng, who lunges at him with his fist drawn back, ready for one final desperate attack. However, just like all the others before him, Su-chun calmly intercepts him before he can land a blow and pins him forcefully to the wall by his throat. As he holds the struggling Gao Cheng against the wall, a dark figure leaps through the shattered window and lands at the end of the hallway. It is none other than Zhao Qian, and it appears the sun has mutated her further. It gave her razor-sharp spikes on her back and a long, whip-like tail, while also making her look even more monstrous and deranged than before. It seems as though she rapidly mutated into this monstrous form due to her intense, obsessive attachment towards him. He snaps Gao Cheng's neck with a flick of his wrist, killing him instantly, then turns his attention to face Xiao Qian for the final battle. Since she refuses to simply vanish from existence, he will just have to keep on killing her until she finally departs for good. Xiao Qian lets out a furious roar as the 2 adversaries stare each other down. Meanwhile, Nurse Duanya watches the scene unfold from the safety of the room. She is completely astounded by the fact that Su-chun managed to single-handedly annihilate Gao Cheng's entire formidable gang of thugs. The newly transformed monster girl that had just arrived, though, emitted a very different and far more dangerous aura. She frantically tries to think of a way to assist him so she can remain by his side. She refuses to be nothing more than a liability to him, even if his method of caring for her was more than a little questionable. As she desperately wonders what her next move should be, her eyes land on something inside the room. Something that might just allow her to stand as his equal. The nurse dashes back into the room and emerges wielding a whip. She is now prepared to join the fight against the monster. She calls out to Su-chun, begging him to let her help, but her gesture does not seem to impress him. Not being terrified and refusing to cower is an admirable quality, but considering the way she was currently dressed, she would only end up serving as a major distraction. The monster lets out another furious roar, as if to remind the pair that they had bigger problems to deal with. Then, she charges at them with an incredible burst of speed. Su-chun barely manages to evade a swipe aimed at his head, which results in his shirt taking the brunt of the damage. Then, he instantly activates one of his most powerful abilities, Superpower Berserker Mode. This ability amplifies his strength and durability to astronomical levels. The monster lunges from behind Su-chun and attempts to sink its teeth into his neck. But even with her razor-sharp, mutated fangs, her attack doesn't even leave a scratch. Now that she's made her move, it was his turn to counter, and he begins by seizing both of her arms. He then executes a flawless backflip over her, landing squarely on her back while restraining her arms high above her head. He then calmly asks her if she's prepared for what's next, but she doesn't get a chance to even respond before Su-chun brutally rips both of her arms from her body, slamming her weakened form hard into the ground in the process. She lets out a blood-curdling scream of agony as Su-chun lands behind her, poised to finish her off once and for all. He had originally intended to let her suffer a bit longer in this apocalypse, while gradually and sadistically torturing her to death. But now he would be forced to kill her much sooner. Or at least, that's what he initially believed. She whips her tail around the lifeless body of one of the fallen men and hoists him high up into the air. Then, her mouth unhinges and splits open, all the way down to her torso, and she swallows him completely. This act grants her an even greater surge of power the moment she has fully absorbed him. Her severed hands regenerate, and her strength returns tenfold. It appeared that she now possessed the ability to regenerate severed limbs. This was fantastic news for Su-chun, because if she could regenerate, that meant she was not going to be so easy to kill after all. It also meant he could now tear her apart as many times as he wanted, and derive as much pleasure from torturing her as he desired. He rushes towards her, once again getting behind her. He seizes her left arm, and then rips it off completely. He shoves her back down to the ground again. Before she has a chance to recover, he tears off her right arm as well, quickly followed by her tail and then both of her legs. Almost instantly, her limbs regenerate, just as he had anticipated, restoring her to perfect physical condition once again. But that had only been the first round of their dance. The second round commences immediately after, as Soo-chan continues to methodically rip her to pieces over and over again. He allows her body to fully regenerate before tearing her apart once more. He doesn't just stop at her limbs, either. He then moves on to brutally removing her tongue, then her internal organs, and everything else he can get his hands on. Besides her head, it seemed that every other part of her could regenerate. This meant he could continue to toy with her for as long as he pleased. By the 21st brutal round, her body finally ceases to regenerate. She now lays defeated and utterly broken on the ground before him. He had considered gouging out her eyes for his finale, but ultimately decided not to go quite that far. After all, he was now a devil, not a complete monster. She weakly asks him why he's going to such extreme lengths to torture her, and what possible reason he could have for making her suffer so much before her death. He simply tells her that it's all for his personal revenge, before bringing his foot down hard and crushing her head, killing her instantly, now that the immediate threat had been neutralized. A nervous Duan Yang asks him if he's okay after all that, but instead of providing her with an answer, he turns and asks her if she is prepared. He had been so heroic, and she should be ready to reward him for his efforts. Far away, at the designated rescue point, it appears that the extreme temperatures outside are finally stabilized. It wasn't a huge glimmer of hope, but perhaps the apocalypse was already coming to an end. At the very least, that's what the soldiers who were stationed at the engineering university post were hoping for. Xiaofeng, the soldier who once had a confrontation with Soo-chan back at the hotel, is one of the individuals stationed at the heavily fortified university, and he suddenly notices a strange movement in the distance. He nervously calls out to the captain of his squad, a white-haired woman, and he urgently tells her that there's a large number of people approaching the rescue point. She abruptly turns to see what he's talking about, but instead of seeing a crowd of people, she lays her eyes on a massive, terrifying horde of zombies marching towards them. They immediately begin to sprint towards the two soldiers, and the captain wastes no time, immediately barking out orders. She commands Xiaofeng to evacuate all civilians from the rescue point, while she would attempt to hold off the approaching horde. Xiaofeng attempts to argue with her, but she forces him to go back inside, as he had no other choice. When he had been given a direct order, he reluctantly rushes inside, shouting at her not to die. Meanwhile, Soo-chan prepares to show Duan Yang the true power of a berserker, for it was probably the third or fourth time now. At this stage, she had rewarded him more times than she could even remember, and she clutches her nurse's outfit, wondering how he wanted to proceed yet again. Soo-chan informs her that now that the extreme heat wave had finally ended, he needed to venture out into the world for a while. Before he left, however, he had to create some truly unforgettable memories with her. She asks him why she can't simply accompany him on his journey, but he explains that anyone traveling with him must meet two strict conditions. They must prove themselves to be valuable, and they must absolutely obey his every command. After their session, it was clear that Duanya had now completely submitted to his will. Next, he needed to hurry into the city before the inevitable seawater surge began. In his past life, he remembered that many of the zombies were driven by an overwhelming obsession to reach the rescue point. And in time, they formed a massive tidal wave horde and assaulted their former escape route. Countless civilians and soldiers perished in that devastating tidal wave attack, and the incident also led to a significant number of military-grade weapons being scattered across the city. Thanks to that, a lot of idiots roaming the streets now had access to powerful guns, and ordinary people began shooting each other simply to survive and for their own twisted amusement. This is how various factions formed over time, and multiple powerful individuals rose to power amidst the chaos. Some of them, however, were simply too foolish to use their newfound power in any productive way, like the group of morons that actually thought they could stop his armored car by standing in front of it with a pistol. They scream at him to stop his vehicle, but he simply plows through them at full speed, running them over as he continues on toward his destination. As he speeds through the desolate city, he notes that, just like in his previous life, the walls had cracked from the intense, scorching sun and the combined relentless onslaught of the massive zombie wave. This eventually led to the complete collapse of the subway station. Because of that collapse, a large number of people had died underground, and the final death toll probably reached into the thousands. He halts the car for a moment to peer down into a gaping hole in the ground, and an unsettling number of glowing zombie eyes stared back up at him. The zombies trapped underground are drawn to the roar of his car's engine, and even though there could be a large number of valuable crystals down there, he knew that not all zombies possessed crystals in their heads, and it would be far too time-consuming to crack open each and every skull, one by one. Instead of undertaking that monumental task, he decides it's better to head over to the engineering college and assess the developing situation for himself. This was the first time he had returned to the engineering university since the day he had graduated from it. Now, it was filled with more delinquents and zombies than he ever remembered. As he casually strolls through the main front entrance, he is immediately greeted by a group of hostile people who appear to be keeping zombies as some sort of pets by chaining them up like dogs to the nearby walls. They inform him that he is now trespassing on their territory, and so he had better hand over his backpack full of supplies if he wanted to pass through without being violently attacked. Su-chan feigns being defenseless and vulnerable for a brief moment and pulls out a delicious-looking braised chicken leg from his backpack. He plans to offer it to them in exchange for being granted safe passage. The group of thugs, who most likely hadn't seen proper food in several days, instantly go completely feral at the mere sight of the chicken leg. Su-chan smirks and casually tosses the food for them onto the ground, and they all immediately leap over each other to try and grab it. But just as they're about to fight over it, our protagonist yanks the meat back towards him using a hidden piece of string, and he tells them that they are not worthy of eating his chicken legs. This act of trickery infuriates them, and they pull out their crude weapons to get their revenge on him for messing with them like that. That blatant act of aggression forces Su-chan to stop playing around, and he pulls out his own gun to put an end to them quickly. He doesn't recall seeing so many idiots in his previous life. It could be that his earlier warnings had caused a lot more people to survive than in the original timeline, and that, in turn, ended up leading to this current chaotic situation. He makes his way up the stairs, and soon reaches the department of reptiles and snakes, and a large, heavy lock on the door tells him that nobody has set foot inside the lab for a very long while. Upon entering the room, he can tell that many snakes have already perished, since the air is thick with the foul smell of decay. He scans the room for a little while, until he finally locates the creature he has been searching for, the Golden King snake, which is destined to mutate into the formidable water rattlesnake army leader. It would seem that it has managed to survive for this long by devouring all the other snakes. In his past life, this very snake was one of the first creatures to undergo a mutation, and it had devoured quite a few unfortunate people. In fact, it had almost managed to swallow him whole as well. In about a week from now, when the Great Flood arrives, it will begin to rapidly mutate and might grow to become so powerful that it will become incredibly difficult for even him to defeat. Even now, he could feel that the snake had already started to form, a hint of a developing intelligence. He would need to be extremely cautious around it from this point forward. As he is observing the snake, he suddenly senses something just outside the door of the room. It seems that some uninvited guests are here to greet him. The thugs waiting outside the door shout for him to come out. They taunt him that it's useless to hide, since they already know that he's in there. Su-chan, of course, does not hide from them, and casually emerges with one hand in his pocket, and without a single care in the world. This was a critical moment for him. After all, he could not afford to be disturbed by these low-level thugs, so it would be much better for him to take care of them quickly. Before he can even make the first move, however, a woman swoops in from the shadows and completely surprises the thugs. She clamps her powerful thighs around the neck of the first thug, while simultaneously catching another one under her arm and snapping his neck. In a mere instant, two of them are already dead. She then immediately leaps onto the third one and grips him by his face. She then snaps his neck in an instant as well, before he even has a chance to react to what's happened. With all of her other opponents now dead, Su-chan decides to join the party, and he presses his gun to the back of her head. He compliments her impressive moves as he threatens her life. She doesn't wait for him to pull the trigger, and instead launches a counterattack. She strikes his hand with her elbow to knock the gun away. Then she leaps onto her hands and launches herself onto his neck, attempting to twist it, but she discovers far too late that his neck is a bit too hard for her to crack. unlike all the others she had just dispatched. Instead, she is left awkwardly perched on his shoulders, with her crotch embarrassingly pressed right against his face. He takes a moment to breathe her in before asking her what exactly she thinks she is doing right now. After a little bit more of a struggle, he has her tied up in a rather questionable position with some red ropes, and his gun is once again pointed directly at her head. With no other choice left, she finally introduces herself to him as Baikong, the captain of the elite Azure Tiger Special Operations Team. Despite her current and rather embarrassing predicament, she advises him to conduct himself properly and to release her. Su-chun completely ignores her words and instead asks her if she knows an individual named Xiao Feng from the Special Forces team. She is taken aback that he knows who Xiao Feng is, and he tells her that he had once saved the young soldier's life. This was not a complete fabrication, but it was not the whole truth either. With that crucial piece of information now out in the open, she decides to tell Su-chun everything that she knows about the current situation. A group of dangerous fugitives had taken over the entire school and were using innocent students as their hostages while they stole a large cache of weapons. When a massive zombie horde had attacked the rescue point, Xiao Feng had led the civilians away from the danger first. But he never expected that some of the prisoners had escaped and had infiltrated the group of normal, everyday civilians. Taking into account the chaotic circumstances, Su-chun doesn't think it's entirely her fault that the prisoners managed to escape. Baikong agrees with him and says that as long as they have the proper weapons, then the people would have nothing at all to fear. As she speaks, Su-chan summons a small grill and uses it to prepare some meat that he eats right in front of her. This makes her feel extremely uncomfortable, enough for her to ask him how long he plans to keep her tied up like this. He agrees that he will let her go, as long as she promises not to clamp his head down with her legs again, like she had done just a few moments before. She agrees to his terms, but only if he allows her to have some of his delicious steak too. After he unties her ropes and she gets her hands on her guns again, she tells him that she has her own important matters to deal with. This means that she won't be able to help him out too much. For the time being, all she can offer him is some power support, which he insists won't be necessary. He then tells her to hurry up and leave before she ends up becoming a bother to him. She reminds him that she actually plans to launch a sneak attack on their stronghold and retrieve all of the looted goods, so the innocent people trapped inside the college can finally survive. Because of this dangerous mission, this might be the only time they ever meet. She then turns around to leave him, but the promise of acquiring more valuable supplies causes him to call her back. He lies and tells her that Xiao Feng is his sworn brother, and because of that, he now plans to help her out with her mission. But his true motivation is clearly the valuable supplies that she is after. The supplies are currently located in a room in the administrative block, and deep inside that room, a group of thugs armed with guns are holding multiple students hostage, while also guarding the precious looted supplies. The boss of the gang asks one of his subordinates how things are going, and the low-level thug replies that most of their guys are currently waiting outside the room, and they're all ready to storm the students trapped in the dorm. The boss smiles as all of his carefully laid plans start coming together, and he says that those who were not cooperative in the beginning should be placed at the very front, while the less cooperative ones guard the back. As they're talking, someone suddenly breaks down the door to their hideout and rudely interrupts their important meeting. It is none other than Su-chun, and he calmly apologizes for disrupting their little gathering. The thugs completely freak out and demand to know who he is and how he possibly managed to break in. When there are more than 20 of their men guarding the room from the outside, he tells them that he got in really easily, and then shows them a little demonstration of how, by simply lifting his finger and pointing it directly at the man who had just asked him the question. Then, he simply says bang, and the man's head instantly explodes in a gruesome display as he falls to the ground, completely and utterly dead. As the other terrified thugs scream in abject horror, Su-chun calmly tells them that if they even dare to move, then they will all surely die. Meanwhile, Bai Chong peers through a powerful sniper scope from the roof of the building. From the opposite block, she is the unseen force who has been eliminating the thugs and has been providing crucial sniper support for Su-chun this whole time, even with her deadly precision. However, the room is still crawling with enemy combatants, making this an incredibly perilous situation. Su Chen's stratagem to act as a lone lure is unbelievably reckless, in her professional opinion, but the man had insisted on handling it solo. He was the one who handed her the high-powered sniper rifle and instructed her to establish a nest on the rooftop across the way. The insane plan is to fire wherever he indicates, using the shock and awe to intimidate the thugs. It is a truly preposterous battle plan, and she has no earthly idea why she ever consented to it. But now, there is absolutely no turning back. Abruptly, the curtains are drawn shut, and she calls Su Chun in a frantic panic, demanding to know what the situation is on his side of the battle, instead of his reassuring voice in response. She hears the chilling sound of the other thugs laugh, now that they have deduced that he has positioned a sniper outside. It's clear that her hidden position has been compromised, just as she feared it would be from the start. And the circumstances have become dire for our lone protagonist. With no other course of action available to her, she abandons her perch on the building and makes a desperate sprint toward the administrative block to go and rescue her temporary, yet crucial, companion. Hopefully, Su Chun can devise a way to stall for more time, while she is desperately rushing to save him. As she sprints like a madwoman across the campus, she overhears someone on the other end command for Su Chun to be executed. There is precious little time remaining now, and she fears Su Chun must already be dead when she finally reaches the room, fully prepared to avenge her fallen companion in arms. She is completely stunned to find that every single person in the room has already been neutralized, taken out. And Su Chun stands victorious in the center, holding the boss thug by his neck. It seems that she was already far too late to help. And to make matters worse, there were no more supplies left in here. The terrified boss pleads for his life as Su Chun holds him aloft by the neck, while also covertly transferring the supplies into his magical storage space. He foolishly claims that Su Chun would not dare to actually kill him, since the powerful people behind him would never let him get away with it. Our protagonist remains unfazed by this empty threat and casually snaps the man's neck, coldly promising that his masters will soon join him in the afterlife. Soon enough, Bai Chong is astounded that Su Chun managed to defeat every single person in the room so effortlessly, completely without her assistance. He tries to play it off casually by saying that he has been doing his exercises on a regular basis, and that is the only reason why he has the immense strength to pull off these truly amazing feats of power. Besides that, there were no longer any supplies left in the room, and they were all likely already starving and weak by the time he had arrived. But Bai Chong is not convinced by this story, and wonders if someone else could have raided them first and taken away all of the precious supplies. And now that the supplies have vanished, then what is going to happen to all of the students? Su Chun will share some of the supplies he acquired with them, if he has to, but it will all depend on how they conduct themselves, while she is still bombarding him with her questions. Su Chun walks right past her and heads directly for the girls' dormitory, since he had interrogated the thugs earlier, and they had informed him that. Xiao Feng and the remaining students had all gathered themselves there, now that the two of them have finally left the room. One of the bodies hanging in the back of the room begins to stir. She twitches slightly, then her eyes snap open, revealing that she is, in fact, still alive, and had been eavesdropping on the entire thing. Meanwhile, one of the other thugs is walking through the campus, searching for someone who has wandered off to cause some trouble. He discovers her in the same room that Su Chun and Bai Kong had just departed, and it's the same girl who had overheard the entire private conversation. They quickly rush over and get her down, and she collapses to her feet the very moment that they set her free from her bonds. He asks her if she managed to find what she'd been searching for by pretending to be a helpless prisoner for all those days. She then informs him that since she had a very close brush with death, she now requires the comforting touch of the man whose name is Steel Fong. He gladly agrees to comfort her in his own way and pulls out a wicked, thorned whip that he uses on her bare back. She screams out in what sounds like pleasure as the whip strikes her back, and the thug asks her how she is feeling after that. It seems this painful comfort has managed to make her feel much, much better, and she tells them exactly what she witnessed. While she had been hanging up there, pretending to be a prisoner, Steel Fong asks her who it was that took all of their supplies, and she tells him that it was a demon, and his name is Su Chun. Meanwhile, Su Chun and Bai Chong make their way back to find Xiao Feng. The young soldier is heavily bandaged and clearly looks injured, but he bravely tells them that he is perfectly fine. He seems to be more interested in the other man that walked in with her. Suchan asked to inspect his wound more closely, and although it had started out as nothing more than a simple scratch, it has been getting progressively worse recently for some unknown reason. Suchan gravely informs him that the wound was inflicted by the cannibals, which are monstrous creatures that now feast on human flesh. Their filthy nails are teeming with deadly bacteria and viruses, and without the proper medicine to treat such a wound, it could very well become life-threatening in no time. In these times, medicines are rare resources and are now almost impossible to find. But at the same time, it would be completely unacceptable to die like this. After hearing this grim prognosis, Suchan decides to share some of his personal medicine with him. They are both completely taken aback by the sheer amount of medicine that Suchan has provided for them so generously. But he simply tells them that he did it because Xiao Feng is now his brother. In his previous life, there was a man in the military whose combat power was comparable to that of a humanoid nuclear bomb. He was known only as the god of war. If that person turns out to be Xiao Feng, then investing in his friendship and ultimate survival will most definitely benefit him in the long run. Xiao Feng tells our protagonist that he now owes him a great favor, but he also knows that Suchan did not come to their hideout just to deliver some medicine out of the kindness of his heart. He asks Suchan to tell them what it is that he actually wants, and he tells them that a great flood is coming for them very soon, and they will all need to evacuate this place with great haste. The extreme heat is already causing the world's glaciers to melt at a rapid rate, and because of that, seawater is now flooding the mainland very rapidly. If they do not leave as soon as they possibly can, they, as well as the entire surrounding land, will be completely submerged under the deep floodwater. The people all listen to him in a state of complete shock, but one of the other survivors does not believe a word he says. She accuses him of only trying to scare them and drive them away, so that he can then monopolize all of the school's resources. He remembers exactly who this loud and obnoxious girl is. Her name is Fong Qing, and she is his former classmate, a famous female boxer at his university, no less, and a second-generation rich girl who enjoys creating gender divides. She confidently walks up to him and demands if he has any food in his bag before he can even formulate an answer. She greedily reaches for his bag and tries to take it from him, but Suchan puts a stop to that with a quick and brutal dose of gender equality and a vicious slap to her face. The slap is heavy enough to immediately leave her cheeks swollen and red, and to even knock out a tooth while she nurses the painful wound. The rest of the people in the hideout begin to cheer at the attack. She has been a complete nuisance around them for quite a while now, and she has also been hogging an entire dorm building all to herself, simply because she comes from a wealthy family back home. Because of that, everyone has been completely fed up with her for a while, and they immediately begin to cheer for her to be kicked out of the dorms. Immediately, it looks like she is already quite infamous around here, and the loud cheers for her to be thrown out cause her to lose her mind. In a fit of pure rage, she threatens to go and find her powerful father and get them all killed. Then, she furiously storms out of the entire area. Bai Kong comes in to check if our protagonist is alright after that, but he warns her that the girl is now heading off to find her father, and someone should probably go and stop her from doing so, though he knows that running to daddy doesn't help much in the apocalypse. She walks out into the desolate school grounds, furiously ranting about how all the men in the country are all beneath her, especially the likes of Suchan. None of them can even hold a candle to any of the gentlemen from abroad. The name Suchan attracts some unwanted attention from one of the men that she had just claimed is far beneath her. It is the very same thug from earlier, and he violently grabs her from behind, then demands to know where exactly Suchan is. The man of the hour himself walks out of the dorms and heads towards the exit. Captain Bai can handle the evacuation of the students, while he goes on to find what really brought him to the campus. In the first place, his true mission. The most important thing for him now is to wait for the Golden King Snake to fully mutate, so he can then harvest the crystal from within. Perhaps he will even gain its incredible ability to manipulate water. As he walks through the empty courtyard, a girl's desperate voice suddenly calls out to him, begging and pleading for him to save her life. He turns and sees Fong Qing tied up and hanging high off the ground. Behind her, there's a man laughing maniacally while standing on top of the truck that is holding her off the ground. Suchan jokingly asks her if she ever managed to find her daddy, while she still desperately begs him for his help and assistance. The man on top of the truck then introduces himself as someone from the clandestine Federal Bureau of Evolution, and he is here to get his revenge on Soo-chan for snatching up all his supplies. For their little meeting here today, he has prepared an entire truckload of nasty surprises for him. He flings open the back doors of the large truck, and it is completely filled with a small army of vicious drought demons, who all swarm out and completely surround our hero. Back inside, the soldiers and the remaining civilians hear the terrifying cries of all the drought demons that have just been unleashed. They know that the sound is coming from the same direction that Soo-chan left in, and that means their powerful new companion could be in grave danger. By Chung tells Xiaofeng to stay put and to guard the civilians, while she goes to check up on the rapidly developing situation. But he refuses to listen to her this time. He will not let her go off on her own again. Meanwhile, back with our hero, Soo-chan, the thug asks him if the loud girl, with a still very swollen face, is his former classmate. If that is indeed the case, then this is his golden opportunity to be a hero and to save the beauty. All he has to do is get down on his knees and beg, and the girl will be set free. Soo-chan takes a brief moment to contemplate this ridiculous offer, and the snobby girl starts yelling at him to hurry up and get on his knees to save her from this fate. He replies that it's not impossible, but there's just one small problem. Fang Qing doesn't even wait for him to explain what the problem is, and she starts desperately asking why he won't be able to save her. He just said that he would save her, after all, and that it would not be impossible for him to do so. How could he possibly go back on his word now, when he is a man? Soo-chan confirms to her that he is most definitely a man, but he is not worthy of saving the likes of her. Instead of him saving her from her predicament, he says he can help her to contact those foreign gentlemen she is always boasting about, to see if any of them are willing to come and save her. That explains why he is so reluctant to help her now. It's because she had earlier called him inferior to others. So he's now taking his revenge on her by doing this. Well, if he actually thinks that she'll apologize and beg for him to save her, then he is completely and utterly mistaken. According to her, she doesn't even need him to come and save her. Soo-chan laughs out loud and then points out the huge, ravenous horde of zombies rushing towards her from behind the truck. Hopefully, she will not come to regret her own foolish words in a moment. Fang Qing nervously glances over at the approaching zombies that she had completely forgotten about in her blind anger. In her final, desperate moments, as the zombies grip her legs, she screamed for help and begged for Soo-chan to please save her. It seems that she was completely wrong about him after all. As the zombies begin to tear her apart, piece by piece, she screams at the very top of her lungs for him to come and save her. But it is already far too late for her. After her terrified screams finally die down, the Bureau of Evolution officer laughs at just how insane the situation was. It would seem that Soo-chan truly is a terrible, terrible person who can't even be bothered to help another person in a dire situation. But that's all right with him, since he'll be joining her very soon. Then he proudly tells our protagonist that he will now show off the amazing technology of the Federal Bureau of Evolution. He pulls out a strange jar of powder and rubs it on his face. All he needs to do is apply this mysterious powder to himself, and all the monsters will obediently listen to anything he commands them to do. That is because the powder is actually the ground-up ashes of dead drought demons. Once anyone applies this strange powder to themselves, it makes the zombies think that that person is one of their own kind. That causes the man to pause and take a closer look at the bowl in his hands, in a state of absolute fear. It seems that he didn't even know that he had been rubbing his face in the ashes of dead monsters. The man rushes to spit out any powder that might have accidentally gotten into his mouth, and he is clearly disgusted by the very thought that he had been rubbing monster powder all over his body this entire time. Now he is truly mad, and he furiously orders the monsters to tear him to absolute shreds. They all growl and rush at him with their claws out and their teeth bare. Soo-chan was absolutely no time, and summons a pair of deadly katanas from his personal storage space. He then rushes through the massive crowd of zombies, slicing them all into tiny bits in less than a single second. He finishes them all off so incredibly fast that he is standing right in front of the truck. Before the man is even finished with his coughing fit, the Bureau official slowly turns around and sees his opponent casually staring up at him from the ground, looking completely and utterly unbothered by the whole thing. There were still several zombies swarming around him from behind, and his two soldier allies arrived on the scene just in time to see him, about to be completely surrounded by them. The Bureau official orders the remaining zombies to attack him again, but none of the zombies make a single move towards him. Su-chan casually pats the dust from his shirt and tells the man that he shouldn't bother shouting at them. It is completely pointless, since no matter how much he screams his lungs out, the zombies will not do a single thing he says. The man from the Bureau asks him what he means by that, and his questions are immediately answered, as all the zombies spontaneously fall into pieces behind him, all at once. The man has no idea how that was even possible. Su-chan does not provide him with an answer, and instead, he uses his power to teleport directly behind the man and grabs him by the neck. He never wanted to have anything to do with the Federal Bureau of Evolution, so he demands to know who exactly ordered the man to come and kill him. If he does not give up the name of his master, then Su-chan will have no reason to spare his worthless, pathetic life. Our protagonist pulls hard on the man's strange metal mask while smirking down at him with contempt. The man begins to scream in agony as the immense pressure becomes too much for him to bear. And in a single brutal instant, Su-chan rips his head right off of his shoulders, with the bottom of it still connected to his bloody spinal cord. Bai Kong is shocked that he managed to resolve this seemingly impossible situation in a mere instant. It was similar to what happened before, and this sort of raw power is not something that can be achieved through simple training and hard work alone. This guy must be some kind of inhuman monster. Su-chan is more frustrated by the fact that he had to use so much force against these insignificant small fries. From now on, he's going to have to show more restraint against people before things start to get troublesome for him down the road. If only he had a capable and trustworthy assistant that he could work with, then everything would be so much easier for him. Meanwhile, back at the safety of the hotel, Duanya is startled awake from her sleep by a sudden, vivid dream. Once again, she had a pleasant dream about her master, Su-chan, and she can't seem to get him out of her thoughts for a second. Why hasn't he returned to her side yet? A loud voice comes from just outside the room, and she jumps in fear for a brief moment. Then she vividly remembers Su-chan's words about who he needs close to him. Whoever he chooses to keep by his side must be useful to him in some way. And if they prove themselves to be useless, then he will not take care of it. The remainder of Su-chan's wise words motivates Duanya to pick up a gun from the nearby cupboard and to face her fears head on with courage. She is now determined to become his right-hand man, no matter what it takes. And to do that, she needs to be able to take care of herself first. The former cook pushes her way into one of the empty study rooms. In the suite, armed with 2 pistols and a very mean poker face. Even with all of that preparation, however, there is absolutely no one in the room, despite the fact that she is sure that the strange voices came from there. Another low growl sounds from directly behind her, and she whips around just in the nick of time, only to see that one of the drought demons had managed to sneak up behind her. The zombie walks menacingly towards her with intent, and it pushes her back against a large table in the empty room. She has no idea where it came from or how it even got behind her, but there was nowhere left for her to run to, now that she has been backed up against the heavy table. Her only hope now is the gun that she swiped from the room before she had stepped out to fight whatever was out here. Before she can use it, the drought demon slaps it out of her hand and sends it flying away, clattering behind the large table. Then it shrieks loudly at her, opening its mouth wide to attack the helpless former chef, with no other way left to properly defend herself. She shuts her eyes tightly and prepares herself for the worst. But luckily for her, the zombie completely misses his attack, and instead, it bites down hard into a chair beside her. She has no idea what is going on or what this creature is doing, but it would seem that she is safe, for now at least. He has been sniffing the air around her this entire time, and it looks as though the eyes on his face are completely gone. Perhaps he actually cannot see anything at all, and he is relying solely on his sense of smell to try and find her. She had somehow gotten very lucky this time around, but now he is far too close for her comfort. If she makes any kind of sound, he is going to attack her right away. She turns her head and notices that the gun is still on the table, just at the very edge of it, away from her immediate reach. She turns and tries to stealthily grab the loaded gun, while the zombie is still completely unaware of where she is. She stretches her hand out just a little bit more, but the gun still remains just out of her desperate reach, and before she is able to grab a hold of it, it is already too late for her. Her back bumps into the zombie's arm, which alerts him to her presence in the room. It screams loudly at her as it is about to attack. And just then, memories of Su Chen's words flood into her mind. He had told her that his own personal resources were very limited, so he could not keep her around just because she was pretty to look at. She would have to find a crystal core inside a monster's head that would grant her amazing new abilities similar to the ones that he now possessed. If she was unable to do that, then he would not allow useless people to stay around him for long. That powerful thought triggers a strong reaction out of her, and she goes on the offensive before the zombie has a chance to take her out. With the sharp heel of her shoe, she stabs her leg straight into the zombie's remaining eye, so hard that the other side of it pops out at the back of his head. The zombie stops moving, and she tries to pull her leg back, but it suddenly grabs a hold of her ankle, forcing her to stab its face a few more times in a panic, before it finally collapses lifelessly to the ground. She then grabs a heavy axe from elsewhere in the room. It is a great shame that Su Chen was not here to witness her, proving to him that she is not, in fact, useless. But now she can check to see if it has a crystal core in its head. Back at the now-abandoned engineering university, Bai Kong and Lu Xiaofeng had taken Su Chen's dire advice and had started to organize all the students to evacuate the area. Bai Kong had even managed to contact her brother, Bai Ming, and had asked him to bring his troops to come and join them and to help ensure the safety of all the students. With that important task now taken care of, Su Chen returns to the snake in the school's reptile laboratory and continues to pay very special attention to its development. After a bit more time has passed, the strange creature starts its mutation and begins to grow in size. Su Chen watches the whole process with great interest, wondering just how far it will be able to mutate. And the creature stares right back at him with pure contempt. To help along with its growth and development, Su Chen had even prepared a large bucket of water for it, so that it would be able to grow even faster for him. As soon as he drops the heavy water bucket onto the ground, the snake immediately slithers inside of it. It seems like it already knew that it needed to get into the water in order to fully complete its mutation process, which saves him the trouble of trying to force it in himself. As soon as its body touches the cool water, it starts to grow into a large and truly terrifying beast with a fearsome dragon head and a large and powerful scaly body. Su Chen watches as it violently beats itself against the sides of the bucket until finally the bucket itself explodes from the pressure, spreading the water all over the floor of the room and revealing the fully evolved form of the former snake. It had achieved such massive growth from just its initial mutation, and all of this came from nothing more than a simple bucket of water. If he had decided to wait until the great flood had finally came, then this would have been a much, much greater disaster. Now that the powerful beast has finally grown up, Su Chen summons one of his sharp swords and makes it an offer. If it chooses to willingly submit to him, then he might consider keeping it alive as a personal pet. The monster, however, is having none of that nonsense, and it tries to escape through the nearby window before Su Chen can catch it. It looks like it really did develop some sort of intelligence, and it knows that it will not be able to properly fight against Su Chen, especially not in that small, closed-off room. It breaks through the window and out into the empty campus courtyard, and Su Chen immediately jumps out right behind it in pursuit. Then it tries to slither away and to save its own life, but it's not even close to being fast enough to escape from the deadly sword of our powerful protagonist. Su Chen gracefully drops from the sky above and stabs the sword down hard onto the creature's scaly skin. But much to his surprise, the strong sword snaps cleanly in half. It looks like the creature's scales are much harder than he had thought. The snake turns and roars defiantly at Su Chen, and he realizes that if blades will not work on it, then he is just going to have to use his bare fists to smash it to death. He delivers the first powerful punch to the surprised beast's head, sending it crashing violently to the hard ground. But it quickly retaliates by wrapping its long body around him and trying to choke him out by entangling him completely. But Su Chen realizes that this attack is actually just a simple feint, and that the creature's true goal is something completely different. It opens its wide, fanged mouth and prepares to bite down hard on our protagonist. Meanwhile, back with the group of survivors, Bai Kong can't help but look back towards the now empty campus. Her brother notices her constantly staring back with a worried expression, and he teases her about not wanting to part with the handsome man named Su Chen. She tells him that if he doesn't speak up, no one is going to treat him as if he is a mute, and it is quite obvious that she wants him to stop talking. That immediately catches Bai Ming's full attention, and he realizes that his sister must really like this guy. But that doesn't change the hard fact that if he stays on campus, then he is most surely doomed. Bai Kong is sure that he will not die. From a very moment that she first laid eyes on Su Chun, she could feel that he was an incredibly strong person. He had a very deep gaze and a mysterious aura surrounding him, which made him look more like a monster than a man. And because of all this, she is sure that he will survive and that they will definitely meet again. Meanwhile, Su Chun easily breaks out from the snake's deadly trap and grips it tightly by the throat. There is absolutely no way such an easy thing would be able to trap him, not when he has grown so incredibly strong and powerful. He uses his foot to push down hard on the snake's body and frees himself, while the snake struggles desperately to free itself from his iron grip. He has heard that snakes have highly developed and sensitive nerves, so even if he were to chop its head clean off, it should still be able to bite down on him in its death throes. So instead of simply ripping its head from its body, he rips the entire snake in half, right along the middle, making absolutely sure that it will never be able to bite him again. And in its remains, he picks up the valuable crystal core, and he is very eager to see what kind of new ability it will give him. Eventually, the heavy rains begin to fall, and just as Su Chun had warned, the entire city begins to flood. If the extreme heat had managed to destroy the will of the people, then the massive flood sweeping through the entire world will completely and utterly destroy what is left of human civilization. Even the inland cities like Xanadu could not escape the massive, devastating flood, and everything ended up being swept away underwater. The engineering universities, low terrain, left only the tallest buildings, like the administrative building, still visible above the water. Meanwhile, Su Chun is also not safe from the rapidly rising floodwaters, and he gets completely immersed in the murky water. Thankfully, after absorbing the Golden King Snake's powerful core, it now grants him the ability to move and to breathe freely underwater. And because of that, his body has undergone even more strange changes and has become even stronger. After coming into contact with the floodwater, his body has developed tiny, shimmering scales, and his strength has improved by massive amounts as well. On top of that, his eyes have now become more sensitive to light, and a protective, nictitating membrane has formed in front of them. Even though he is not using his nose or his mouth to breathe, he is not suffocating at all while he is underwater, and it feels like he is now breathing directly through his skin. All of these are amazing new abilities that he borrowed from the Golden King Snake. Although it is not a water manipulation ability, being able to breathe freely underwater is still very beneficial for him. The floodwater had surged from the Green City Hotel area, so swimming upstream against the powerful current is now impossible. The current is extremely fierce, and the debris floating in the water is like a series of hidden weapons. All of this is now hindering him from making it back home, to the safety of the hotel suite. And on top of all that, it seems that the volcanic eruption has finally reached its peak. But because Xanadu is located far away from the volcano, the sky above looks relatively clear for the time being. When a massive amount of volcanic ash finally fills the air and completely blocks out the sun, the doomsday winter will not be far off. In the face of all of these apocalyptic, world-ending events, human civilization might as well no longer exist at all. To avoid becoming helpless prey to the creatures evolving through this crisis, it is far better to grow stronger and to become more powerful so that you can better protect yourself from what is to come. In his previous life, after the Great Flood had finally subsided, Xanadu saw several powerful new factions grow over time. The low-level northern part of the once great city was occupied by the Golden King Snake and the formidable female Corpse King. The southern part of the city became the main gathering place for the cannibalistic tribe of the powerful Devourer clan. The western part of the city was completely controlled by the Rat King, by Vermin, while the eastern domain was seized by the dreaded Skull Crusher, the formidable Gao Chang, and the demonic Hell's chef, Duanya. In his former timeline, Su Chun had stared death in the face multiple times at their hands. However, in this new life, he had already vanquished the mighty Gao Chang and the Golden King Snake far ahead of schedule to continue ascending in power. The ultimate strategy is to claim the remaining crystal cores for himself. But the Devourer clan is a vast horde with countless warring factions. Compounding this, the female Corpse King is a phantom, ever elusive. This makes the task of hunting her down almost impossible. Recalling his previous life's events, he remembered the University of Technology was ravaged by a rat infestation. This revelation meant the legendary Rat King must be lurking there. All he needed was to pinpoint its location preemptively, allowing him to seize its crystal core with absolute minimal resistance. A sudden disturbance from the murky depth shatters his concentration. It appears his moment of respite was far too long. Now, a horde of aquatic monstrosities have completely encircled him. At the same time, in another part of the inundated metropolis, two men cling desperately to a tower against the furious, churning floodwaters. They frantically question how a cataclysmic flood could erupt from seemingly thin air. As they hang on, battling the currents, they witness a figure cutting through the water towards them at impossible speeds. Any normal person in those waters should be considered already dead, but it was clear whoever that was possessed an unnatural energy to be swimming with such velocity. But that wasn't the only shock. They recognized the man rocketing through the water toward them. It was Su-chun, the very target the Bureau had assigned them to surveil. If not for their mission to track him, they wouldn't be trapped in this watery hell. If he dares to climb their sanctuary on the tower, they swore they would kick him straight back into the abyss. One of them noted that Su-chun was moving with terrifying speed, far too fast for someone merely trying to survive the raging flood. And to their horror, it appeared he wasn't alone, trailing the man who swam as if he commanded the very sea. A pack of countless seagulls were charging through the water behind. Even so, Su-chun was effortlessly outspeeding the entire horde, defying the crushing power of the rising current. He continued his relentless approach towards the stranded men. They screamed desperate warnings, telling him to not get any closer. Our protagonist, however, identified them as agents from the Federal Bureau of Evolution. He was intrigued that his reputation had already reached such influential circles. This was a perfect opportunity. He could extract valuable intel from them. In a spectacular display, our hero erupts from the water onto the tower and callously uses one of the agents as a springboard to vault to the summit. The agent's grip fails, and he plummets from the structure straight into the ghoul-infested abyss that churned below. Just moments before he could meet a gruesome, watery end, his partner miraculously managed to snatch him by the arm. He saved him from certain doom, but now with the immense weight on one man. The duo's borrowed time to survive was quickly running out. At this trajectory, both of them were fated to fall into the water. The first agent swore to his friend he would absolutely pull him to safety, but it was a futile gesture, and if he refused to let go, then they were both certainly going to die. Su-chun seized the moment, demanding they divulge everything they knew concerning the Federal Bureau of Evolution. The men defiantly refused to talk, warning Su-chun that even in death, countless others would rise to avenge their demise. If that was the destiny they had so boldly chosen, then they could not blame him for the events that would happen next. One of the ghouls managed to clamp its jaws onto the larger agent's foot and drag him violently into the raging water. His companion let out a scream and dove in, fully prepared to perish alongside his trusted friend. That choice, however, proved to be a fatal miscalculation. Both of them were now left to the non-existent mercy of the hundreds of creatures. Just as all hope seemed utterly and completely lost, Su-chun plunged into the watery chaos. Unsheathing his sword, he carved a path through all the ghouls that were about to devour them. In a flash, they were saved, and the entire ghoul pack was annihilated. The agent could only wonder if Su-chun was truly even human, as his powers seemed to defy all mortal comprehension. But regardless of the terrifying circumstances, they now owed him an immeasurable debt for saving their lives. They finally decided to reveal what they knew. They confessed they were dispatched by the Federal Bureau of Evolution with direct orders to monitor him. The Bureau's base of operations is at the Science and Technology University, and it is commanded by Chief Liu and his elite team of researchers. They were merely soldiers doing as they were commanded and simply executing the orders passed down from their superiors. In Su-chun's previous timeline, the cataclysmic rat disaster had erupted at the Science and Technology University. Now it seemed there was a sinister connection between the rat plague and the mysterious Federal Bureau of evolution. He questioned if they were conducting research on rats in the university's laboratories, but only the researchers themselves were permitted inside the labs, so they were ignorant of the dark secrets that transpired within. Suchin knew then that no matter the risk, he was compelled to infiltrate and investigate the situation before the rat calamity could be unleashed. Elsewhere, Dwanya, who was still taking refuge in the Green City Hotel, had miraculously managed to extract a crystal core from a zombie's skull. Immediately after consuming it, she began to feel the exact same inferno-like sensation that Suchin experienced when he first awakened his powers. She wondered if her evolution was a success, and what incredible new powers this would grant her. But in that very same moment, she saw that the floodwaters had risen all the way to the top floor. Within that dark water, a host of small tentacles began to circle her feet, coiling and preparing to strike. By the time she noticed the swarming appendages, the horrifying monster had already ensnared itself completely around her body, hoisting her from the ground and wrapping its coils around her. It was slick and disgusting, and with the way it constricted around her, there seemed to be almost no chance she could possibly escape. Abruptly, the tentacled behemoth raised its maw to her face and let out a roar, unveiling a gullet that was filled with hundreds of razor-sharp teeth. It lunged viciously at her, and she barely managed to catch its jaws in her hands and hauled it from biting straight through her. But the creature coiled its limbs around her hands as well, further immobilizing her and preventing any movement. More of them suddenly burst forth from the murky water, and before she could even process it, she was completely entangled and surrounded by dozens of them. Their assault was so incredibly swift that she didn't even have a single moment to adjust to her newfound abilities. Her thoughts drifted desperately back to Suchin, and she recalled the moment he first revealed to her his awesome space manipulation powers. He had instructed her that as long as she could find and devour a crystal nucleus, then she too could obtain its incredible power. But since many monsters have a very mundane appearance, she would not always be able to determine what power a creature holds simply by looking at their physical form. The most effective way for her to discern her ability, when she remained uncertain what it was, would be to sense it through her body and within her environment. Once she had finally acquired new abilities, she would be able to perceive every subtle change, and then she could attempt to master and command it. She focused her senses on the environment, and at last, she was able to sense the shift within her own body. She could now perceive the minuscule brains of the monsters assaulting her, and she unleashed her new power, bellowing a psychic command, forcing them to cease all movement. The tentacles obeyed her will, and all of them went limp in an instant, as if they had all been simultaneously slain. That left her liberated, but still coated in their sticky fluids. Now that her attackers were all completely immobilized, she retrieved her axe and cleaved through all of them in a single, swift motion, reducing them all to a pile of minced flesh. By the time her gruesome work was done, she was covered in monster viscera and slime. So she decided it was time to take a cleansing bath. A familiar voice from behind her asked if he could join her, and she whirled around, weapon ready to fight off yet another intruder. To her relief, it was only Suchin, and it seemed he had witnessed her single-handedly take down all those monster eels, all by herself. He was thoroughly impressed by the fact that she was even able to procure a weapon for her own protection. Duanya rushed to him and embraced him in a powerful hug, overjoyed to finally see his face again. He had vanished for such a long time that she had begun to fear that he would never return to her side. The heartfelt reunion was cut short, however, when she noticed that he was once again unclothed. For reasons she couldn't fathom, she pushed herself away from him and demanded to know why they always met while he was undressed. He calmly explained to her that the floodwater was filthy, so he had simply shed all of his clothes. The two of them proceeded to take that needed bath together, and for the very first time in what felt like an eternity, Suchin finally got a moment to relax after his long journey. After being gone for so long, he came to a realization that only when you venture out do you truly understand that home is indeed the best place to be. Duanya arose from the bath and moved behind him to give him a massage, while the two of them finally relaxed. With the atmosphere significantly calmer than when he had first entered, he inquired if she had successfully awakened a new ability. He hadn't witnessed her directly use her power, but he could sense a fundamental change had occurred within her, due to the distinct temperature of her mouth. She demanded to know how he could possibly know that. what kind of temperature could possibly be in her mouth. But he sidestepped her question and again asked if she had awakened an ability. She revealed her newfound power appears to be a form of psychic manipulation. A theory instantly formed in Su Chen's mind about its true nature. He probed deeper, asking if her mental influence could alter sustenance. She confessed to him that she did not know, as she hadn't yet had sufficient time to practice with it first. She chose to practice by testing out her new ability on it, and she used it to make him perceive that she was wearing a seductive gown. But she instantly discovered that Su Chen possessed immense mental fortitude. If it had not been for Su Chen's silent consent, then she might have suffered a backlash the moment she tried to influence it. But regardless of his own powerful abilities, he was still deeply impressed by her newfound power. It was a powerful one, and as a form of reward, he would make her train more until her very legs grew weak. She laughed as the two of them enjoyed themselves all through the night. By the dawn of the next morning, Su Chen was instructing her how to grip and fire a gun, and they both used their newfound skills to eliminate the remaining tentacle beasts. He instructed her to concentrate her mind and command it with her thoughts. Then, all that remained was for her to set her target and fire. Duanya was grateful for the valuable lesson, but she also recalled their plan was to venture to the University of Technology. So she was perplexed as to why he was suddenly training her how to shoot. He explained that he was granting her half a day's time to completely familiarize herself with her powers and her marksmanship, since she hailed from the medical university. And for this perilous next adventure, she would accompany him and prove her own usefulness. The pair journeyed across the floodwaters aboard a high-speed boat. For some peculiar reason, Su Chen had requested that Duanya wear a bunny suit during their travels. She questioned if it was truly appropriate for her to wear such attire out in the open, but he assured her it was fine, since in this apocalypse, even if she were to wear absolutely nothing, no one could possibly do anything to stop it. She then asked him if he had ever visited the Science and Technology University in the past. He confirmed he had once to visit a friend and now wondered if he had survived. Duanya reassured him that decent people are usually blessed with good fortune, and because of this, he should not trouble himself with worry. After a bit more time spent traveling, they finally reached the university grounds. It had been completely fortified to endure the horrors of the apocalypse. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and grabbed Duanya to shield her. Just as an unseen assailant rained a hail of bullets upon their boat, the gunman ceased his fire for a moment to demand what they were doing there, and for what reason they had come. This was the Science and Technology University where the mutant rat king had first risen in his past life. He couldn't possibly tell them he was there to investigate that specific event. So instead, he fabricated a story that he came to enlist in the Federal Bureau of Evolution. The guard was completely indifferent to this. He was far more captivated by the bunny girl accompanying him. He made an offer to open the gate for her if she spent a single night with him, and Su Chen would be sent on his way. So they played their trump card, offering up some fresh braised pork as payment for him to open the gate for both of them. The mere sight of real food altered his demeanor instantly, and he commanded the others to unbar the gate as fast as humanly possible, as he had not laid eyes on fresh meat in ages. They docked the speedboat along the side, and the guard demanded that they hand over the pork. The moment they disembarked, he ordered his subordinate to escort them inside, while he claimed the delicious food for himself. As the guards bickered, they failed to notice the devious smirk on both Su Chen and Duanya's faces. He greedily seized the pork for himself, completely unaware that he was devouring an entire monster's hand that had been enchanted by Duanya's potent ability, thanks to the illusionary pork that they had given him. He agreed to grant them entry and send Su Chen to the lab at a later time. The other guard possessed a much more amicable demeanor, and he guided them toward the primary base, where countless other people were lying about, looking exhausted and famished. The ground levels were designated for the elderly, the children, and other various lowlifes. So he generously offered to lead them upstairs to find a more sanitary room. As they were in conversation, a small child approached them, and she appeared unable to walk in a straight line. She offered her apologies and explained to them that she was just feeling a little bit faint. Duanya could see that she looked feeble from prolonged starvation, and gently asked her where her parents were. She informed the bunny-suited girl that they had gone out to search for food, and had not yet returned from their search. So Duanya kindly offered her a piece of bread to sustain her for now. The small child at first refused to accept it, because she was concerned that her bunny sister would go hungry if she accepted a portion of her precious food. Duanya tried to convince her that she would not go hungry if she only accepted a single small piece of bread, but the child still remained unconvinced by her words. So Su-chan revealed one of the grand banquet tables of food and declared that as long as she remained his woman, then she would never know the pain of hunger again. The kid was amazed and offered to be his woman as well. But Duan swiftly shoved a slice of bread into her mouth to silence her and prevent her from spouting any more unnecessary comments. The scent of food attracted a group of thugs towards them, and they violently kicked the other survivors away to get to the banquet of food. Hoarding supplies is a violation of the rules in this new, brutal society, and all valuable materials must be surrendered upon entry in return for what they called contribution points. The enraged men terrified the young girl, and she clung tightly to Duanya, seeking comfort. She told the small girl not to feel any fear and promised her that she would attempt to reason with them. Then she glanced towards Su-chan, seeking his silent confirmation before she rose to her feet to conjure yet another banquet table of food for the thugs to consume. Her eyes began to glow with a sinister, malicious intent as she invited them to eat the grand meal to their heart's content. It was obvious something was terribly wrong with the food, but it appeared so incredibly delicious that the men could not possibly resist. They all shoved each other aside to be the first one to get a taste of the meal, and the food was so exquisite that they nearly wept tears of pure joy. Because of her generosity, they told Duanya they would reward her greatly later on for bringing them all of this incredible food. But they declared they would not let Su-chan off the hook so easily. He was a newcomer who had brazenly violated the rules, so they had no choice but to punish him. And they chose to do so by dragging forth two people who looked completely feral. The punishment was a duel to the death. A battle where he must either kill these two people or be killed by their hands. Su-chan recognized them as the very two brothers he encountered on the tower while navigating his way through the submerged city. The young girl also recognized them as her beloved brothers, who had ventured out to find food and had never returned. She broke down in tears and angrily screamed for the men to let her brothers go. But Duanya held her back, preventing her from charging at them recklessly due to Su-chan's direct intervention earlier. The men had failed their previous mission completely, and as a result, they couldn't acquire enough contribution points to contribute to their settlement. So because of this failure, they had been sentenced to execution. However, simply killing them in such a direct manner would be a terrible waste. So they had drugged them and kept them alive for their cruel amusement. Since both Su-chan and the young girl knew the two brothers, the thugs devised a twisted new condition. If our protagonist were to be defeated, then they would cast the two brothers into the river, along with their distraught little sister. The two brothers appeared to be trapped in some kind of berserker state, most likely induced by some sort of powerful drug. They had been shackled by heavy chains and collars fastened around their necks, and it was clear they did not even recognize him in their state. The thugs roared for them to begin the death match, and they released the unfortunate brothers from their heavy chains, sending them hurtling directly towards Su-chan, poised to unleash their attack. The battle was over as soon as it began, as Su-chan incapacitated them both with a single slap to the first man's face and a precise chop to the other man's neck. They collapsed to the floor in an instant, and the little girl tried to rush to their side, believing they were dead. But Duanya restrained her and assured her that they were perfectly fine. The thugs, on the other hand, were not at all pleased that the fight had concluded so swiftly. They had craved more of a violent spectacle, especially since they had just wasted 2 doses of their valuable special medicine. He decided to brush it aside and continued to menace Su-chan, telling our hero that since they were in a generous mood, if he surrendered all of his valuable supplies, then they would act as if this entire incident never even happened. Su-chan questioned why exactly he should be forced to give up his supplies, and they condescendingly told him that he must be a newcomer there. Anyone who enters the Science and Technology University settlement is required to obey the boss's strict rules, to maintain order and to eliminate any potential freeloaders. They do not tolerate worthless freeloaders in their settlement, and if he wished to remain in this place, then he must acquire contribution points by surrendering resources or by scavenging for supplies in this new camp. Contribution points, he deduced, must be the new form of currency, and just as it was in the world before, It only served to benefit those who created the rules. Suchan appeared to agree to their oppressive terms and informed them that their final bit of food had already been consumed by them, so they had nothing left in their possession to give. Just then, a colossal man appeared and offered Suchan some contribution, points in exchange for his servitude to him. The presence of this massive man immediately caused the thugs, who had been acting so arrogant and mighty, to tremble in absolute fear. They addressed him as Captain Gua, and it was clear that he was the tyrannical leader of the camp. He arrived upon a gigantic throne carried by numerous shackled slaves, while a terrified-looking woman was resting between his powerful legs. He offered them complimentary meals and comfortable lodging, along with high-paying and prestigious positions. And all they were required to do was to pledge their loyalty to him and work diligently. As he was speaking, one of the slaves carrying him stumbled and fell to the ground. Captain Guo wasted no time and brutally plunged a knife, tipped spear straight through the fallen slave's heart, killing him without a moment's hesitation. He informed Suchan that they were now short on manpower, and he had arrived just in time to replace the slave who was no longer of any use. The bunny girl especially could be granted unlimited meals and excellent living accommodations if she were to choose to work directly for him. As he spoke, he roughly grabbed the woman lying against his lap and toyed with her body. He reminded them that this was now the age of the apocalypse, and that all industrial production had completely ceased. By extending to them this generous offer, he was making a monumental sacrifice on their behalf. On top of all that, he had grown tired of the people he had been using thus far, and they were all long overdue for a replacement. The other thugs then yelled at Suchan to accept the offer without delay. When their magnificent boss required a new woman, he would let the others enjoy themselves with his old ones. Their boss, however, had far more pressing concerns besides the new workers he required. He detected a foul stench among his thugs and demanded to know what vile thing they had been consuming. In their haste to devour the food that Duanya had given them earlier, they had forgotten that eating meat without their boss's explicit permission was an offense punishable by death. They immediately prostrated themselves on the ground and begged their boss for his forgiveness. In the future, they swore they would absolutely give him any food they found. First, he commanded them to cease their pathetic groveling and be silent. He was completely uninterested in any food they had been eating, and just the foul odor of it was making him ill. Had they been eating feces or something equally disgusting? When in the world had they discovered that smelled so incredibly foul? This revelation caught Suchan and Duanya completely off guard. Had he somehow managed to see through Duanya's powerful mental control? It seemed that he wasn't even remotely affected by it at all. The thugs informed him that they only consumed the food that Suchan had provided, but with the mental control now completely shattered, they instantly realized what horrors they had been consuming this whole time. Their stomachs revolted against the horrid food, and they all fled to the bathroom, desperate to expel every last bit of what they had been eating. Captain Gua let out a sigh of pure exasperation and wondered how he became surrounded by such utter morons. One day, he vowed he would dispose of all of them and recruit people who were actually competent and reliable. Suchan observed that despite his immunity to Duanya's mental command, he could not detect any awakened abilities from the colossal boss. In spite of that, he exuded an incredibly powerful aura that was perceptible even by him. In addition to that, his mere influence was strong enough to break everyone from Duanya's mental control. He pondered what sort of man Captain Gua truly was, and judging solely by his underlings, he could not possibly be anything benevolent. Our protagonist possessed more than enough power to annihilate the entire camp instantly, but killing them now would only serve to complicate his future plans. First, he needed to locate the mutant rats as his top priority. Then he could deal with all of the rest of them. Captain Gua shattered him from his deep thoughts and questioned our protagonist what he thought of the slavery proposition. Suchan flatly informed the other man that he was not interested, and Captain Gua let out a boisterous laugh. He proclaimed that one day, Suchan would come crawling back to him. Then he summoned another one of the people within the camp and commanded him to assume control of the front position so that he could take his leave. As he departed, Captain Gua ordered one of the survivors to keep a close watch on Duanya. After all, women as beautiful as her were an exceptionally rare find. With the imposing man now gone, Duanya apologized for lacking the power to maintain her mind. Control abilities. That man's mental fortitude was immensely strong, and her powers had absolutely no effect on him whatsoever. Suchin assured her that it was not her fault in the slightest. If those thugs had not died after consuming, then there was undoubtedly something incredibly strange occurring in this camp. They must proceed with extreme caution from this point forward and evade anything that would draw too much unwanted attention to them. One of the other survivors then came up to them as they were in the middle of their discussion. He told them that they had greatly angered the guards, and because of this, they should follow his lead if they wish to remain safe. It appeared that this particular survivor recognized Su-chan, and he formally introduced himself to them as Miao Pu-yuan, the roommate of one of Su-chin's former friends, a man named Tian-yu. They had met the last time he paid a visit to the school, long before the cataclysm had even started. He escorted them to a different building located within the university, one that had not yet been ravaged by the all-consuming floodwaters. There, Duanya was able to use the scarce supplies to treat the two brothers that had been knocked unconscious earlier by Su-chan. Although their inventory of medicine was far from abundant, it would prove to be sufficient for the time being. Thanks to her efforts, the two brothers were no longer in immediate peril, and Duanya had successfully stabilized both of their conditions. The small girl expressed her immense gratitude for her help and remained by her brother's side to look after them. Su-chan inquired of Xiao Mei if all the students were now residing here, and he confirmed that all of the remaining surviving students, irrespective of their gender, were now taking shelter within this very building. Since Tian-yu often extends his aid to everyone in this place, it is now widely considered to be the field team's official territory. The field team is a formidable faction that could even stand against the dreaded Devourer clan that menaced Su-chin before. As they were engaged in conversation, another man strode into the room and inquired if Su-chan would like to become part of their group. It was Tian-yu, and he failed to recognize Su-chan at first glance. But Pu-yuan quickly introduced him, and the field team's commander was absolutely overjoyed to see his old friend again. The two men embraced, and Tian-yu nearly shed tears as he held on to Su-chan. He had almost believed that they would never lay eyes on each other again, as it is exceedingly rare for two sworn brothers like them to reunite after such a prolonged period of time. He proposed that the two of them should go and share a drink together, since he had just returned from a perilous mission not too long ago. He could certainly afford to remain with Su-chan for at least a couple of days. As they were talking, he caught sight of the beautiful Duanya gazing at them, still clad in her bunny costume. Tian-yu instantly recognized her. She was the legendary beauty of their entire university. She was renowned back in those days as the cold goddess. Duanya. She was still feeling embarrassed about the whole situation, and sheepishly told them that those kinds of titles were in the past, and they held no significance now. The faction's leader then asked Xiao Miao how exactly the legendary goddess had managed to find her way to their settlement, and why on earth she was currently dressed as a bunny maid. Now that it had been brought to his attention, Xiao Miao also realized that the woman standing before him was Senior Duan, yet from the prestigious medical school. All of their stares and remarks caused Duanya to cling to Su-chan and plead for a different set of clothes. It was far too humiliating to be dressed in such a manner in front of all of her juniors. Su-chan grinned and agreed to let her find a new change of clothes, while the other two men seethed with absolute jealousy. Afterward, Tian-yu presents her with the sanctuary of a private room to change. The space is in disarray, but he insists she can make herself comfortable anywhere and find a moment of peace. Su-chin's sharp eyes recognize it as a luxurious chamber, a status symbol Tian-yu must have acquired, with an immense sum of contribution points. The faction leader, ever observant, also notes they arrived without a single bag among them. He begins to question the origin of the clothes, but Su-chan masterfully diverts the conversation, inquiring instead about his perilous regular missions. They must indeed be treacherous if they demand many days for him to venture out and return. In this new world, however, there isn't a single place on Earth that isn't steeped in danger. Observing that Su-chan and Duanya still appear so immaculate, he mistakenly believes they've yet to taste the apocalypse's true cruelty. So he presents them with a chance to join his formidable field team, an offer to stand under his protection, A woman as remarkable as Duanya wouldn't even have to forage for provisions. She could simply put her invaluable medical expertise to work and tend to the many wounded fighters. However, before any of that could happen, he had a grave warning he was forced to give them. First, Su-chan must cease his ostentatious displays of power, and most importantly, he is forbidden from dressing such beautiful women in provocative bunny outfits. What madness could have possibly possessed him to pull that stuff? Su-chan attempts to justify his actions, claiming he would protect her, but his sworn brother just smacks him on the head in reply. He reminds the now mighty warrior of a time, a bygone era when he did not possess the immense power he now wields. Way back in high school, when he was relentlessly bullied and never had the courage to retaliate, it was Tianyu who always fought off the tormentors for him. The guard, Captain Gua, is no mere benevolent man, and when a predator like him fixes his gaze upon a woman, they are rarely granted a favorable conclusion. Stunning women like Duanya are certainly no exception to this rule, and now that his predatory eyes are set upon her, he will never release her from his grasp willingly. Meanwhile, inside the supposed safety of the room, the chef hastily tries to shed her ridiculous clothing, but a cold steel blade is suddenly pressed against her throat by a shadow attacker. She nervously questions this new assailant, asking who she is and what her purpose is. The woman doesn't dignify the question with an answer, and instead tells Duanya she is a subordinate sent by her boss to personally escort her to her new accommodations. She's a woman, after all, and she should never be sleeping in such close proximity to all those men. Duanya may not recognize who she is, but we, the viewers, already know this freakish lady is. She's the very same woman who spied on Su-chen's entire battle, back inside the school's administrative building, and she witnessed firsthand the godlike power he truly possesses. At this very moment, though, she's just a simple messenger dispatched to capture the beautiful senior Duanya. The chef tries to reason with her, stating there is already more than enough space in the current settlement, and that she requires no special assistance. But the other woman insists. The boss personally requested her to come immediately, and no one ever refuses. The boss, Duanya, however, is about to become a true pioneer. She unleashes her mind control abilities and issues a command to the woman, forcing her to halt, suddenly unable to command her own body. Then she commands her to let go, and the woman has no choice but to comply, stepping back and lowering her weaponized hand. Using her psychic power to forcibly dominate people is always an immense strain, but she is able to maintain control for a brief period of time. For this moment, however, she has fulfilled her duty, and Su-chan can now handle what comes next. As she moves towards the door to summon the others, the woman forces her body to move and manages to plunge the knife into her own hand. The searing shock of the pain jolts her senses back to her, and she uses this brief moment of clarity to lunge at Duanya. The two of them slam violently against the wall, and a loud commotion alerts the men waiting outside. They pound on the door and demand to know what has happened, as there's no way someone would create so much noise simply by changing their clothes. The assassin attempts to silence her by clamping a hand over her mouth, but it is a futile effort, since they receive no answer from within. They assume the absolute worst and smash their way into the room. The first person to burst in is completely shrouded in shadows, and mysterious attacker does not recognize him at first, so she launches herself at him with blinding, deadly speed, fully prepared to attack and to kill. Tianyu tries to leap in front of him to protect his friend, but that gesture is entirely unnecessary, since the assassin realizes exactly who she is up against now. She bore witness to what he did at the University of Science and Technology, and she knows his dreaded name all too well. At that time, the one they call Su-chan faced an entire horde of zombies by himself and emerged victorious with no effort, although she has taken the lives of many people. Her very instincts scream at her that if she makes one bad move against him, she absolutely will not survive what is about to happen next. With no opportunity to halt her attack or alter her trajectory, she instead drops to a kneel while still rocketing towards him, causing her to skid to a dramatic, grinding halt right at his feet. Then she desperately begs him to punish her, calling him her master. Su-chan has no clue what she could possibly want or what her true intentions are, and she asks if her display of sincerity is not enough to appease him, to demonstrate that she is truly surrendering herself to him. She begins to strip off her clothes and poses the question once more. Is this display good enough to satisfy him? Tianyue mockingly questions our protagonist, asking if his taste in women has truly shifted so drastically, while Xiao Miao nervously averts his gaze. But her shedding her clothes was merely a clever distraction, designed to pull their focus away from her true intentions. With every person in the room now properly stunned, she deploys a concealed smoke bomb, blanketing the entire chamber in an impenetrable, thick fog, before she dashes away in a desperate attempt to escape. Before she can get even a few feet away, Su Chen's hand snaps out, grabbing her by the throat and lifting her off the ground, crushing any and all escape plans that she might have been concocting. He then asks her if she truly believed that she could possibly escape his grasp so easily. And it's quite obvious that he intends to dispose of her for good. The assassin frantically pleads for her life, telling him that he cannot kill her. She reveals to him that the young girl he just saved, along with her two older brothers, have been dragged to the settlement arena. If he dares to kill her, then there will be dire consequences, most especially for those unfortunate three. Su Chun could not care any less about her threats, and contemptuously flings her into the floodwaters just outside the building. The others, however, are far more concerned about the words she just spoke. The girl she was referring to is the young Xiao Mei, and the guards must have abducted her, as well as her two brothers, while their attention was diverted elsewhere. Xiao Miao desperately asks what they are supposed to do now. If they do not rescue them immediately, they will be savaged to death by the colossal mutant rats. The very mention of rats instantly captures Su Chen's full attention, since that was the primary reason he had come to this settlement. In the very first place, he decides to go and investigate for himself, and Tianyu pleads with him to remain composed and avoid any direct conflict. Meanwhile, in the dreaded arena, a terrified Xiao Mei stands alone in the middle of the blood-soaked field, steeled to fight for the lives of her brothers. Captain Gua is seated on a grand stage directly in front of her, clearly the puppet master controlling this entire sadistic spectacle. Since her two brothers have utterly failed to complete their assigned tasks, they have both been handed a sentence of death. However, because she is willing to enter his arena and fight, he has magnanimously decided to grant them one final chance at life. Her two brothers are hanging by their necks just behind the tyrant, mere inches away from their final, agonizing breaths. They weakly try to tell Xiao Mei that she cannot believe his lies and to run, to save her own life. But Captain Gua informs them that it is far too late for that now. Xiao Mei, on the other hand, adamantly refuses to abandon her family. If there is even the slightest glimmer of a chance that her brothers can be free, then she will battle with every ounce of strength she has to get them out of there. She asks the monstrous captain one last time if he will truly release them, and he promises her that he will indeed honor his word, but only on the condition that she manages to survive. Behind her, a massive cage creaks open and a gigantic rat stomps towards her. She has only a heartbeat to turn and face it before it sinks its massive teeth into her arm, causing her to let out a scream of pure agony. Then it hoists her from the ground and violently thrashes her around, preparing to devour her as she struggles for her very life. Memories of her and her beloved brothers begin to flood her mind. She remembers a desperate time when they were all starving, and one of them managed to discover a patch of mushrooms for them to eat. She had warned them that strange mushrooms were extremely dangerous, and her other brother chose to test the mushroom by eating it himself. After all, he could not allow a young girl like his sister, Xiao, Mei to consume something so uncertain. After eating only two of them, he immediately collapsed from the potent poison, and they were barely able to bring him back from the brink of death. That terrifying incident was what spurred the two brothers to journey into the city, to undertake the perilous task of tracking down the elusive Su Chun. If they could succeed and return alive, then they would finally earn precious contribution points, and they would no longer be forced to starve and consume questionable foods. Those two very men who risked everything for their dear sister now screamed for her to flee and not to worry about them anymore. She must survive and live a good life even without them there, and they could not stand to watch her being eaten alive by a monstrous rat. Captain Gua coldly orders his guards to silence their cries, and they kick away the logs supporting the men's weight, causing them to drop and begin to choke on the tightening ropes. Xiao Mei screams in horror, for her dying brothers and desperately tries to fight back against the giant rat. She takes the large, sturdy stick she's been holding and plunges it directly into the rat's massive eye. This causes the creature to shriek in agony and finally release her. Then she makes a frantic dash to try and save her brothers and yells for them to just hang in there. It was a rather poor choice of words, but her courageous heart was in it. The rat monster quickly recovers and manages to charge after the girl, before pinning her down beneath its massive paw. Captain Gua roars with laughter at the whole spectacle of her trying to save her. Dune brothers, as Xiao Mei sobs for them. There is no longer any path for her to escape, and all hope seems utterly lost, while the monstrous rat looms menacingly above her. In one final desperate effort, she screams for anyone to come and save them. And in that instant, Su Chun arrives like a thunderbolt, obliterating the rat with a single, contemptuous slap to its face. The others arrive right behind him, and Tianyu screams at Su Chun, calling him far too impulsive. To Su Chun, however, that was an absurdly easy kill. These pathetic creatures were nothing more than overgrown rodents. Captain Gua can only stare at him in utter disbelief, but manages to swiftly regain his composure. He never anticipated someone would dare to enter his arena willingly. But since it is death that our protagonist so clearly desires, then he will be more than happy to grant it. As he speaks, massive gates begin to rise all around them, and the hordes of rats inside scramble over each other to escape. Su Chun stares them down, preparing to take on an entire army of giant rats, with one hand casually tucked in his pocket, while Su Chun confronts the teeming horde of rats. Xiao Mei and Tianyu successfully free the two brothers from their cruel death traps. They express their immense gratitude for her saving them, but the small girl reminds them that it was actually Su Chun who had saved them all. Meanwhile, on the higher floors, with a view overlooking the entire arena, a drenched assassin observes the match with pure contempt, while standing dutifully behind a shadowy scientist. The man dressed in the lab coat inquires if Su Chun is the special research specimen that she mentioned. She immediately confirms that he is indeed the one, a subject with far superior genes that will undoubtedly solve the inherent instability of the Doomsday genes. If they can achieve that goal, then they will be able to make the terrifying rats that were created using their latest cutting-edge technology, even larger and more ferocious than ever before. Su Chun stares those very same rats down, and it seems that both sides are poised to attack at moment's notice. The scientist has incredibly high hopes for our protagonist, but if he should perish here, then he is not worthy of becoming their ultimate experimental subject. Su Chun wastes no time in unintentionally proving his immense worth. By effortlessly slaughtering several giant rats in less than a single second, his companions can only gasp in absolute shock. And Tianyu wonders if this is even the same Su Chun he truly knows. Unfortunately, despite all of his incredible showing off, there were absolutely no crystal nuclei inside any of the giant rats. That meant that his only remaining hope of acquiring one would be to take it from the legendary Rat King. Just then, as if it were summoned on cue, someone makes a broadcast from the speakers installed all around the camp. It is the voice of the scientist who has been overseeing the battle this entire time, and he informs everyone who is present that Su Chun is the invaluable experimental material he requires for his work. He commands Captain Gua and Tianyu to bring him up immediately, whether he is still breathing or already dead. It seems the two powerful bosses of this settlement answered him, and Captain Gua is more than eager to deliver Su Chun for the purpose of experimentation. Xiao Mei quietly urges Duanya to flee with him at once, because the situation has now become incredibly dire. If she does not escape at this very moment, then she will never be able to leave again in the future. She tells him that she will not leave as long as Su Chun is still here. Captain Gua scornfully tells Tianyu that he knows the field team leader and Su Chun are sworn brothers. So now that he has received a direct command from their supreme boss, what will he choose to do? Will he remain loyal to his brother, or will he side with the very man who helped him survive this apocalypse? Su Chun completely ignores the fat madman and asks Tianyu what is truly going on and why things are descending into utter chaos. The faction leader reveals to him that the man above is Lu Heyun. At the dawn of the apocalypse, The scientist created a powerful drug that greatly enhances people's strength. And because of that, he was able to seize control of the entire university. But nothing in this new world comes without a price. The drug forces its user to trade their own life force in exchange for that power. Once they cease taking the drug, they become even weaker than anyone else around them due to their crippling dependence on the drug. They're forced to obey all commands from the scientist, no matter what. His only glimmer of hope in this desperate situation is Su-chan, who offers a path of escape from the drug's enslavement, but only on the condition that Tian-yu follows him. The faction leader solemnly bows his head and informs his brother that, regrettably, he does not possess a choice in this grave matter. Captain Gua cackles wildly at this seeming betrayal between two brothers. Witnessing them turn their backs on each other only serves to motivate him to eliminate our protagonist once and for all. He lunges towards Su-chun, ready to strike the younger man down. But at the very last second, Tian-yu explodes into action and kicks Captain Guo away before he can land his attack. The colossal man clearly never expected such an attack and is sent hurtling backwards by the force of the kick. He lets out an aggressive growl aimed at Tian-yu, who proceeds to tear off his own shirt. Fully prepared for a life-or-death battle between the two captains, despite the overwhelming odds stacked against him. He has chosen to stand for what is right and for those he cares about. Tian-yu declares to the giant man that he is betraying the doctor because he only wishes to use the drug to enslave and control them. There is no longer any reason to stand beside a tyrant who is using his life as nothing more than a bargaining tool. If he now has nothing left to lose, then it will not matter if he perishes at the end of this day. But if anyone dares to lay a hand on his precious brother, then he will fight them to the bitter, bloody end. Su-chan smiles proudly at his brother as he stands before the entire group. In that single moment, the faction leader looks precisely like our protagonist. Remembers him from so many years ago. Tian-yu rushes forward to clash with the mighty captain, and the larger man vows to crush them all into dust together, since he is so eager to embrace death. Tian-yu manages to land a flurry of powerful punches all across Captain Guo's massive body. But the larger boss is about to reveal his hidden trump card. Their boss knew that he would betray them, so he had given the captain a much higher level drug than he ever gave to Tian-yu. Thanks to that, the fat on his body is now his strongest defense, meaning that no one can possibly harm him. The captain raises his deadly weapons high above his head and brings them crashing down upon the unsuspecting Tian-yu. The faction leader just barely manages to catch both of the clubs before they can crush him. But the immense shockwave causes him to cough up blood. Then Captain Guo flips a hidden switch on the weapon that causes raw electricity to surge violently through them. Tian-yu barely manages to hold on. But just as it seems he is about to finally collapse, Su-chun intervenes to aid his struggling brother. He rushes in with a massive kick to both of the metal mallets and uses his feet to wrench them from Captain Guo's powerful hands, causing them to pierce deep into his own body as he falls backwards. The deep stab wounds from the mallets and a massive surge of electricity causes Captain Guo to immediately pass out dead on the spot. The incredible feats Su-chun pulls off just seem to get more and more interesting as time passes. Thus far, the scientist has expended all of his resources and manpower to discover ways to evolve humans into truly perfect beings. And his research has indeed led to some significant breakthroughs in his experiments. However, our protagonist's recent and overwhelming display of strength proves that all of those experiments were ultimately pointless. The one true perfect human has been out there this entire time. The scientist grants Su-chun one final opportunity to join his cause and become the first truly perfect human being in existence. Of course, Su-chun knows that there is far more to his plan than just humans. When he speaks of so-called perfect humans, what he is truly referring to is, in fact, a rat. To the scientist, rat genes are the most similar to human genes, and by utilizing the genes of these rodents, he can engineer an unstoppable army of rat men and then conquer the world. In that case, the apocalypse would transform into a personal heaven for him and his rat army. Su-chun believes the entire plan sounds utterly ridiculous and brazenly rejects the offer right on the spot. Liu Heyun can only surmise that this must mean that Su-chun has failed to comprehend just how magnificent his evolution project can truly be. All he has to do to convince our defiant protagonist. The assassin from before lines up a perfect sniper shot from the window, looking down upon the arena, and she fires. Suchin effortlessly dodges what appears to be a tranquilizer dart, and it flies directly into Captain Guo's massive chest. The large man immediately begins to mutate into a horrifying new beast, and the electrified mallets are also absorbed into his very body. The big man was formerly a professional sumo wrestler, and his massive fat made him highly resistant to most heavy attacks. Combining that with the level 3 drug that was just forcibly injected into him, his raw strength has been greatly enhanced. And on top of that, any damage he now sustains is healed in an instant. Suchun still could not care any less about this, and sends a flaming middle finger up towards the deranged doctor. Absolutely nothing about this is great, as far as he is concerned. This entire grotesque setup is just a grand excuse to transform people into monsters. That final insult is the last straw for the maniacal Liu Heian, and he commands a newly mutated Captain Guo to kill Suchun, so that he can then extract the genes he needs from the resulting corpse. The monster lets out a roar and immediately charges towards Suchun with a deadly sumo spin. Our protagonist manages to catch the rolling man just in time. Then, he plunges his entire arm into the large man's head and rips out the battery pack from the electric mallets before stuffing it directly into Captain Guo's mutated, grotesque face. The battery pack immediately detonates, which should be more than enough damage to kill the large man. However, thanks to his newly enhanced healing factor, his horrific wounds heal in an instant, leaving him terribly disfigured but still strong enough to continue the fight. Suchun finds this entire thing incredibly annoying and rushes back in to put an end to the man and stop this fight once and for all. He lands a devastating punch directly to what should be the creature's jaw, causing the man to collapse into a deep crater. Then he increases his speed as he continues his assault, kicking up a thick curtain of dust while also pummeling the mutated man. In this current world, very few people are aware of superpowers, so it would be most advantageous not to let others witness how he uses them. Because of this, he uses the thick dust and dirt to his advantage, which allows him to do as he pleases while remaining perfectly camouflaged. His primary issue is the fact that Captain Guo continues to recover, no matter how much catastrophic damage he sustains, despite how much he has mocked the entire thing. At the end of the day, Professor Liu Heian's research is truly and remarkably impressive. Thankfully, Suchin's subspace doesn't just hold his supplies. It also contains something massive enough to completely crush the man and ensure that he will have nothing left to regenerate from. He tears open his subspace power and summons his ultimate secret weapon, which is several tons of solid concrete and rebar. The immense noise startles all the onlookers outside, but the massive wall of dust prevents them from seeing anything clearly. Once the dust finally settles, Suchun is sitting in the very center, on top of the piles of rubble, with the fatty now buried deep beneath all of the heavy debris. Liu Heian begins to panic after witnessing all of that unfold. At this point, he no longer cares who Suchun is or how special his genes might be. All he cares about now is the fact that our protagonist dared to provoke him, and now he will do whatever it takes to ensure our overpower. Main character dies without even the dignity of a proper burial. All around him, the numerous cages begin to rise, as thousands of rats prepare to swarm all around them and attack. Suchun isn't worried in the slightest. He's in fact excited because he planned to make sure none of them would survive either. The others turn and realize that they have been completely and utterly surrounded. The rat-like people who begin to emerge from the cages are all of the people who were once sent to the laboratory. It seems that Liu Heian has transformed them all into his personal rat-man, and now they obey his every command without a single thought. Suchun cannot be bothered to deal with these small fry minions. His true target is the deranged scientist watching over them from above. If he does not ascend and deal with Liu Heian directly, then the endless armies of mutant rats will never, ever end. Because of that, he must leave them behind temporarily so that he can eliminate the source. Duanya recalls that. He once told her that she must possess value to remain by his side. If she fails to prove that she can stand on her own 2 feet here, then there is a very real chance that he will be forced to abandon her. With that realization, she understands her mission, and she assures him that she will keep them all under her control. Even with that, he tells her that if she needs him and cannot handle it, then she must call out his name as loudly as she can. With Su-chan now gone, she immediately assumes command of the entire situation and steps up to take charge of the group. There are a staggering number of rats surrounding them, and she has never attempted to control so many creatures at once. But in this dire situation, she has no other choice but to do it with her mind. She controls a massive number of rats, completely stopping them, while the rest of the group focuses on killing as many of them as they can. Meanwhile, Lu Heian continues to observe the carnage from the top floor of his ivory tower. He now considers the people fighting alongside Duanya to be nothing but traitors. But it doesn't matter to him in the slightest, since they will all become food for his rat men soon enough. Suddenly, one of his assistants reports that Su-chan has completely wiped out the security personnel inside the building, and that he has now breached the room of someone named Miss Yun. That information captures Lu Heian's attention immediately, and it seems that particular room is of extreme importance to him. He rips off his pristine lab coat and commands his assistants to inject the unstable Doomsday gene into him. They warn him that the gene is still highly unstable and that it is far too great a risk to take. But the mad scientist does not care at all. Right now, he must personally go and deal with Su-chan and make him pay dearly for everything he has dared to do this day. Our protagonist calmly walks through the mysterious Miss Yun's room and gazes into several tanks filled with what appear to be failed, or perhaps still developing experiments. All of the subjects have ghoulish, darkened skin, and they appear to be completely and horribly disfigured. But one of the containers immediately catches his eye. Inside of it, there is a woman covered in nothing but bandages, floating silently in the green, viscous liquid of the tanks. Unlike all of the other horrific experiments, it appears that she has not been mutated or tampered with in any way. The woman is Yun, the very same woman from the bar that Su-chan had visited just before the apocalypse began. It seems that somehow she had managed to survive for this long, most likely thanks to his timely advice. But he never, ever expected to meet her again in a place like this. He doesn't have a moment to dwell on it, though. And right now, he must focus on getting her to safety. He pulls back his fist and smashes it into the glass, shattering the entire tank in a single, powerful hit. Then he gently pulls Yun out and cradles her against his chest. She slowly begins to awaken and instantly recognizes his face. He tells her not to worry and vows to get her out of this place. But she is far more concerned about the fact that she is startled. Their unexpected reunion is cut short by a harsh, raspy voice, screaming at him to let her go at once. Then, in a flash, an arrow made of ice shoots out towards him, aimed directly for his head. He manages to catch it just in time, while still holding on to Yun. Lu Heian emerges from the darkness and yells again for him to get his filthy hands off of Yun. According to him, that is the very woman that he has chosen. And Su-chan, so much as touching her makes him incredibly angry. It seems that he has somehow acquired powerful ice abilities, but they're no match whatsoever for our protagonist. He snaps the cheaply made arrow in his powerful hands, causing it to fall apart. Then he asks Lu Heian if he selects women, as if he were merely shopping for some merchandise. He can't just simply decide to own another person out of nowhere and then choose to keep them without their consent. They exist in a world shattered by the apocalypse. In this brutal new era, the unawakened are little more than insects. But a being like him, wielding the very essence of evolution, is destined to ascend and dominate this ruined world. In his twisted mind, for her to become his woman is a supreme honor. That arrogant declaration only solidifies Su-chen's conviction. This man is every bit the deranged tyrant the Whispers claim. A desperate Yun clings tightly to our hero, pleading with him not to abandon her to this fate. She is terrified by the nightmarish situation she's trapped in, and Su-chen's arrival is her only beacon of hope. This sight ignites an even greater fury within Lu Heian. He clenches his jaw with a grinding sound, demanding one final time that Su-chan release his prize. Then, he explodes forward in a furious charge, his roar echoing his twisted claim. Yin Yun is mine. She belongs to me. Su Chen's reaction is instantaneous. He kicks a nearby shelf, sending it flying to impede the madman. But the man contemptuously smacks it aside as if it were paper. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Yin Yun surges upward, planting a kiss directly on Su Chen's lips, a defiant reward for her gallant rescue. She breathlessly tells him she's still furious with him for deserting her in their last encounter. This is merely her collecting the debt he owed. But that final act of defiance drains her remaining strength. In an instant, she slumps against his shoulder and loses consciousness. That singular act pushes Liu Heiyun past the point of no return. He doubles over, consumed by a teeth-grinding, venomous rage. This is the ultimate, most profound betrayal he could imagine. The sheer fury causes his sanity to finally shatter completely. In that moment, a dark resolution forms. If she will not be his, then she will descend into hell right alongside Su Chen. With a roar, he initiates his grotesque evolution. The raw power tears his clothing into worthless ribbons. His eyes blaze with an unholy white light as veins bulge across his form. His skin then begins to darken and harden ominously. His teeth elongate and sharpen until they become monstrous fangs. His body contorts and expands as his flesh tightens around his frame. His very fingernails twist into razor-sharp claws. By the time the horrific mutation completes, he has become a horrifying chimera, a vicious half-man, half-rat monstrosity. He then vows to Su Chen that he will witness the true power of a deity. But Su Chen remains completely unfazed by the display. He calmly supports the unconscious Yun Yun, coolly inviting the newly formed beast to bring his assault. Gently, he lays Yun Yun on the cold floor, telling her to find some rest against the wall. Even unconscious, she weakly murmurs about her hunger, so he offers her a piece of his own chocolate. Yun Yun appears exceptionally weak and fragile, a consequence of her prolonged imprisonment inside this lab. And a flicker of genuine worry crosses Su Chen's features as the two share this brief, quiet moment. Su Chen's eyes flash as he instantly detects a hostile aura. A hideous monster materializes right beside him, enraged that the pair seems to be ignoring its presence. The creature looks utterly menacing with its bared teeth and long claws, poised to rip them into a bloody mess. It hisses that they will soon meet their final judgment, punished for the audacity of being so distracted. But Su Chen's cool, unwavering composure remains intact. He is entirely unmoved by the foul creature's empty threats. The monster's form appears emaciated and deathly ill. Its body is skinny, an utterly revolting sight. In a flash, Su Chen weaves a single hand sign, obliterating the monster's upper torso. Gore from the mutated rat explodes across the chamber, its blood and viscera painting the walls in a gruesome display. It is a truly fitting demise for such a repulsive beast. As the crimson rain settles around him, Su Chen voices his disappointment, asking if that was the extent of its power. The expression on his face reveals he was anticipating a far greater challenge. But this monster was clearly unprepared for Su Chen's overwhelming might. Meanwhile, Yin Yin manages to finish the offered chocolate. She stirs, asking if the people fighting below are his comrades, her gaze drifting toward the window from the corner of her eye. Su Chen quietly confirms that they are indeed his allies. With newfound resolve, she grabs a chair, proclaiming she intends to repay him for his every action. It is only right, considering he had just saved her very life. Yun Yun hurls the chair, shattering the large window into fragments. She then readies herself to leap down to the floor below, intent on saving Su Chen's companions from a fray. She casts one final, meaningful glance at Su Chen, warning him that Liu Huyin is not so easily dispatched. She urges him to exercise extreme caution. Following her warning, she plunges from the broken window. As she falls, her form begins to expand rapidly, and by the moment her feet touch the war-torn ground, she has grown tall enough to tower over all who stand near. The impact of her landing terrifies Su Chen's friends. It takes them a stunned moment to process what just transpired. Duanya and the others whirl in shock to see the colossal woman, who is now crying out in pain that she landed squarely on her. But the bunny girl can scarcely believe the spectacle before her eyes. Meanwhile, Tianyu, can only process that a giant woman has somehow crashed their battle, despite her incredible increase in stature. The bandages wrapped around her body miraculously remain intact amidst the ruined structures and debris surrounding them. They find it impossible to accept they're seeing a literal giantess, while they struggle to comprehend this bizarre turn of events. Countless bodies of the rat army lay slain all around them. Yun Yun grits her teeth in agony, still attempting to recover from the sheer pain of her land. She eventually forces herself to stand and begins to stride across the corpse-littered battlefield. The other survivors are still questioning how a colossal woman could materialize from thin air. As Yun Yun lumbers past, Tianyu desperately begs not to be crushed, especially since he has a very compromising view from his position. He even exclaims that he can make out the color. Her massive foot comes down, crushing one of the rats beneath. The creature lets out a pained shriek, writhing helplessly under her leg. As the rat struggles futilely beneath the giantess's foot, Yun Yun finally begins to process what exactly her newfound allies have been desperately fighting against. She lifts her foot, peering down for a closer inspection, while the other rat fiends gaze up at her from ground. The rats all recoil, terrified of the oppressive aura Yun Yun exudes. But before she can fully process that they are rats, a horde of them begins pouring out from the ruined buildings, sprinting directly towards her massive form. All of them are now burning with a need to avenge their fallen brother. They surge across the now desolate war zone, snatching any unfortunate human they can seize. As they launch their assault, some of the fighters desperately attempt to flee, but only a precious few manage to escape the tide. The rest are swallowed by the monstrous wave, doomed to become nothing more than rat food. The moment Yun Yun realizes she's battling giant, mutated rats, she is overcome with sheer panic. She shrieks and cries for aid, unable to tolerate the monstrous vermin. Everyone else begins to scramble away from her in terror, because in her fear, she begins to stomp the ground wildly. This means she might accidentally crush both ally and enemy alike. In her mindless panic, the shockwave from her stomps send everyone running for their lives. She continues screaming at the creatures to get away from her, while the other humans futilely try to calm her down, fearing she might stomp them into oblivion. Most abandon the effort and simply try to flee the chaos. From above, Su Chun observes the bedlam, marveling at Yun Yun's ridiculously powerful and chaotic ability. But unknown to him as he gazes out the window, the slain rat parts in the room begin to writhe, morph, and regenerate. He whips his head around to see the creatures surging towards him once more, yet he knows he is more than capable of handling them. Su Chun offers no resistance as the rat swarm climbs all over his body. He acknowledges with a smirk that Lu Huyin is not so easily slain. He then allows himself to be completely engulfed by the monstrous swarm. His calm and controlled demeanor never once faltered. The individual rats merge into a single, grotesque mass around him, reforming the horrific body that could only belong to the Rat King. Mere seconds later, he has been completely consumed by them, but not for a single moment does he struggle against the depths of the horde. Lu Huyin's hand emerges from the mass, like some dark being resurrected from the very depths of hell. The massive rat beast appears, its body now fully reformed. Now, he is fully transformed into the Rat King that Su Chun had been hunting. He laughs maniacally, boasting that his body is essentially immortal, mocking Su Chin's worthless attempts to bring about his end. Now that the primary obstacle in his path has been dealt with, it is now time for him to begin his conquest of the world. The warriors below are stunned as the rat horde abruptly ceases its relentless attack. They all stand frozen, like mindless puppets on a string, as if their consciousnesses have been linked into a single hive mind, and they are now awaiting the commands of their master. Dwaynia and her allies wonder why the rats have suddenly gone still, with the entire horde acting in perfect unison. They all turn their gaze upward to the top of the structure, where their sovereign stands like a true storybook villain, poised to enact his grand design upon the world. There, at the precipice, Lu Huyin revels in his moment of glory. He stands and grins with his utterly repulsive, mutated body, certain that he has achieved victory and that all hope for his foes is lost. His eyes gleam with an arrogant, overconfident light. The fighters below instantly recognize him as the king of the rats. A wave of panic washes over them as they behold the sinister creature. As one, All the rats kneel in perfect synchronicity, swearing their unwavering fealty to their sovereign, paying homage to the one who grants them their very existence. The bunny girl and her remaining companions are astonished that the rats possess enough intelligence to even perform such a coordinated ritual. Meanwhile, the giant Yun Yun continues to stomp about as she swats the rats aside and bellows for them to clear her path. She is already infuriated by the presence of the foul creatures. She has no patience for their equally unappealing king, complicating the situation any further for her. She stomps right up to the newly crowned Lu Huyen, directly confronts him, and demands to know where our hero has gone. She is fully prepared to challenge the Rat King then and there, if he refuses to reveal Su Chen's whereabouts. Besides, she still hasn't had her fill of his delicious chocolate. Lu Huyen remains completely unmoved by the defiant giantess before him. He coldly informs Yun Yun that her precious savior is no more. He feels utterly disrespected that she dares speak to him with such disdain, and he has absolutely no intention of tolerating. He warns her that she is courting her own destruction, and the deeply unsettling smile on his face shows that he is more than ready to make good on that threat. Yun Yun, failing to notice the danger until it is too late, is swarmed as rats climb her colossal body and claw at her skin. She roars in frustration and scolds them for diverting her from her objective of dealing with their king. But it is not only her who is suffering under the onslaught of these relentless beasts. The bunny girl and the other unfortunate survivors are finding it impossible to keep pace with the rat horde because the creatures have suddenly entered a berserker state, attacking them with a terrifying new ferocity. While they desperately try to hold their ground and maintain their position, Yun Yun has been overwhelmed and forced down by the rat swarm, who now look poised to tear her limb from limb. She futilely attempts to shield her face with her hands, exposing the rest of her massive body to the attack. Lu Huyen laughs at their hopeless struggle and boasts of how he will unleash his rat army upon the entire globe. But his triumphant monologue is abruptly cut short by Su Chen's voice. Our hero's hand erupts from the depths of the swarm as he apologizes for the time it took him to locate the crystal core. The mad scientist is unable to comprehend what has happened. A look of utter bewilderment contorts his monstrous features as he stammers that Su Chen should have been utterly consumed by now. But he has gravely underestimated just how powerful our hero truly is. With his bare hands, Su Chen rips the beast's chest wide open, carving his way out from the heart of the chaos. He splits the Rat King completely in two and steps forth, his gaze ferocious and a crimson glint shining in his eyes. His body is now covered in glowing red markings, and Lu Huyen, despite being torn asunder, still cannot believe this turn of events. Su Chen looks down on him, pleased that he has finally claimed the prize he was seeking. Clutched in his hand is the pulsating, glowing crystal core of the Rat King. With the Rat King's core now gone, the mutated rats descend into a state of vicious, mindless frenzy. The makeshift barricades can barely restrain them, as they contort their bodies to squeeze through any opening. More of the creatures begin to emerge from tight crevices and corners, hunting for their next victim to devour. They pour from holes in the walls and erupt from the ground, and as they reveal themselves, they clutch the skeletal remains of their pathetic past victims. The men still trapped in the desperate battle are completely exasperated at the sight of these new monsters. One of them screams in frustration that the rats are now squeezing through even the most minuscule of openings. The man cries out, terror etched in his eyes as he runs for his very life. He yells for his companion to watch his footing near a drainage ditch. The young girl's bald-headed brother freezes in his tracks instantly as he spots a rat emerging from the dark maw of the sewers. He grits his teeth, standing completely still, as the monster sniffs the air, seeking its next prey to attack. Tragically for the bald man, the rat lunges, its jaws clamping onto his leg in a vice-like grip. He is paralyzed with shock, with no idea how to react, as he screams while more rats erupt from the depths and begin to drag him down into the filth of their sewer lair. He struggles violently, yelling at the rats to unhand him, but all hope for him has vanished. He tries desperately to escape, his fingers clawing at the ground, but the monster's grip on him is unbreakable. The other brother watches in horror and calls out to the man being dragged to his doom, while the little girl clings tightly to his shoulders. Tears stream down both of their faces as they witness him being pulled into the unknown darkness. There is absolutely nothing they can do. And as their brother is claimed by his dark fate, he tells them not to grieve for his sake, attempting to soothe their minds as the monsters drag him away. At this point, Tianyu is practically seeing the light already, his voice gradually fading into silence as the rats finally pull him under. The rats retreat into their subterranean depths to begin their feast, as the two siblings continue to cry out for their lost brother. On another front, Tianyu Wei is on the verge of total exhaustion. He looks as though he can no longer continue holding back the endless rats. His face is a mask of injuries, and his mouth is bleeding profusely. The bags under his eyes are so heavy it appears he's about to collapse. The faction leader understands that this entire ordeal is too much for him. He looks as though he is moments away from passing out. Su-chan must appear quickly and intervene, or everything they fought for will be lost. With the last vestiges of his strength, he continues his desperate struggle against the rat horde. He slashes at the monsters as they close in around it, but he has already surpassed his absolute limit. The rats would never pass up a chance to attack weakened prey, so even more of them now swarm his position. At this point, Tianyu is practically seeing the light already. He is beyond exhausted. He can barely force his eyes to stay open. His arms finally give out, and it appears the end has finally come for him. After the last of his energy dissipates, he resigns himself to his fate. Yin as well is being overrun by the monsters. The creatures swarm all over her, sinking their teeth into her body, causing her to wince and cry out in excruciating pain. The buildings around her continue to sustain immense damage as she thrashes about in agony. Dunjia is not faring much better. The rat monsters charge directly at her, and she knows that it is impossible to block out or mentally dominate all of them at once. Tianyu gazes hopelessly towards the sky, and he suddenly spies a dark figure at the apex of the building. The mysterious figure leaps from the rooftop, and in an instant lands directly in front of them all, exuding a menacing aura as it touches down. The impact of its landing obliterates several of the foul rats, sending them flying. It possesses a face shrouded in shadow and a bright, sinister-looking grin. The shadow's aura is overwhelmingly powerful, and Tianyu is frozen to the spot. Crippled by fear, he shouts that it must be the Rat King, and believes that his end has truly arrived. Dronzer is on the verge of tears, as she fears that Su-chan might have failed to vanquish the Rat King. It seems utterly impossible that he could have failed in his mission, considering the immense power he wields. The monster then speaks, its voice resonating as it tells them not to fear. The former chef immediately recognizes the voice as belonging to Su-chan. Her terror subsides, and she is able to calm herself slightly. The dark, oppressive aura around him begins to recede from his face, and it is revealed that it is, in fact, our protagonist. Despite their gravest fears, he succeeded in striking down the Rat King and absorbing its power. However, the lingering consciousness within the crystal core now seeks to devour him. Thanks to his indomitable mental fortitude, he is just barely managing to suppress it in this dire situation. He is not one to lose a battle of sheer willpower. A wicked smile plays across his face as the shadowy aura gradually dissipates from his body. Tianyu is overjoyed to finally see his brother once again. Su-chan expresses his gratitude to the faction leader for his tireless efforts and for how he managed to hold back the endless horde until the Rat King could be vanquished, just as the shadow completely fades from his body. The mutated rats all fixate their gaze upon him. Now that a new, powerful threat has joined the battle, they look eager to feast. They all surge towards him from behind, hoping to catch him unaware and overwhelm him with sheer numbers. And Tianyu screams a warning for him to be careful as he sees the monsters charging him. Nevertheless, Su-chan remains completely unfazed. He slightly tilts his head and commands the monsters to get lost, with a devilish glare burning in his eyes. The rats instantly halt in their tracks. The pure fury in Su-chan's gaze causes them all to scurry away in terror. They turn and flee, clearly terrified of confronting our hero. All of them look as if they have just witnessed a specter of death. The very barriers that were meant to hold back the mutated rats now serve as their primary escape route. As they desperately squeeze their bodies through the tiny holes, the others escape through their network of underground tunnels, and the rest flee through the ventilation systems. The remaining human survivors cannot believe what they are witnessing. They wonder, What could have possibly caused the rats to suddenly become terrified and retreat? Now, with the great battle finally over, it seems as though they have only narrowly survived this entire ordeal. Even though Su-chan is not truly the Rat King, the residual power of the Crystal Core is more than enough to intimidate the Ratmen into a full retreat. If he had not returned in the nick of time, they would have just continued to pour from every corner and relentlessly attack them. But there is no time for celebration yet. Tianyu suddenly begins to cough violently. Now, his body is suffering from severe withdrawal from the scientist's drug. Su-chan rushes to support his faltering brother as the man looks ready to collapse and lose consciousness. It seems the performance-enhancing drugs the scientist provided them were also laced with a potent type of poison. It grants its user immense strength, just as they had believed, but the more power they exerted, the more severe the poison's effect. Su-chan desperately turns to Yun, asking what he can do to save his friend. She informs him that back inside Luo He-yun's laboratory, there lies a corpse that holds the very key to their problem. If he can reach it and successfully extract a sample of its blood, then they can utilize it to create a serum that should be potent enough to neutralize the deadly poison. With a clear and urgent mission now in his mind, Su-chan ventures back into the treacherous laboratory to locate the monstrous specimen that Yun described. He arrives at a door deep within the facility where he found the Rat King and speculates if this is the location that Yun was referring to. The moment he arrives, he senses a powerful, oppressive aura seeping from beneath the heavy door. Something deeply unnatural is contained behind that door, and he can feel its presence even from the outside. With no alternative, he pushes the heavy door open, releasing what feels like a blast of stale, frozen air that had been sealed within the lab. He realizes that stepping into this room feels akin to crossing the event horizon of a black hole. As he enters, he appears to phase through a thin, invisible barrier that was blocking the entrance to the laboratory. He shatters through it, but cannot believe the sensation it gives him. To him, it feels as though he has just passed through a wall of pure psychic energy. He quickly scans his body to see if anything has been altered, but there are no changes. He glances forward and becomes utterly confused by who he sees before him. From what Yun had told him, there is supposed to be nothing but corpses inside this lab, but instead of a decaying body, he sees a woman sitting and working diligently at the computer before her. From the way she greets him, it is almost as if she was anticipating his arrival. The woman turns and addresses him warmly as her classmate. Lu. Su-chan is perplexed as to why she is calling him Lu. She must surely be mistaken. After all, he bears no resemblance to that deranged scientist. He turns to examine himself in a reflection of a nearby piece of lab equipment. But to his shock, he sees that he truly does have the face of Lu Haiyun. He instantly deduces that this must be some form of powerful illusion, and that he must find a way to break free from it quickly. For the time being, however, his only option is to play along with this elaborate trick. He greets the older woman, addressing her as Professor Xiao. She smiles and invites him to come and take a seat beside her. Su-chan correctly assumes he has somehow entered Lu Haiyun's memories, since it seems he is now reliving the man's past experiences. Xiao then removes her jacket, and he asks her what she's doing. She casually replies that the lab is quite stuffy, and she needs to cool down. On a nearby table, a live crab is being used as an experiment subject. Lu explains to her that a very common parasite is found in these crabs. She confirms this, noting that it is a truly bizarre creature that uses its host's body for its own protection, while coexisting with it symbiotically. It is a parasitic organism known as a saculina, and that is the creature that they are both supposed to be researching, or at least that is what they were supposed to be doing, until Professor Xiao comes up with a much better idea. As they peer closer at the specimen, Xiao asks if he finds the creature alluring. She then rests against his back and begins to caress his chest. Lu is trying with all his might to maintain his composure, but she is not making it easy for him in the slightest, considering how incredibly revealing her attire is. She continues to sensually rub his chest, making him increasingly more nervous by the second. The moment grows more intense as she leans in close to him and purrs that she didn't expect him to be so knowledgeable and also possess such an impressive physique. As Lu, Su-chan gives a sly, knowing smile, looking as though he is now ready. To make the absolute most of his current predicament, he swivels his chair around, and Xiao sits directly on his lap, looking almost as if she is attempting to push him down. He tells her that she must have dressed so provocatively, with the specific intent of influencing him, and he is not one to pass up such an opportunity with a beautiful woman. She replies that she would much rather practice some chemistry with him than continue to work on their experiment. The moment becomes especially heated between the two of them. In the chair, Lu is sitting and begins to make squeaking noises as the two of them are having their illicit fun. As they continue to fool around inside the lab, Lu presses the professor up against the large glass window. In that moment, she happens to glance outside and notices that the moon is looking rather strange. It is the fateful day that the apocalypse is set to begin, and the moon unleashes its blindingly hot burst of energy into the room, directly onto the unsuspecting couple, who both happen to be wearing very little clothing at the time. Suddenly, they find themselves engulfed in a blazing hot fire. She screams and begs for the curtains to be drawn immediately. The intense heat is far too much for them to bear, and they can only wonder when this hell will finally end. The room that was once for pleasure has been turned into a survivor's hole, and the two of them desperately try to ration the few supplies left in the lab. After some time has passed, Xiao tells Lu that they are running critically low on food, but that she's going to be the one to take the last of the snacks they have. There's only a small bag of junk food left. That would only be enough to sustain a single person. Lu becomes absolutely furious as she reaches for it and slaps her away with tremendous force before she can touch the bag. He stares down at her with a menacing glare as he coldly tells her that the supplies are far more valuable than her own life. The scientist looks as though something dark has taken possession of him, and you can see the unbridled, furious rage burning in his eyes. The professor trembles in fear and apologizes profusely for taking the food, saying that she was simply too hungry to resist. She cannot believe her eyes when he picks up a sharp scalpel and decides that if he moves quickly enough, he will be able to retrieve the rest of the food still in her stomach that has not yet been digested. He fully intends to cut her open and salvage whatever meager meal he can find inside of her with a single, firm swipe of the dagger. Her blood is sprayed across every surface in the room. Zhao's lifeless body now lies crumpled on the floor, while Lu is pleased that he has secured some more food, despite the fact that it was all inside her stomach. Later on, he also notes that the rats from earlier have evolved tremendously after feasting on her flesh. Although their chaotic evolution is far from being perfect, it is then that he begins his own horrific experiments, and by utilizing her blood, he is able to create a unique serum and discovers that it can effectively detoxify the deadly poison. But what shocks him the most is that her body is somehow still alive and is still undergoing changes. He now views her as the perfect research specimen to experiment on and resolves to use her to create something truly magnificent. Looking more closely at the data he is gathering, he is astounded by it and considers it to be truly incredible. According to his findings, it would not be an exaggeration to label it a doomsday gene, as Zhao's decaying, yet still living, body hangs in chains in the lab. He smiles sadistically as he tells her to expect even more surprises from him. Simply refuses to die. Instead, he brandishes a roaring chainsaw, his laughter echoing with pure madness, as he begins his gruesome work of carving her up even further. Xiao, whose form is now barely recognizable as human, taunts him, asking if he has finally acquired the crystal core he so desperately craved. She then urges him to consume it and claim its power, as he clutches a pulsating crystal core in his hands. His maniacal laughter continues to fill the dead air. She presses him, questioning why he is showing such hesitation. But Lu's mind clears, and he declares he will never consume it, dismissing the object as nothing more than a piece of spoiled flesh. With a single motion, he shatters the crystal core. This stuns her, and she demands to know how he discovered her ruse. And with that, the facade shatters. Lu's image dissolves, revealing Su Chen's true face. He states that if he truly held her crystal core in his palm, her existence would have been extinguished long ago. She curses her fate, enraged that Su Chen managed to break free. She had at last found a host perfectly suited for her ambitions, and she was merely a single step away from ultimate victory. But it was all torn away by our protagonist's unbelievable and indomitable mental fortitude. Su Chan slowly extends a hand to her head, declaring his intent to crack open her very brain, but she desperately pleads for him to wait. She begins weeping with a mix of fury and hopelessness, claiming she is just a pitiful woman who has been wronged. She then bargains that if he truly desires her power, she will willingly bestow it upon him, if only he will spare her life. Soo-chun regards her with a moment of cold pity and recites the terrible truth. Once a Sakulina bonds with a host, it completely seizes control of the host's consciousness. Knowing this, there is no logical reason to allow her into his own mind. Following that declaration, he seizes her head as she tries one final desperate plea. But Soo-chun is entirely unmoved. He crushes her skull. The resulting spray of blood coats the entire area. Her twisted body begins to slowly disintegrate into dust, and he theorizes this must be due to the true crystal core's absence. With the real crystal core finally secured in his grasp, he is relieved that there are no further complications this time. A few seconds later, he recalls his original mission was to secure a sample of her blood, with Xiao now reduced to mere ash. He wonders what has become of the antidote he was searching for. Fortunately, he deduces that there must be samples of the antidote stored in the lab somewhere. It is known that once the crab parasite fully infests its host, it establishes a network of root-like branches inside the victim, intertwining with the host's various bodily systems and hijacking their every action. This parasitic dominion ultimately transforms the host into a mindless slave of the crab parasite. Now, with the university grounds completely purged, scores of refugees are left to wander the desolate streets, searching for a new sanctuary. Mercifully, the great floodwaters have now receded, which means the city streets are clear enough for them to travel. But this also signifies that the corpses which were once submerged have begun to mutate into new horrors. As the large group traverses the empty streets, they're ordered to stop gawking at the scenery and keep moving, so as not to squander any precious time. Yun is clearly filled with anxiety and fear, and she asks Duanya where Soo-chun is leading all the medical survivors. Duanya explains to her that with the escape of the mutant rat men now lurking around the University of Science and Technology, that area is no longer suitable for human habitation. The surviving medical students are exceptionally rare talents in this apocalyptic age. So Soo-chun's strategy is to escort them to the safe zone in the adjacent town. Yun is displeased, as they still have a very long walk ahead, and she is already becoming incredibly hungry again. She resolves that she must go and find Soo-chun immediately, hoping that he might give her some more food. But Duanya firmly holds her back, telling her she is not permitted to leave. Yun wonders why Duanya is behaving so overprotectively and preventing her from simply getting something to eat. But for the former chef, it is about much more than that. Duanya then informs her that since she has chosen to follow them, she must remain obedient and follow all instructions she is given. Duanya recalls a time when Soo-chun once loomed over her, as she sat helpless and vulnerable on the floor. At that moment, she was wondering what had gotten into him, because his behavior was so strange. Soo-chun had a blazing fire in his eyes as he grabbed her, telling her not to be afraid. He claimed he was just a little overheated and that he needed to cool himself down by any means possible. She couldn't believe it when he suddenly leaned in and kissed her, but she did not resist the advance either. After that, her entire body began to feel strange, and the two of them started to get carried away in the middle of a torrential downpour. Returning to the present, Duanya reflects on how wild Soo-chun became. After that single moment they had shared, she begins to speculate, wondering if the dangerous side effect of the crystal cores he absorbs. As the group continues their journey through the city, Soo-chun explains that after the floodwaters fully recede, bacteria, viruses, and even the plant life will begin to undergo massive mutations. Many of the established resettlement areas will also start to crumble due to a crippling lack of doctors. Doctors have become exceptionally scarce in these times, and if they are able to effectively utilize the doctors they now have, then they will possess the power to establish their very own resettlement area, beyond simply acquiring their own territory. Even if multiple new factions rise to power in the future, he is confident that they will have the necessary capital to stand against them. In addition to all that, the harvest from the lab was a great success because Yun discovered a method for producing serums and recovery potions. Soo-chun is confident that after Tion, Yu and the others have fully recovered, they will be able to lend him their strength whenever it is needed. Thanks to his remarkable space ability, He was able to store all the crucial research equipment and various materials from the entire laboratory building safely within his own dimensional space. He then contemplates the rat's crystal core that he had absorbed. Not only did it greatly enhance his berserker ability, it also granted him a significant boost in physical strength. The crystal core also gifted him with new ice manipulation powers. And although he can currently only condense a small amount of ice, he is determined to discover a way to amplify this power in the future, as if he were not already overpowered enough. Female Mutant has also added more incredible abilities to his arsenal. Her crystal core has bestowed upon him 2 powerful psychic abilities, but he is disappointed that he did not inherit the power to create illusions. Tian Yui suddenly detects a strange noise emanating from their surroundings, and the rest of the group becomes extremely nervous. Suchin instantly activates his first new psychic skill, spiritual perception. This ability likely stems from the corpse's insatiable appetite for blood. His eyes shift to a sharp crimson color, and he radiates a deeply intimidating aura, which allows him to perceive the heat signatures from the blood of all living things within a 30-meter radius around him. It is as if he has transformed into a living, heat-seeking radar. He then perceives that members of the notorious Devourer clan are currently preparing to ambush their group. He can clearly see the numerous mutated people concealed in the buildings, lying in wait for the perfect moment to launch their attack. One of the members of Su Chen's group spots something terrifying and yells for everyone else to look up towards where he is, pointing high above them. They can all see a female who has been strung up on a traffic light pole, and a girl among them recognizes the suspended person as someone called Rue, a former roommate of hers. She screams for the men to hurry and save Rue before it is too late. It is a life that is in desperate need of saving, and she cannot bear to witness her friend in such a humiliating predicament. One of the men makes a move to go and save the girl, but Su-chan stops him in his tracks, telling him to mind his own business. Su-chan then commands his group to keep moving and to stop wasting time. The girl cannot believe how utterly cold-blooded he is being. She wonders if Su-chan is even human anymore, because it makes no sense that he would just watch someone perish when there is still a clear opportunity to save her. Other people in the group begin to speak up, and they accuse Su-chan of not being a real man at all. They decide that they will stay behind and help, since they cannot simply stand by and watch a person die right before their very eyes. The girl orders them to get Rue down immediately so that she can administer some form of medical aid. A few of the men rush towards the traffic pole quickly and begin to untie the rope in an attempt to rescue her. As they're working to loosen the ropes, a volley of arrows rains down and manages to pierce through most of the would-be rescuers, killing them instantly. This sudden, bloody turn of events causes the once confident girl to shiver uncontrollably with fear. None of them can believe that they have just lost 2 innocent souls in a futile attempt to save a single person. They finally realize that this was all an elaborate trap, but it is far too late for them to make an escape. 2 other men burst forth from the windows above them, wielding massive axes. They swiftly surround the girl and the man she is with. The 2 brutes from the Devourer clan are as tall as mountains, and they loom menacingly over the small group of people who would try to be heroes and save their friend. One of the Devourer brutes seizes a girl by her face and disgustingly licks her cheek to get a taste of her flesh. He then begins to run his hand all over her body and calls for his companion to come and have some fun with her. First, the girl is scared absolutely senseless as she looks up at the monstrosity that has grabbed her head. She begs him desperately to let her go, but it is of no use. Her friend tries to fight for her, and he demands that the Devourer release her at once. But he fails to see the other enemy charging towards him with a raised axe. The man is slaughtered in a single, brutal instant, and his blood spatters everywhere as he dies. The brute tells him to accept his fate as nothing more than food. The girl, however, is not fortunate enough to receive such a quick death. The man rips her shirt apart and suggests that they keep her for breeding, rather than eating her right away. The screams of the dying manage to reach Su Chen's group as they continue their steadfast march towards the safe zone. She asks him if the woman who was left hanging was used as bait, and he confirms that she was. But even though the Devourers have gotten what they wanted from the other group, that does not mean that Su Chen's group is safe yet. In fact, they are already completely surrounded by Devourers. The men begin to panic and frantically look around, hoping to spot the attackers before they can leap out. Su Chen, however, remains as calm as ever, as this provides the perfect stage to unveil his newest, darkest power. Corpse control. He activates the ability, causing his eyes to blaze with a bright purple light, and instantly, several undead corpses begin to march out from a darkened alleyway to attack the devourers who are hiding in the nearby buildings. This is the perfect opportunity to make the people who are about to ambush them experience the feeling of being ambushed themselves. The Devourer clan is immediately assaulted by the rampaging horde of mutated corpses that are now under Su Chen's complete control. They have no time to react, but they're still able to cut through most of them as if they were made of paper. These reanimated things are nothing but mere distractions in their path, and the two brutes manage to rip and tear through them with considerable ease, sending the rest of them flying back and knocking out the larger group like a set of bowling pins. But during their scuffle with the mutated corpses, Su Chen and the others have managed to leave the area completely undetected. The two brutes cannot accept this outcome, and they leap out of the building they were fighting in, down to the streets below to try and give chase. As soon as they land, they see Su Chen calmly awaiting their arrival, with his hands in his pockets. They have fallen right into his trap, and now there is absolutely no hope of them escaping. The two brutes are thrilled that there is one more person waiting for death, and they decide to eliminate him first. But Su Chen is completely unbothered. It is too bad that the Devourers do not possess crystal cores. Otherwise, he might have personally taken them out. Since they are not worth his time, he will allow the mutated corpses to play with them instead. As he says that, several more zombies rush out from their hiding places and surround the brutes. Again, this time, the numbers are far too great for them to simply brush aside, like they did before, and they are now forced to fight for their very lives. Meanwhile, in Hutching, Su Chen's group of survivors finally arrives at the designated safe zone, the one they have been traveling towards this entire time. A booming voice demands to know what they are doing, and why they are trespassing in their protected safe zone. Duanya, who is leading the group, responds, stating that they are travelers from the University of Science and Technology and are seeking refuge within the safe zone. Suddenly, a man leaps down from the top of a nearby building and lands directly in front of them. The man has a threatening aura and does not look pleased to see them. Apparently, they do not accept trash in this particular place, and anyone that he does not personally recognize is considered trash. So he commands all of them to get lost at once. Duanya attempts to use her mind control abilities on him and asks him what gives him the authority to deny them entry when this is a safe zone. But her psychic powers do not seem to have any effect on him. For a brief moment, it appears that he is under her control, but he is able to easily snap himself out of it with just a few light taps to the side of his head. Duanya realizes far too late that this man must be an ability user, just like they are. The brute raises his axe high and leaps into the air to finish them off, but someone jumps in to defend the group just before the large man can land a fatal hit on Duanya. It is Xiaofeng, and just like always, he is fighting to protect other people. He tells the larger man, whom he addresses as Captain Sun, that these people are merely seeking refuge, and that there is no need to resort to attacking them. Sun doesn't care, since these are clearly not normal people. After all, ordinary people would not be able to pass through the Devourer clan's territory so easily. He suspects that they must be spies, sent from the Devourer clan to try and infiltrate their ranks. At this grave accusation, Su Chen finally emerges from behind the group to greet his old friend. He tells the brutish Captain Sun that if he does not want them here, then he will simply take the dozens of doctors he has brought with him to a different safe zone. This catches all of the guards' attention, as they did not realize that there were valuable doctors among the group. It is exceptionally rare for even a single doctor to survive this long in the apocalypse, and this group managed to bring dozens of them all at once. Xiaofeng is thrilled to see Su Chen once again, and realizes that these must not be ordinary survivors from the harsh wastelands. With his old friend present, these people cannot possibly be spies from the Devourers. He decides to swear on his own life that these people are his allies, and that he will personally take responsibility for them. Since Su Chen is part of the group, if he claims there are dozens of doctors, then he cannot possibly be lying, given what Su Chen has accomplished in the past. Xiaofeng would trust him, even if he claimed he had brought 1,000 doctors with him. With his own soldiers' words as backing, Captain Sun has no other choice but to grant them entry. After all, if they truly have doctors with them, then they will no longer have to bury their patients alive anymore, and the sick and injured among them can finally receive proper treatment. Captain Sun turns and walks away, clearly disappointed that he will not get to use his giant axe today. But before he departs, he warns Xiao Feng that if these so-called doctors are unable to cure the patients, then he will be the one to take full responsibility for the consequences, since he is the one who vouched for them. With the captain's reluctant permission, the other soldiers lead Su Chen's group deeper into the safe zone, while Xiao Feng hangs back to apologize to his old friend. He asks our protagonist not to take any offense, and explains that Captain Sun is simply just like that. Su Chen is not bothered in the slightest. However, after all, he has dealt with his own fair share of annoying people throughout this apocalypse. Putting that matter aside, he has arrived with his large group of doctors at the perfect time. The safe zone has been dealing with some very strange patients who are in desperate need of a doctor's assistance. The soldier leads them to a warehouse located deeper in the safe zone, where they keep the dying and the infirm all together. In the very back of the gloomy warehouse, he shows them the corpse of one of the unfortunate victims of the mysterious condition that is affecting the camp. It is a woman who looks as though she has been dead for a long time. Her body is covered by hundreds of small, white mushrooms that look as though they are growing directly out of her body. They do not know what is causing these things to grow, but cleaning them off only seems to cause them to grow back even faster. And each time it happens, it makes the person weaker until they finally pass away. Su Chun knows immediately that she has been infected by some kind of dangerous, mutated fungi. The plants are also mutating, just like the people, which means they can now infect and control humans. He strongly advises that they warn the others to be cautious of any young plant shoots, and to make absolutely certain that they do not get pricked by them. Duanya takes a closer look at the strange plants. They're growing on the young woman's corpse, and realizes that they are using her as a source of nourishment. For now, all she can do is take a sample of it and attempt to analyze it, so that she can hopefully develop a cure or medicine for this infection. However, this is just the very beginning of the rapid mutations that are about to take over the entire world. If these newly mutated plants are not completely cleared out, they will grow at an exponential rate and begin attacking humans. When that inevitably happens, the Devourer tribe will seize the opportunity to attack the safe zones, and countless people will become nothing more than livestock for them. Because of that, the Devourer tribe will become much stronger, and that is definitely not in Su Chen's best interest. This means that he must do his very best to protect this safe zone, so that he can use it for his own needs in the near future. For now, though, it would be wisest for him to check out the overall situation and make sure that everything is secure. As he is contemplating his next move, a loud noise erupts from somewhere else in the safe zone. It sounds like a van, and someone on top of it is screaming for people to get out of the way. It is the Lord's son, and he is driving recklessly through the streets. On top of that, he is firing a gun inside the safe zone and attacking innocent people for absolutely no reason. Despite all of this, Xiao Feng's team is doing nothing to stop him. The soldier tells Su Chan that his team has already been disbanded. It is likely because they allowed the newcomers into the city, despite the stern warnings from Captain Sun. Furthermore, this is not the first time that the city, Lord Sun, has caused chaos within the city. He believes that the elderly and children do not matter, and that they are completely useless to the safe zone. Because of that belief, he casually drives around, running them over and shooting them down. And due to his high status, there is nothing that they can do about it. As he is driving, he happens to notice Yun Yun, who is looking over an injured person lying limp on the street. He brings his car to a screeching halt beside her, and cockily asks if she would like to get in his car with him. If she agrees to follow him, then he can take her to get something good to eat. Yun Yun slowly stands and tells him that she is so hungry that she can no longer walk. So, if he truly wants to take her out, then he's going to have to carry her. The Lord's son happily agrees to her terms and calls her over so he can carry her, while Xiao Feng gets ready to confront the man. Su Chun, however, holds him back, fully aware of the glorious chaos Yun Yun is about to unleash. As long as he can carry her, then he can take her anywhere he desires. The moment he agrees, Yun Yun flashes a devious smile and then leaps from the ground into the man's unsuspecting arms. But just before she lands, she rapidly grows to her largest, most colossal size, and smiles down at him wickedly as she descends. The Lord's son realizes the dire situation just in time and manages to avoid being completely crushed by a giant woman. Her new immense size rips her jacket to shreds and makes her heavy enough to utterly destroy the man's expensive car. Unfortunately for him, he is not fast enough to completely escape her and ends up with a horrifically crushed leg. The noise of the massive crash alerts everyone else in the safe zone, and they all make their way to the source to find out what happened. Meanwhile, the Lord's son screams in agony as the pain from his broken leg hits him with its full force. Yin looks down upon him and mockingly tells him that he still turns out to be utterly useless. She then grinds her already broken leg with her gigantic foot, causing him to scream out even louder in pain. The sound attracts the soldiers from deeper within the zone, and they hurry to check on him, asking what has happened. He immediately points an accusatory finger directly at Yin, labeling her a monster, since she transformed into a giant woman and shattered his leg. Dwanya steps in and utilizes her mind control ability to warp the memories of the people surrounding them, and they turn on the Lord's son immediately. They tell the young master that he actually fell out of his own car and broke his leg all by himself. Thanks to Dwanya's powerful mind control, they all turn against him, and they are now fully convinced that they saw him fall with their own eyes. The young master figures out that they must all be involved in this somehow, and that they have all conspired to set him up. With no other recourse, he calls out for his father, the Lord who is in control of the entire safe zone, to come and help him out of this terrible mess. Captain Sun chuckles menacingly to himself, figuring that this particular interaction will be very fun to watch. A car, escorted by dozens of armed soldiers, pulls up to the scene of the incident, as the young lord still sits helplessly on the ground, completely unable to move. Su Chen's group and Xiao Feng watch as the city lord himself steps out of his car and demands to know precisely what is going on. The way that several people rush to answer his question, plus the large crowd of security that pulls up right behind him, shows that the city lord carries an undeniable air of importance around it. Xiao Feng defends his friend and tells the city lord about Su Chen and the fact that he has brought dozens of doctors with him to seek sanctuary within the shelter. He then begins to speak about the young lord and how he began to cause trouble all around the settlement. But the younger man cuts in and demands that his father execute them all for breaking his leg. The Lord pays no attention whatsoever to his son's childish ramblings and slaps him hard across the face the moment he starts speaking. It appears that he has already warned the chaotic kid about his actions and that he is well aware of the things that occur when he is not around. This is not the first time that he has instructed his son to treat every person who comes into the settlement with dignity and respect. His grand vision is to turn the safe zone into a shining beacon of hope in this dark apocalypse, and to make everyone that comes to them feel some measure of warmth. Because of this great and noble dream, even his own son is punished when he commits a wrongdoing. That must mean that the city lord is a truly good man, and it is exceptionally rare to find such a noble-hearted person in the apocalypse. At least, that is what the onlooking crowd thinks, as they begin to cheer for him and his righteous deeds. The city lord then turns to them and personally invites them to stay and build a new dream together with them here. He promises they will provide the best food and the most generous conditions to ensure that they all are able to survive in this new, hellish world. Xiao Feng turns to tell Su Chen that thanks to the city lord, his group can now stay without facing any further problems. But his friend has already long since vanished, as have his two female companions. They departed the city the moment the city lord appeared in order to avoid any future problems. It is unreasonable to think that he would not try to enact some form of revenge, since Yin was the one who crippled his son. Because of this, the three of them must sleep in the surrounding woods for the night. Yin nervously confides in her new sister that this is the very first time she has ever had to sleep outdoors. Surely, Duanya must have some kind of experience with this, since she has managed to survive in the apocalypse for so long. The former chef tells Yin to stop worrying about such unnecessary things. Besides, with Su Chen around, who knows if they will even be able to get any sleep at all? Our protagonist comes up from behind them and warns them both to stop messing around. Someone is approaching, and they must be ready for an imminent attack. He then calls for the people who are hiding behind a pillar to come out and face them directly. It seems as though they were attempting to sneak up on the group without being detected first. But Su Chen was already aware of their presence a long time ago. They emerge from their hiding spots and ask if Su-chan thought he could hide from them so easily after breaking the leg of the young master. There are dozens of them surrounding the group, and they inform him that there is no possible way for them to escape. But unluckily for them, Su-chan never had any intention of escaping. He simply did not want to go on a killing spree inside the city and end up accidentally hurting any members of his old friend's team. The men approach him and laugh at the fact that he's talking about a killing spree, where he's clearly the one about to die. They decide not to waste any more time with pointless talk so that they can finish him off. Su-chan casually annihilates one of the men who is approaching him with just a single punch, causing the other men to realize exactly what he meant. By killing spree, they open fire on the group in a blind panic, hoping that they can take him out quickly. But Su-chan immediately draws his deadly dual katanas and cuts through all of them in less than a single second. The last man remaining begs desperately for his life and tells Su-chan that if he is spared, then he will reveal a dark secret about the city lord. Our protagonist halts his sword just moments before it slices off the man's head. The city lord, it seems, has a dark and treacherous pact with a neighboring devourer clan. Every week, a clandestine trade is made, hidden from the eyes of the innocent. The depraved city mayor sacrifices innocent refugees, bartering their lives for simple sustenance. Upon hearing this vile confession, Yun-yun's rage erupts, and she slams a fist into the back of his head. They have been offering up their own young people in exchange for food this entire cursed time. The trader guides them to the city gate where the unholy deals are conducted. There, they witness several people trapped within a cage, while a hulking brute from the Devourer clan watches over them. He informs the guard who delivered the goods that the promised food will be tossed over the gate by sunrise. Then he seizes the man by his throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The guard struggles for a fleeting, hopeless moment, but it's useless as the devourer brute sinks its teeth into his neck and tears his head clean from his body with a single savage tug. These guards are merely refugees, hired on a temporary basis. The city lord ensures that no witnesses to his crimes ever survive. The man now begs to be released, insisting he has revealed everything that he knows. But Su-chan has one final, grim task for this trader. They suspend the man high above a desolate street, turning him into the perfect, screaming lure for their trap. Their gambit is a success. His terrified screams attract nearby brutes to the empty plaza. To them, a person hanging alone in a dark alley is nothing but free meat. One of the brutes questions why someone is dangling in the middle of this nowhere. But his companion is beyond caring and only desires to get his hands on the free meal. They charge toward the helpless guard and punch him in the gut, causing him to cough up blood before losing consciousness. But the clamor they made in their frenzied dash for a free meal springs Su-chin's trap as a commanding voice echoes from above. It is the colossal Yun-yun who has been holding the man aloft all this time. This whole time, she seizes one of the brutes who fights desperately for his life, while another notices the sharp glint of a sniper scope from a high window in the darkness above them. They finally comprehend that this entire scenario was a meticulously planned ambush. Up in the sniper's nest, Duanya carefully sights her rifle on the devourers in the alley below. She recalls Su-chin's vital warning. The devourers have mutated to such an extent that their skulls are likely too dense for a single bullet to pierce. Therefore, the only way to eliminate them is with multiple, concentrated hits. She targets one of the devourers with deadly precision, then fires 3 rapid shots, striking him squarely in the forehead, in 3 perfect, consecutive bursts. Meanwhile, the other devourer continues to struggle against Yun-yun's colossal hand, as it threatens to crush the very life from it. He fails to notice Su-chan casually striding up from behind, until he feels a cold hand on his. But it is far too late. Our hero lays a single hand upon the brute's skull, and with bone-shattering force, obliterates it instantly before wiping out the entire group. With the Devourer clan's main assault force now eliminated, Su-chan and his 2 deadly companions claim all the food that was destined for the treacherous city lord, taking it for themselves. They then proceed to a house that remains in surprisingly pristine condition, despite the unforgiving nature of this apocalyptic world. Inside, he conjures a luxurious bed from his inventory, as well as even more food, crafting a grand feast for him to share with his 2 girls. Dwanya tells him that if he desires to command his own settlement, then he could simply find a different location and conquer it for himself. There is no real need for him to get entangled in the ugly mess between the city lord and the monstrous Devourer clan. While that may be true, erecting a base from nothing requires immense time and effort, and he admits he is not skilled in that type of work. For the complex management of a base and its people's welfare, he is going to need someone truly reliable, someone who possesses experience with that kind of leadership, and that very person just so happens to reside within Hutching. As they're discussing this, Yin Yin appears, now clad in an outfit that leaves very little to the imagination. She sees both Dwanya and Su-chun already lounging on the bed, and playfully asks why they decided to begin the festivities without her. Su-chun relaxes on the bed as the 2 girls climb all around him, clearly ready to indulge. Thanks to his protection, they have been able to live like actual humans since the very start of the apocalypse. So tonight, they intend to return the favor and serve him well. While the 3 of them get intimately acquainted in the ruined city, the guards from the now distant safe zone eventually discover the hanging corpse of the man that Su-chun had used as bait. The city lord Zhang wrongly interprets this to mean that his deal with the Devourers has gone horribly wrong, and he rushes to the Devourer clan's territory to demand answers. He demands to know what transpired from the Devourer leader, but the mutated man asks him the very same question. In the bloody aftermath of his deal, he lost 3 of his most valuable warriors, meaning his clan was not the cause of this attack. Despite this fact, the Devourer leader demands that they double the number of people that they send over as compensation for his considerable losses. If he fails to do so, his deal with the Devourers will be terminated, and they will launch a full-scale attack on his precious settlement. The city lord reluctantly agrees to these new, harsh demands, just as Su-chun decides to crash their little party and make his formidable presence known. Our protagonist has now witnessed everything he needed to see. It appears to him that the city lord does not even bat an eye when he is trading away other people's very lives. The Devourers quickly surround Su-chun once they realize that he is the one who slaughtered their 3 warriors, sent to retrieve their human tribute. They have no idea how he managed to kill 3 of their own, but now that he has trespassed upon their sacred base, there will be no escape for him. City Lord Zhang calmly exits the area before things escalate into violence. As far as he is now concerned, Su-chun is as good as dead for having stepped foot inside the Devourer clan's home territory. He hurries back to his safe zone to try and resolve matters quickly before this devolves into a mess that he can no longer control. He returns to the safe zone and declares to everyone that there is a traitor within their base. He shifts the blame onto the outsiders that Su-chun brought with him, accusing them of merely pretending to be doctors so that they could successfully infiltrate the base. He claims that, in actuality, they were secretly kidnapping the refugees to trade with the Devourers in exchange for food. Since Su-chun has now ruined all of his plans, he must be ruthless to ensure that no one dares to go against him again. The people of the settlement immediately turn their rage-filled eyes towards Su-chun's group. They prepare to attack and execute them. But a powerful voice halts everything before a full-blown riot can begin. It is General Gao Yue, and standing behind him are Beikong and her brother. He steps in to defend Su-chun. From what he has witnessed, our protagonist is an honorable and trustworthy man who has proven himself to be more than capable on multiple occasions. Since Su-chun himself brought these people here, then they cannot possibly be the problem. The city lord continues his venomous accusations, stating that mere words alone are not enough to defend them. If he truly wants to show that they are not traitors, then he must provide undeniable proof. A familiar voice calls out from atop a building overlooking the settlement. It is Su-chun, and he proclaims that he can indeed prove his own innocence. He has brought the Devourer clan leader along with him, and asks the badly beaten mutant to explain the situation himself. The clan leader confesses that it was City Lord Zhang who has been the one orchestrating the deals with him this entire time. The crowd turns its fury upon the city lord, now that they realize that the very man they had been supporting was the true monster among them all along. Zhang makes one final, desperate attempt to convince them that Su Chun is collaborating with the Devourers to frame it. But General Gao approaches the vile man and lands a powerful punch to his face for his heinous crimes. Now that the terrible truth has been revealed, Zhang drops all pretense and laughs with pure menace as he reveals that he truly is the one who has been exchanging his own people with the monstrous Devourer clan. But now it is the apocalypse, and all the locations with vital supplies have already been seized and taken over by the Devourers. They are merely waiting for others to fall into their deadly traps. As long as he continues to sacrifice a few lives that he deems as worthless, then he is actually doing a good thing and saving more people. As far as he is concerned, they should all be grateful to him for keeping them alive. After all, even the righteous Captain Gao has also eaten the food that he brought back from the Devourers. Therefore, nobody here has any right to judge his actions. Well, that is what he thinks. But Su Chen's fist would beg to differ. After landing a sharp right hook to his face, Su Chun declares the man to be nothing but a coward. In a brutal world where the strong prey upon the weak, trading lives for food is not necessarily an evil act, but is a coward's choice. One that makes him no different from the Devourers. With the former lord now rightfully knocked out, Su Chun turns to General Gao and makes him a grand offer. He offers to help build a place that truly belongs to humanity and to the rebirth of civilization. In his previous life, he once journeyed across these very ruins and eventually came to a true safe haven, one that was on its way to becoming a utopian base. In this apocalyptic world, there were no shackles of social class, and nobody cried from hunger. Everyone was well fed, and they all lived with peace of mind. All of this came from its great creator, Gao Yue. But for now, he is merely a deputy under the current corrupt city lord. In his past life, it wasn't until he uncovered the dark underbelly of the base that he finally decided to leave and construct his own. All Su Chun has done is to make these events happen a little earlier. However, the other soldiers have their own reservations about this whole plan. Even they know that building a base from scratch is incredibly difficult, and if they want to do things their own way, then they cannot live under another person's roof. They will have to establish a new base entirely by themselves if they truly wish to survive on their own terms. The city lord laughs mockingly at their plans of building a new base outside the protective safe zone of a city. Out there, monstrous beasts run rampant and zombies are everywhere. There is no guarantee of even basic food and safety. Leaving his safe zone will be a surefire way of sending these people to their deaths. The crippled lord's son advises his father to let them all leave. If they so desperately want to go, they will eventually come crawling back once they have suffered enough. The other survivors also begin to doubt if they can actually survive outside of the city lord's safe zone. If they do not wish to die, then they will have to take their chances staying with the coward. But at the very least, they will get to live. The city lord preys upon their growing fears and tells the people that if any of them believe in these delusions, they are free to leave, but if they starve to death in the wastelands, then he will not be blamed for anything. But in that case, if the only real problem is food, then Su Chun holds the answer to all of their problems. After all, he was able to bring out the Devourer clan's leader so very easily, and he has already made a name for himself as an incredibly powerful ability user. For someone of his caliber, providing food should be a simple matter. The Lord's son notices how all the survivors are beginning to side with Su Chun. He angrily asks the man if he thinks that he is some kind of savior. As far as he is concerned, our protagonist is doing all of this merely to get more attention. There is no way he even knows how many supplies a base truly needs. Su Chun estimates that even though his supplies are not vast, they are likely enough to support around 2,000 people. For a month or so, those numbers sound suspiciously similar to the amount that the city lord has in his own warehouse. Just where could he possibly have acquired those supplies? Meanwhile, at that very same warehouse, Duanya and Yunyan work in tandem to eliminate the guards, who are currently monitoring the vital supplies. Yunyan uses her immense size to overwhelm the guards, while Duanya provides lethal sniper support. With the warehouse now completely emptied out, he tells General Gao to hurry up and make a final decision. He can either choose to work with Su Chun or remain with the traitorous city lord. With the options now laid out clearly before him, the decision on what to do is not a difficult one for General Gao. In this current settlement, The people have had to deal with having no proper clothing, and now he learns that they have all been treated like mere livestock and sold off to the monstrous devourers. Captain Gao decides that he cannot remain in a place like this for even another second. He resolves to join forces with Su Chun and to establish a new base. He then tells the crowd that anyone who is willing to leave with him can step forward now, so that they can build a base where they can all live with dignity. Bai Kong and her brother gather their troops together and stand in solidarity behind their captain. These soldiers were supposed to be the city lord's personal army, but after his great betrayal, they are now only loyal to Captain Gao. He orders the few remaining soldiers that are still loyal to him to aim their weapons at Captain Gao and his men. The Lord's son menacingly aims a gun at Su Chun and fires rapidly. If our protagonist had never appeared with his people and his grand plans, then his leg would never have been so horribly crippled. The bullets all miss their mark, and Su Chun seizes the opportunity to rush over and grab the younger man by his throat. He commands City Lord Zhang to order his men to lower their weapons. Otherwise, he will snap the boy's neck in an instant. Not wanting to lose his one and only child, Zhang calls off the attack at once. Su Chun then tells the captain to take his people and the other refugees and leave. Our protagonist will personally handle the situation from here. Captain Gao agrees to this plan and tells him that they will all be waiting for his arrival at Shangyun University. With everyone now gone, the city lord asks for Su Chun to release his son, so they can both take a step back and talk things out. But this is simply a ploy to get Su Chun standing alone, so that a sniper who is stationed on the roof of an opposing building can take him out. Our protagonist sees right through this deception and orders Duanya to eliminate the enemy sniper. In a second, the sniper's head explodes like a ripe melon. With the sniper now dead, Su Chun finally releases the city lord's son. But just as the father catches his son, he notices a live grenade stuffed into the younger man's mouth. Just before it detonates, Su Chun asks Lord Jiang how human flesh tastes. Jiang barely has a second to react before the bomb explodes, killing his son and leaving him shirtless and filled with rage. This single act confirms Su Chen's suspicions from his past life. The former city lord, Zhang Jianxiu, is a devourer hiding among humans. He is a level 2 devourer, which means that he is far too much trouble for Su Chun to take on right now. But next time, he will not be so lucky. Several days pass after General Gao leaves with his new band of followers to form a new settlement. A raid team storms into a warehouse, prepared to gather all the supplies that they heard would be inside, except instead of the swarms of devourers that they were expecting to be there, all they discover are corpses scattered all along the ground, and it appears that all the devourers have already been killed. The soldiers approach the large supply truck, and despite it looking as though it has been driven through a desert, its gas tank is completely full. It has more than enough fuel to drive all of them back to their new base. Su Chun was not lying when he told them that there was a truck full of supplies inside the building. Captain Sun is disappointed that there wasn't a major fight like he was expecting. This mission is far too easy for someone like him, and it is nothing more than a complete and utter waste of his time. One of the soldiers mentions to Sun that the general has been giving the more important missions to Su Chun, even though those important tasks used to belong to him. That remark ticks the large man off. But he is certain that Su Chun is just a pretty boy with no real skills. There is no way he will be able to compete with a highly trained soldier like him for any credit. Back at the new base, Yin Yin wonders why Captain Sun has not returned yet, despite the fact that all of the devourers in the warehouse were killed by Su Chun a long time ago. All they needed to do was get to the supermarket and drive the truck back. Even someone as brain-rotted as Captain Sun should be able to handle that. Yin Yin is not worried about him in the slightest, and she is far more concerned with the medical care of the refugees that Su Chun has tasked them with. As they are talking, Duanya notices the truck driving back towards the base. She advises Yin Yin to shrink back down, since once they get close, it will be difficult to use her mental power to cloak her immense size. Captain Sun reports back to General Gao, who is currently managing the base. The supplies have been secured and delivered, and the base can now be supplied with food. The few survivors were nearby hear that Su Chen's advice about the trucks was indeed real, and they begin to sing his praises. There were initially doubts on whether he would actually be able to solve their food problem, but it seems as though they did not need to doubt him at all. The more that they mention Su Chun, the more enraged Captain Sun becomes, and he convinces himself that all the pretty boy is doing is simply brainwashing people. Eventually, he will slip up, and all the fame will return to the one who truly deserves it. Suddenly, one of the soldiers rushes over and reports that there are signs of Devourer tribe activity near a hospital located to the south. It appears to be a tribe of a few dozen, and they look as though they are ready to attack. Captain Sun smirks, knowing that this is his golden opportunity to show people who the real protector is. Meanwhile, Su-chun is still out on his mission with Baikong and Xiaofeng. Their plan is to raid a nearby military base. The entrance to the base has long since been flooded, and it has now become a death trap filled with mutated corpses. Even if they did manage to get in, there are only 3 of them, and they will not be able to carry all the supplies out with them. Su-chun tells them not to worry about that. For now, all they need to do is lead him to the armory. Baikong agrees and decides to personally guide him there. After all, she has been to this military base before. But first, in order to get there, they will need a vehicle. Su-chun uses his space ability to summon his car, and the 2 soldiers almost panic at the sheer randomness of his ability. He tells them to stop talking and to get in the car, so that they can get there in time. They then cruise through the desolate, empty streets towards the military base. At the military base, some of Zhang Jiansu's men are working to drain the large pool of water that is covering the base's main entrance. No matter how much water they try to pump out, though, it never seems to be enough. The leader of the team orders the rest to go and find a few useless items from their storage and throw them into the water as bait for the water ghouls, since the city supplies have mysteriously disappeared. If they do not bring something back, then they are as good as dead. The men grab some helpless hostages and throw them into the water, which is filled with ravenous water ghouls. The plan works, and the ghouls are lured to the surface, which means that someone can now dive in to check the place out. The leader tells his men that whoever goes down to pry open the door will be rewarded with a woman by the city lord. Once they get back, one of the men steps up to take on the task. Before the apocalypse, he had no money and no woman. So now that the apocalypse is in full swing, he has to take any chance he can get to make it ahead in life. His courage motivates the others to begin diving as well. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng watches the men as they attempt to get into the military base. It seems that Zhang Jiansu has now set his sights on the base's supplies, and powerful weapons as well. Luckily, Baikong knows another way around that can avoid the city lord's army, but they will be forced to dive underwater. Su-chun accepts this idea, and the 3 of them dive into the ghoul-infested waters to try and reach their intended target. As they swim through the murky, dark water, Baikong notices several pairs of eyes watching them from deeper in the pool. It is the water ghouls, and the shock of seeing them causes her to gasp and lose her last bit of precious air. Su-chun pulls her close to him and calms her down. Then he kisses her, transferring some of his oxygen into her mouth. This manages to save her from drowning. But the water ghouls seize the opportunity to attack them. While they're down, Su-chun uses his ability to halt them before they can launch their attack, and they all stop dead in their tracks, almost as if they have been completely hypnotized. His eyes glow a menacing red, and Baikong realizes that he is somehow controlling all of the water ghouls with one of his powerful abilities. The ability then wears off, and some of the ghouls begin trying to attack them again. Su-chun manages to restrain a few of them, and tells Baikong and Xiaofeng to escape. While he handles the rest, they rush to the surface and manage to make it out of the treacherous floodwaters and into the military base. With the sheer number of abilities Su-chun possesses, they begin to wonder if he is even human, as several bodies begin to float up from the water. As our protagonist systematically wipes them out, they wonder how many abilities he has that they do not even know about. After taking out all of the ghouls, Su-chun emerges from the water completely unscathed. After eliminating all the water ghouls, one of them managed to drop a rare white core, which has an extremely low drop rate in monsters. Obtaining a white core in such a short amount of time is usually a miracle, but Su-chun does not seem to be satisfied. Although a white core does not grant new abilities, it can significantly strengthen existing ones, making him even more powerful than he already is. As they are talking, 2 bright yellow eyes watch them menacingly. From a distance, the silhouette looks like a cat, and it seems to be particularly interested in the crystal that Su-chun is holding. It leaps out as soon as he is distracted, and snatches the crystal from his hand before he has a chance to react. Why is a cat even inside the military base in the first place? The base likely had cats to control any potential rat problems they had, and one of them must have survived the apocalypse by staying strapped. Inside the base, the feline has dark black fur and glowing stripe patterns all across its body. With its bright yellow eyes, the kitty is quite impressive, since it managed to snatch the core directly from Su Chen's hand before he could even react. Su Chen angrily, but calmly, tries to offer the little guy some superfish snacks in the hope that it will trade them for the precious white core. The cat leaps up and manages to snatch the snacks from his hand before running deeper into the base with both of its prizes. It seems as though the great and powerful Su Chen has been outwitted by a simple cat twice in the span of a single minute. Anything that survives in this apocalypse cannot be an ordinary creature, and there definitely seems to be something special about that cat. They continue to walk through the base, and eventually, they find a lever that reactivates the electricity in the entire base. Thankfully, the power systems are still fully operational, despite how long they have been abandoned. Before the Great Flood, the survivors had evacuated in a great hurry, which means that there was no way they had time to take all their supplies with them. They finally arrive in the base's expansive arsenal, and there are enough weapons to arm a force of up to 500 people. Xiao Feng figures that if they can locate a tank, then they might even be able to arm 1,000 people. Beikong warns him to be careful as he runs off to find a tank. The storage is full of things they will definitely be needing, but the problem now is how to get everything back to their base. The City Lord's troops could show up at any given moment, and going back to the safe zone for any reinforcements is completely out of the question. A loud rumbling noise drags them out of their thoughts. Xiao Feng has found a tank, but unfortunately, something else has found it. It is a large mutated monster that almost looks like a giant demonic dog. It is chasing Xiao Feng, who is desperately driving away in his new tank. The monster shoots a powerful laser from its snout, and it hits the tank dead on. The panicking soldier asks Su Chun to do something, since if it blows up the armory, then they will probably be blown up right along with it. Su Chun activates his space ability and stores everything from the warehouse into his own pocket dimension. In a matter of mere seconds, the warehouse is completely cleaned out, just as Xiao Feng drives up to them. He asks if Su Chun can store the monster in his space. But unfortunately, the space only works on inorganic material. Living, mutated creatures cannot be stored within, meaning that they will have to find another way to take care of the monster. Beikong decides to step up to the occasion and lure the monsters away, while Su Chun and Xiao Feng make their retreat. That is a reasonably foolish idea, according to Su Chun, and he grabs her instead and carries her over to the tank. Beikong tries to protest and tells him that since all the supplies are in his space, then he's the one who has to make it back to the base safely. As they are talking, the monster rushes up to them and charges up another powerful blast. Su Chen manages to dodge out of the way, but the tank is not so lucky and gets blasted head on. Su Chen tells her to stop wasting time and to go check on Xiao Feng, but she issues a command. He is forbidden from dying on her watch. Now, he stands alone, confronting the grotesque creature. He takes a final, hard look, analyzing its every monstrous detail. In his past life's memories, no record ever mentioned a mutation this vile. However, that historical footnote is utterly irrelevant now, because its shimmering crystal core would soon be his prize regardless. Back inside the fetid, stench-filled sewers, a profound, deafening rumble echoed from the entrance of the hideout. The City Lord's forces jumped, their faces etched with utter confusion. The deafening blast seemed to have erupted from deep inside their sanctuary. One of the lackeys noticed the water level was rapidly receding. He surmised that some underground structure must have finally ruptured. Their portly, gluttonous leader was not pleased in the slightest. He roared that an intruder must have already breached their defenses, and he ordered his subordinates to immediately eliminate the threat. But his men were no longer paying him any mind. Their attention was utterly fixated on something far in the distance. A lone man pointed toward a small, white rabbit, musing that he hadn't feasted on such meat in a very long time. Another agreed, but remarked that the rabbit seemed strangely odd. It was grinning at them with a disturbingly sinister expression. This creature was anything but adorable. The rabbit appeared to take offense at their observations. It suddenly unleashed a horrifying, guttural shriek as a writhing mass of tentacles exploded from its small body. The men were paralyzed in place, their eyes bulging with pure terror. The tendrils plunged deep into their bodies before they could even scream. The fat leader's face began to twist, hideously mirroring the demonic rabbit. Meanwhile, Suchin was still locked in a ferocious battle with the canine beast. His earth-shattering punches were effortlessly blocked by the monster. It could perfectly counter his strikes and even unleash powerful laser beams. Suchun dodged the onslaught with all his might. The creature's hide was unbelievably durable, like solid steel, reminding him of the warrior known as Zhang Shu, that legendary level 2 user, who once walked away from a massive explosion without a single scratch. Suchin knew he was not yet at that legendary level. His hand was already beginning to show bruises. The monster showed no signs of letting up. It relentlessly continued its fierce attack. Suchan deduced that although this creature was incredibly powerful, it was far from being truly invincible. The real issue was the parasitic vine coiled deep inside its cranium. He had to find a way to obliterate it. But before he could formulate a plan, the beast ensnared him with more tentacles and unleashed a devastating blast of pink energy directly at him. He activated his teleportation just in time, narrowly avoiding annihilation. Just then, he heard a noise. It was that strange cat once again. Its very form seemed to crackle with an aura of immense power as it approached. Growling, Suchun was shocked to see it here, telling to fall back immediately, because the battlefield was far too dangerous. But the feline continued its advance, its expression deadly serious. Suchin questioned if this creature was also a powerful mutated beast. Not too far away from that chaotic scene, Bai Chong was desperately digging through the shattered remnants of rubble left by the monster's rampage, screaming Xiao Feng's name into the air. After a heart-stopping second, Xiao Feng's voice emerged from beneath the stones. She proclaimed that she had evaded the attack just in time and was nearly crushed. Bai Chong began heaving the heavy rocks, declaring she would get her out of there. Suddenly, they were met with a sinister, chilling laughter. Bai Chong bellowed for whoever it was to show their pathetic face. That is when the city lord's minions stepped forth from the darkness. They were smiling in a perverse way, their faces hideously twisted. Bai Chong was utterly horrified by this sight. She came to the terrible realization that they were the ones who had opened the gate. But something was profoundly and disturbingly wrong with their appearances. The pig-faced man gazed at her with a sickening look filling his eyes. Bai Chong understood that they were no longer truly human anymore. Returning to Su Chun, the mysterious cat let out a thundering roar. Its claws extended to terrifying lengths, and its eyes began glowing intensely. It appeared furious that someone had dared to call it a mere kitty. Su Chun, feeling a bit of apprehension himself, casually asked if it had suddenly gotten bigger. But the powerful feline wasn't focused on him in the slightest. It was now charging straight for the monstrous canine beast. Suchin observed this, thinking that cats and dogs truly never get along. It was quite obvious that the two monstrous creatures loathed one another. Suchin moved closer to them and said, "The cat most likely used its energy core to teleport them to this location." His expression turned serious as he told the cat they should join forces. The cat, sensing the sheer power emanating from it, seemed hesitant, but then Su Chun leaped onto its back. The great cat did not resist. They were now prepared to fight as one unit. Now that Su Chun is mounted atop the gigantic cat, it's visibly irritated, attempting to violently shake him off. But he clings on tightly, grim determination etched on both their faces. The unlikely pair charges headfirst toward the monstrous dog, despite the cat's clear reluctance to be used as a steed. There is no time for argument as the beast makes the first move, and the feline warrior immediately retaliates with its razor-sharp claws. Su Chun watches intently as the cat's claws barely manage to graze the monster. The damage is not enough. Su Chun pats the great cat, ordering it to move quickly and divert the vines. He declares that he will take care of the rest, and the cat, though unwilling, obeys its new partner as the monster strikes once again. The resulting shockwave obliterates a wall, causing water to pour in. The cat zips and weaves around the massive creature, effortlessly shredding the entangling vines into pieces. Su Chun seizes his opportunity. He leaps from the cat's back, delivering a crushing punch directly to the monster's face, sending it hurtling backward. The cat, visibly impressed by this display, begins to take the fight more seriously. They now form a proper, coordinated assault. The monster thrashes wildly, swinging its limbs and firing its beams in every direction. But the feline ally is simply far too swift. Within seconds, the beast's body is covered in countless deep gashes. Eventually, the creature collapses heavily to the ground. Its precious energy core rolls out from what remains of its corpse. The cat's eyes are locked intently on the core. It lunges toward the prize, but Suchun arrives first and snatches it away. He pops the glowing crystal into his mouth without a moment's hesitation. The great cat lets out a clearly annoyed meow, but Suchun pays its complaints absolutely no mind. Meanwhile, the floodwaters continue to rise steadily. Suchun surveys the area, figuring the entire place will soon be submerged. From out of nowhere, he hears a series of panicked mews. That same enormous, terrifying feline from before is now thrashing about like a frightened kitten, pleading for his assistance. Suchun scoops it up and teases it slightly, asking if it has a paralyzing fear of water. He states that he will safeguard it if it pledges loyalty to him. The cat vigorously shakes its head, trying to squirm free from his grasp. So, Suchun unceremoniously tosses it back into the rising tide. But almost immediately, the cat desperately scrambles back onto his body, crying pitifully as if it has quickly reconsidered its decision. The feline now agrees without any hesitation, clearly terrified of the prospect of being abandoned in the water. He reminds it once more that this is its final choice. Elsewhere, Bai Chong finds herself cornered. The city lord's minions are completely surrounding her now, their faces twisted and grotesque. She knows they are no longer human. Xiao Feng's voice screams that the salvaged tank won't start, and urgently tells her to flee, but Bai Chong has nowhere left to run. And besides, she has no intention of abandoning this fight. Then, in the far distance, she notices a small rabbit approaching. But this is no ordinary woodland creature. This one possesses rows of sharp teeth and a horrifyingly wide smile. Its true form is then revealed, a chaotic mass of parasitic vines. It's siphoning the life energy from the city lord's men and manipulating their lifeless bodies like grotesque puppets. Before she can even process this, the vines lash out at her from behind. Xiao Feng screams out a desperate warning. The vines shred her clothing and attempt to completely bind her. The monster rabbit then lunges directly at her, prepared to sink its teeth into her flesh. She braces for the impact, believing this is her final moment, but just in the nick of time, Xiao Feng's tank finally roars to life with immense power. It smashes directly into the rabbit, sending it flying backward. He is screaming in a rage that the monster dared to touch Bai Chong. The tank unleashes a relentless barrage of fire. The dark night sky is illuminated by the series of massive blasts. The rabbit is utterly obliterated by the explosions, leaving Bai Chong stunned. Staring at the scene in a state of absolute shock, Xiao Feng leans back in his seat, exhausted but immensely relieved, thinking the nightmare is finally over. But he fails to notice the monster's crystal core, which is now hurtling directly towards his unsuspecting face. The glowing core flies straight into Xiao Feng's open mouth. He appears stunned, his eyes beginning to glow as he absorbs the raw power. Bai Chong rushes to his side, asking desperately if he is alright. He claims he is fine, but clutches his stomach, admitting he feels very strange. Suchun approaches with the cat, asking if he actually just consumed the core. Bai Chong stares at him as if he has gone completely mad. Xiao Feng questions why he doesn't feel any emerging powers yet. He wonders aloud if there's some kind of special trick to it. Suchun declares that the most effective way to find out is through combat. But first and foremost, they must depart from this place. Suchun glances over at Bai Chang's tattered and ripped clothing. She explains that the vile monster was responsible. Then, she notices the cat and gives him a questioning look. She asks why on earth he would have a cat in this apocalyptic world. Suchun just casually picks it up, stating that it is now with him. The scene transitions, showing us the desolate city. Ominous black crows circle overhead as a girl hangs lifelessly from a lamppost. Nearby, a group of thugs from the Dao clan are tormenting another young girl. She is weeping and desperately pleading with them to release her. One of the thugs sneers that the more she desperately begs, the more amusing the entire spectacle becomes for him. More members of the Dao clan then approach the scene. They begin to laugh maniacally and make disgustingly lewd comments. They then proceed to drag the terrified girl away with them. She continues begging them to spare her life. One of the brutes informs her that if she is obedient, he will mercifully keep her as his personal slave. If she disobeys, he will hang her up just like the other unfortunate girl. Terrified and trembling uncontrollably, she finally surrenders. She whimpers that she will do her absolute best to please him. The thug smiles cruelly and calls her a good, obedient girl. Then, her terrified screams begin to echo throughout the desolate city. Su Chen's vehicle drives into the area. One Dao clan member sees it and gets annoyed. He says they should finish their business quickly and enjoy themselves later. Xiao Feng exits the vehicle and calmly walks toward the thugs. The Dao clan members become enraged at his audacity, and they shout about how these random punks are ruining their fun. One tells the others to just kill them and feast upon their bodies later. Bai Chang asks worriedly if Xiao Feng can handle 3 opponents by himself. Su Chun, still casually playing with the cat, tells her not to be concerned, as he is present as backup. He muses to himself that if Xiao Feng truly is the legendary god of war, as he was in the previous timeline, then this confrontation should be simple. Besides, engaging in combat is the most effective method to awaken powers. The Dao clan thugs feel immensely disrespected because Xiao Feng isn't even bothering to take a fighting stance. They scream at him for just standing there like he's some tough guy. Then they all charge at him at once and begin delivering a flurry of punches. Bai Chang panics, screaming that he's going to be brutally killed. But Su Chan calmly says that he has the situation under control. Xiao Feng is in the process of learning how to utilize his newfound power. One of the Dao clan thugs is shocked that Xiao Feng isn't taking any damage. Xiao Feng begins to glow, stating that he has been absorbing their energy. They refuse to believe it and continue to swing their fists wildly. Then, Xiao Feng's eyes begin to glow with even greater intensity. He roars that it is not just mere absorption. It is theft, as a blue aura envelopes him as he drains their power. The Dao clan thugs cry out, screaming that their strength is being siphoned away. Su Chan observes this and thinks to himself that this is truly incredible. Xiao Feng is like a human black hole. He is drawing in all of the energy surrounding him. Su Qian is now completely convinced that this man is the genuine article. Out of nowhere, a colossal battle axe flies swiftly through the air and decapitates all 3 of the Dao clan thugs in a single motion. Xiao Feng stands there, completely stunned and speechless. Captain Sun appears on the scene, backed by 500 armed soldiers. He boasts that he arrived just in time, or Xiao Feng would have become food. Then, without even a hint of hesitation, he demands their provisions as a token of their gratitude. Xiao Feng is utterly bewildered, but Su Chun tells him to get back in the vehicle. Su Chun walks over to Captain Sun and hands him a small bag of food, stating that this is the last of their remaining supplies. Captain Sun opens the bag, takes one look inside, and absolutely loses his mind. It is a bag filled with dog food. He begins to scream in a fury, but Su Chun is already speeding away in the car, yelling back for the captain to enjoy his fine meal. One of Captain Sun's subordinates then asks why he didn't just assassinate Xiao Feng when he had the perfect chance. Sun reveals that the axe seemed to move on its own accord. He looks infuriated and says, "The general places more trust in that outsider than his own loyal soldiers." Another soldier complains that now that Xiao Feng possesses powers, they will all be pushed out of the command spotlight. Captain Sun declares that if the general no longer trusts him, then he will simply have to make his own ambitious move. He very clearly has aspirations to seize control for himself. Back inside the speeding car, Su Chen asks Xiao Feng if Captain Sun has a personal issue with him. Xiao Feng casually responds in the negative, stating that the captain has always been that way. Su Chun thinks that Xiao Feng can't even defend himself from his own allies. If he hadn't intervened, Xiao Feng would already be dead. This implies that Captain Sun is likely plotting something sinister. Su Chun deduces that he is forming his own faction within the base. If that is indeed the situation, he will handle the traitor himself. Meanwhile, at the base's main construction site, the workers erupt in cheers as Yun Yun assists in building the wall. She is moving with incredible speed, completing the work as if it's nothing. One worker exclaims, "They become much faster with her invaluable help." Yun Yun smiles warmly and explains that she must consume a lot of food whenever she uses her transformation. The workers say it's no problem at all, as long as the Great Wall is able to keep everyone safe from harm. They don't care in the slightest. One man even wipes away tears as he says. Then, Yin Yun spots a familiar vehicle in the distance. She becomes overjoyed when she sees that Su-chun has finally returned. Su-chen's car proceeds to enter the bustling base, driving through streets filled with workers diligently repairing the area. The cat excitedly leaps out of the vehicle, but Su-chun tells it to calm down and not to frighten anyone. The cat meows as if it genuinely understands what he is saying. Bai Kong observes the creature, saying that the cat appears incredibly happy. Xiao Feng asks if Su-chun isn't afraid that it might simply run away. Su-chun calmly stores the entire car into his personal space and says he spent a fortune on snacks and ice cream for it. On the journey back, he adds that the cat is essentially living like royalty. Where else in this world could it possibly find that kind of treatment? Later on, the group heads to a vast, empty warehouse. Gao Wei asks if the available space is large enough for their needs. Su-chun confirms that it is. It's perfect. He then utilizes his power, and a brilliant flash fills the room. Gao Wei stares with his eyes completely wide in disbelief. Enormous piles of materials from the military base suddenly materialize, forming virtual mountains of essential supplies and armaments. Su-chun declares that with all of these advanced weapons, the base's security is now practically guaranteed. Gao Wei is still reeling in shock and asks why Su-chun revealed his power. Su-chun simply lets out a confident laugh and says, they're all now comrades in this struggle for survival. So if he is unable to place his trust in them, then who else in this desolate world can he possibly trust? Gao Wei concurs, saying without Su-chun, this new sanctuary of theirs would not even be possible. He solemnly vows to keep Su-chen's incredible secret safe. Then, General Bai Kong states that their base does not yet have a name. She proposes that since Su-chun contributed so much to their cause, they should officially name it the Dawnlight Base in his honor. Gao Wei considers the suggestion and agrees that the name sounds wonderful. It symbolizes a new hope and a brand new beginning for them all. Su-chun is somewhat taken aback, thinking that in his previous timeline, the base that Gao Wei had constructed was the very last bastion of humanity. Now, that same sanctuary is being named in his honor. This is a huge deal. While all of this is transpiring, the cat nonchalantly wanders off into a makeshift operating room. Someone inside is currently praising Duanya's skills, stating that she handled the complex surgery like a seasoned professional. She replies that the medical conditions here are far from ideal, and that a great number of people are already beyond any hope of saving. Then someone else mentions how wonderful it would be if they could reclaim the hospital from the Dao clan, since it likely still contains a vast wealth of medical supplies. She picks up a sharp scalpel, and the cat suddenly flinches in fear. Clearly terrified, it recalls a traumatic memory from its distant past, watching one of its own helpless siblings being brutally neutered. It lets out a loud, panicked meow. Duanya turns and sees the trembling feline. She approaches it and begins to gently stroke its fur, asking where in the world it came from. She guesses that the poor creature is probably hungry and picks it up. She says she will ask Su-chun if they can keep it when he returns. Things are already incredibly difficult for all of the survivors, but perhaps they can manage to make things work out somehow. She carries the cat back to her personal quarters and tells it this small room will be their new home for the time being. Just as she is about to remove her shoes for the evening, someone forcefully grabs her from behind without warning. He calls her a beautiful woman and tells her to have some fun. She cries out and tries to fight him off as he pins her arms above her head. Even the brave cat is frozen in place, too terrified to even move. But when she finally opens her eyes, she sees that her attacker is Su-chun. She is shocked and asks when on earth he returned. He calmly states he is the only one who doesn't succumb to her mental illusions. She now understands the situation. He then releases her from his grasp. After that ordeal, Duanya takes the cat to give a much-needed bath. She speaks to it gently, saying that Su-chun must have brought it back. Then she admires its fur, saying its golden stripes are quite beautiful. She makes the decision to name the cat Gold. The cat appears to be quite pleased with its new name, relishing the warm water and her very gentle scrub. Su-chun walks into the bathroom and overhears her call the creature Gold. He remarks that it is indeed a very nice name, but then asks if she has forgotten her duty to help him bathe. She inquires about the armory and if he managed to find anything useful. Su-chun dramatically reveals a glowing core and says, of course, Now he can finally ascend to the legendary level 2. Gold stares at the crystal core, looking utterly bewildered. Didn't he already consume that strange object earlier? Su-chun laughs, explaining that things were too chaotic at the time, so he simply stored it away safely inside his personal space. But he sensed that he was in desperate need of it, so he brought it back out. He then places the core into his mouth. Duanya is horrified and asks if he's truly going to ingest it right now, but it's already far too late. Su-chen's entire body begins to transform. His skin darkens to a deep crimson, and red veins bulge across his body. An overwhelming energy begins to radiate from his very being. Duanya gasps in awe, stating that this must be the power of level 2. The entire bathroom begins to shake violently from the sheer power. She screams at Su-chun to stop, because she cannot withstand the pressure. But Su-chun just continues his transformation. Meanwhile, outside, Yun is busy helping with the construction of the wall when she hears strange and disturbing noises emanating from the bathroom. Gold, however, couldn't care less and continues purring contentedly. Yun frowns in suspicion and walks over to investigate. She peeks inside and sees Su-chun holding Duanya closely in the bath. She cries out in anguish, asking why Su-chun didn't come to find her first. She is furious, shrinking back to her normal size and storming into the bathroom. When Duanya sees her approaching, she desperately cries out for help. Yun begins to panic, screaming Su-chen's name in desperation. Su-chun calmly steps out of the bathtub, his entire form now glowing with the immense energy of a level 2 user. He looks over at her and says that she has arrived at the perfect time. Right now, both Duanya and Yun are lying exhausted upon the bed, completely and utterly drained after their encounter with Su-chun. They look as if they have just completed a grueling marathon. Both of them weakly utter his name in near unison, barely possessing the strength to even move a muscle. It turns out that dealing with a newly evolved level 2 human is no simple matter. Duanya says she feels as if she is about to lose consciousness. Yun concurs, stating the side effects are far too overwhelming. Su-chun offers his apology, admitting he might have absorbed too many cores. Yun declares that they both must become stronger as well. Otherwise, Su-chun is just going to continue overpowering them like this. Duanya agrees with her and then asks how his powers have evolved. Now that he has achieved level 2, Su-chun decides to investigate for himself. First, he decides to test out his newly enhanced physical abilities. His berserk and serpent abilities have now completely merged into one power. His skin darkens, and it has become even more durable than solid steel. A strange, vibrant energy is now flowing all across his body as well, almost like some sort of protective force field. He wonders if he can utilize it for offensive purposes. He holds out his hand in the direction of the two girls, and suddenly, they're violently blasted clear across the entire room. Blankets and all, they land on the hard floor with a loud thud. Su-chun laughs, remarking that his attack power is now far stronger. Next, he moves on to test his formidable spatial ability. Previously, he could only create a spatial tier where he touched it. Now, he can manifest small spatial gates anywhere around him within 20 meters. Yun angrily calls him a massive jerk for throwing him around like that. Su-chun just ignores her and continues to test his ice manipulation powers. Before, he was only capable of creating small shards of ice, but now he can encase his entire body in thick layers of solid ice. It is not an incredibly useful ability just yet, but it is a definite improvement. Then, a brilliant idea strikes him. He begins to channel his ice powers into the small spatial gates, and he fires deadly ice shards out from a multitude of different directions. Each individual shard strikes with the force of a speeding bullet. He declares that this will be perfect for executing surprise attacks. Duanya and Yun are both somewhat speechless at this display. Yun remarks that if he continues to evolve at this incredible rate, he might be able to fire off actual rockets in the near future. Duanya wholeheartedly agrees with her assessment. Finally, Su-chun attempts to test out his newly enhanced mental sense. His powerful Sharingan instantly activates. The effective range has not increased by a significant amount, but he can now perceive every single detail inside of his own body, as if he now possesses some kind of incredible built-in scanner. But then, something incredibly strange begins to happen to him. He suddenly feels as if he is no longer inside his own physical body. He looks all around him, but sees that his surroundings are very bizarre. He quickly realizes he is now trapped inside some kind of mental world. Then, a familiar voice calls out to him. It's the mysterious woman from the laboratory where the mutated rat was found. She calmly informs him that they meet once again. Soo-chan recognizes her instantly and is completely bewildered by this. He was under the impression she was gone, but she reveals he consumed her core, and now she is living deep inside of him, much like a vile parasite. Her long hair whips out from her head and tightly binds him in place. Soo-chan is now becoming incredibly and dangerously infuriated. His steel-like body and his spatial jumps are useless in this mental realm. She states that since she is now a part of him, she now desires something special from him in return. She leans in closer, attempting to plant a kiss upon his lips. But our protagonist is most certainly not going to fall for that trick. He remembers that he possesses yet another powerful ability. So he summons powerful chains and completely entraps her before she can get any closer. She attempts to break free from her bonds, but she is unable to. He tells her directly that he has absolutely no trust in her. She informs him that he is unable to kill her in this realm, since her true body is now completely fused with his own. Soo-chan replies that this is fine with him. Then she can simply remain trapped inside this place for all of eternity. The mysterious woman adamantly refuses to give up so easily. Her long hair erupts from the ground and wraps entirely around it, like a gigantic, inescapable web. Soo-chan tries to fight it off, but he is soon completely covered, resembling some kind of obese mummy. She laughs maniacally and states that now neither of them are leaving. She desires for them to remain inside this place together, locked away inside this mental space for the rest of eternity. Now our protagonist is imprisoned with the parasitic entity known as Shao, whom he has also ensnared. He is trapped within her horrifying cocoon, which he finds impossible to break out of. And she, in turn, is trapped by his unbreakable chains. If this stalemate should continue any longer, they will both be imprisoned there, within the conscious plane of his mind, for an incredibly long time. So she wisely suggests that they try to negotiate instead of fight. Our protagonist is at least willing to hear her out, so she proceeds to explain to him how. She only requires a minuscule amount of his power to survive. It will be far too little to have any noticeable effect on it, and she lacks the necessary power to ever take over his body, even if she secretly wished to. Our ruthless protagonist doesn't trust her words, and demands to know how she intends to ever leave his body. She then reveals to him that simply leaving, like that, would result in an instant game over scenario for her, unless he is able to find her a different, suitable female host, someone who is a powerful ability user in her own right, who is also attractive, with a very appealing body as well. Talk about being extremely picky, even in her current dire position. Amidst all of this, our hero asks how he would know if someone is a suitable host, and she informs him that she will let him know if they meet the right one. She also proceeds to promise him a very tantalizing reward for assisting her in finding a brand new body to inhabit. But our protagonist isn't even remotely interested in any of that. He simply warns her to stay out of his personal business, and she would do extremely well to heed that particular warning, unless she desires to be the next name on his chopping block. She quickly and hurriedly agrees to do exactly that, and she desperately begs him to release her from his powerful bindings, which he does, and she in turn releases him from her terrifying cocoon. After this ordeal, he is finally able to return to his physical body. Back in the normal, physical world, his two women, Duanya and Yunyun, express how they were incredibly worried about it. For just a brief moment there, they had feared that his soul had completely departed from his body. That particular statement causes our hero, Soo-chan, to begin worrying as well. In an effort to mitigate the risks as much as he possibly can, he takes some extra precautions by freezing the entire space that Shao is in. One can definitely never be too cautious when it's quite literally the end of the entire world. At the very least, his ice abilities are still highly effective, even within that strange and dangerous mind space. He figures that he had better hurry up and find her suitable body, and he commands his companion, Duanya, to find him other women for his inspection at once. His two companions completely misinterpret the entire situation, and they conclude that he is no longer satisfied with just them. Our slick protagonist, now realizing what he has just said, swiftly changes his words to something else, and he redirects it towards a general concern for all the other refugees. He most certainly isn't planning on replacing them anytime soon, or doing anything of that particular sort. After all of that, Soo-chan and his lovely lady, Duanya, go for a walk, and she explains the current situation to him. The esteemed General Gao has already conducted a full head count, and the base currently shelters exactly 1,300 people. Of that total number, over 400 of them are soldiers responsible for security. These brave soldiers have already successfully repelled numerous attacks by the dreaded Devourer tribe and other horrifying mutated monsters. The remaining men are currently constructing temporary defensive walls. Yun Yun is providing them with a massive helping hand in a very literal sense, and her assistance is making the work proceed much more smoothly and quickly. The women and the children, on the other hand, are tasked with clearing mutated plants that are sprouting up within the territory and are also handling all of the base's logistics. Some of them have been injured by mutated plants while trying to clear them out, but Duanya and the other medical students are taking good care of them in the dedicated surgical room that they have successfully set up. So that particular crisis is currently being handled. Duanya hopes that once the wall is finished, and perhaps even find a moment of peace. But our protagonist knows that in this broken world, relaxation is a fleeting illusion. Not now. Though the immediate crises of security and supply have been averted, it is merely a temporary reprieve. A new, critical objective now looms. They must seize the local hospital, a den of horrors currently occupied by the vile Devourer tribe, to secure the life-saving medical resources trapped within its walls. This very matter is being debated in a high-stakes meeting. The general in command of the base, the Honorable Gao, is now open to any and all suggestions as to how they can execute this perilous mission successfully. Captain Bai's own brother is about to nominate the formidable Captain Sun, who is, by all accounts, their most skilled fighter with the best drilled team. But he's cut off mid-sentence by the bull-headed Captain Sun himself, who rudely demands to know the whereabouts of our protagonist. He brazenly complains that our MC is a total hypocrite for encouraging the foundation of this new sanctuary, but then failing to appear for crucial meetings such as this. General Gao sternly warns him to watch his tongue. The undeniable truth remains that without our protagonist, there would be no base to even speak of. And he certainly wouldn't be standing here spewing his nonsense all day. So he had better learn to watch his insolent tone. Gao knows that this Captain Sun is far too short-sighted for his own good. In the past, Suchin had willingly placed his trust in Gao's leadership. Our hero was never interested in such responsibilities, but he trusted Gao enough to leave the entire operation in his capable hands. He did, however, issue a grave warning that even with the formidable protection of this new base, if one is not eternally vigilant, it can all vanish in an instant, and everything will be utterly annihilated. Gao understood this immense burden and still accepted the mantle of leadership. He was well aware that a powerful being, like our MC, would never cease his relentless pursuit of greater power, and leading a base would only serve to slow him down. Returning to the present, Gao assures Sun and the entire assembly that our protagonist will undoubtedly intervene without a moment's hesitation if a need arises. Sun points out that the enemy they are preparing to face is incredibly strong, and that he cannot bear the full responsibility for any loss of life that might possibly occur. Basically, he is implying that there will certainly be casualties in the coming battle. So Gao then decides to dispatch Lu Xiaofeng to provide vital assistance. He also makes a promise to ask our protagonist for additional support to guarantee their absolute and total victory in this endeavor. Sun then reluctantly agrees to these new terms, and he departs from the meeting to go and prepare for the mission. On his way out, his subordinate questions him as to why they are still obeying any commands when they are already plotting to violently seize power in total control of this entire base for their own selfish desires. Sun then unveils his treacherous scheme. He is concerned about our hero and his ally, Xiaofeng, because they are both powerful ability users, a threat to his ambitions. However, this very mission has presented the absolute perfect stage to eliminate them. Both of them, swiftly and without arousing any suspicion from the others. With them out of the picture, seizing the base will be child's play. Meanwhile, back inside the tense meeting room, Captain Bai's brother astutely points out to Gao that events have unfolded exactly as our protagonist predicted they would. Gao can now only pray that Captain Sun doesn't do something incredibly foolish. He then inquires about the city and the progress of scouting, and he is told that the dedicated field team has been dispatched there already. Suchin had previously informed them about this. regarding something massive that is currently unfolding there. At East City, which serves as another major refugee zone, the field team sent to perform reconnaissance is comprised of none other than our protagonists' old comrades, Miao Puyuan and Tian Yuai, who are currently concealed in hiding. Miao Puyuan cannot help but feel envious of our protagonist's rapidly accelerating power, and he asks his partner if they could possibly beg him for a few crystal cores. Tianyu immediately shoots down the foolish idea. He says they should be grateful enough that Su-chan had already risked his own life to save theirs. Besides, he knows that true strength must come from within oneself. He understands this harsh reality. But they have been battling monsters and zombies with all their might, and still have had absolutely no luck. It is becoming quite frustrating, as he is still whining about his situation. He is abruptly cut short by his vigilant partner. Tian, you can hear approaching footsteps. People are coming toward them. Well, these people are not approaching them directly. To be exact, they're actually making their way toward the main gates of the city. Our heroes are scouting two dim-witted looking goons who have come to deliver a new shipment of female slaves to the city lord. Among these unfortunate women is that masochistic psychopath from the Federal Bureau of Evolution, the one and only Jia. After a brief inspection, the guards escort them inside the city to meet the infamous city lord. The two goons can already taste the immense fortune they are about to acquire, and they are visibly excited as they meet the city's ruthless boss. He seems quite satisfied with the women they have brought in as goods. He makes a promise to spare the life of whichever one can produce a male heir. For him, the terrified girls begin to plead desperately for their very lives. But he coldly reminds them that they are now nothing but breeding stock, with absolutely no right to beg him for any mercy. He proclaims this as he violently grabs one of the girls by her neck and begins to publicly molest her in front of everyone, as he is still defiling her. An informant brings him news regarding our MC and his group's audacious plan to assault the hospital. This news infuriates the city lord, and he orders all his men to attack. He will do absolutely anything as long as our protagonist ends up dead. The very same informant then notifies him that their people currently lack the strength to fight because they have been starving for an incredibly long time. Another option is to forcefully convert all of them into devourers, but that horrific process requires a great deal of time. This entire conversation is taking place while the pig of a city lord is still brutally ravishing the body of the poor, helpless maiden. At this very moment, our favorite masochistic psycho, Jia, who has been sitting silently with the rest of the slave girls, finally speaks up and offers a truly sinister idea. The city lord then turns to face her, giving her a listening ear, all while still delivering incredibly painful backshots to the poor girl. The very same goons who brought the women to the city lord are now buried alive, completely up to their necks, in a way that only their terrified heads are visible on the surface. They are completely confused and turn to their boss, desperately pleading for both help and answers. The city lord simply informs them that a certain woman wants to help him build a devourer army quickly, but she requires their severed heads as ingredients for her dark potion. The goons try to beg their way out of this predicament, frantically claiming that the woman is lying to him and is only attempting to get revenge on them for selling her into slavery. The city boss casually admits that this could indeed be the truth, but then again, he would never really know for sure until he tests it out. Now, would he? A swift, powerful swing from his nail-studded bat sends both of their heads flying away from their bodies. At the very same time, with just a single, brutal swing, flying from their bodies and landing in a massive, bubbling concoction pool of blood, where other humans are also being tossed and whole and still alive. Jia then uses a second-generation enhancement serum to greatly accelerate the devourer evolution process. She pours a vile substance into the blood pool, even though she knows that it is a bit unstable. More terrified humans are then dropped into this pool against their will. Obviously, they are forcefully submerged and even drowned in the vile liquid until there is absolutely nothing left of them. Jia tells those who are terrifyingly awaiting their own turn that they should actually feel extremely honored, as only the chosen few are permitted to enter the sacred blood pool, and only the absolute strongest of warriors can serve the great city lord. She is, without a doubt, a completely full-blown psychopath. She swears that she will exact her bloody revenge on our boy, Su-chun, for destroying the precious evolution base, which led directly to her capture enslavement, and endless suffering. Just at that moment, the first batch of the fully cooked devourers begins to emerge violently from the horrifying blood pool. Meanwhile, the two scouts who have been witnessing all of this from behind the city walls cannot believe their own eyes. They have just discovered that the city Lord is planning to transform every single person in the city into devourers. All 2,000 residents are to become mere pawns for him. They absolutely must get this vital information that they have just gathered back to their own home base. Otherwise, they will all be completely and utterly doomed. Just at that moment, a group of devourers appears from behind them, having spotted them much earlier while they were spying on them. Once our heroes realize that they have finally been discovered, the entire situation immediately becomes incredibly dire. Tianyu decides to make a valiant last stand and hold them off, and he commands his partner to escape while he still has the chance. But the savage devourers think it would be much better if they both simply stayed and became their next delicious dinner. The more, the merrier. After all, back at the Dawnlight base, the young Xiao Mei rushes to warmly greet our protagonist, and he asks after her well-being and if she's being bullied by anyone. She playfully tells him that no one would ever dare to come near his woman, which is of course her. A joke, obviously. Just then, the Honorable General Gao joins them and informs our MC of their plans regarding the very dangerous upcoming mission. He then explains that the job might prove to be too much for Captain Sun and his men to handle alone, and he asks for his invaluable assistance. Our protagonist casually agrees to the request with no complaints whatsoever. But our esteemed general is not quite finished yet. He has just one more important favor to ask of our protagonist, Suchin. Gao informs our MC that the hospital, being so dangerously close to the base, will eventually become a massive pain in the backside, sooner or later, if it is not dealt with swiftly. Also, they're in desperate need of the medical resources that are stockpiled in there, just waiting to be claimed by someone strong enough. So he pleads with our hero to let them keep a portion for the base. Our incredibly generous protagonist assures General Gao that he will only take what he truly needs and absolutely nothing more. It's not like he needs very much to begin with anyway. Gao then introduces him to the other powerful ability users that are in the base, including the brother of Captain Bai, and they will all be placed under his direct command during this perilous operation they are about to undertake. That's all well and good, but the very first order from their new leader is for them to stay behind and guard the base and play lookout while he goes and deals with the actual threat himself. They are to keep a particularly watchful eye on his city for any suspicious movements that might possibly occur there. This unexpected order shocks the team of ability users to their very core. Our protagonist obviously has his own valid reasons for issuing such a command. He suspects that his city might experience some uncontrollable changes simply because of his overwhelming presence. And just as usual, he is absolutely 100% correct. Meanwhile, back at the besieged He city, our two brave scouts, Miao Pu Yuan and Tian Yi, are still completely surrounded by ravenous devourers. They're desperately trying to hold their own in the fight, but the relentless monsters are not giving them any chance to fight back or even catch their breath for a single moment. Tian Yi points out that they have to end this confrontation quickly and asks his partner if he can recall all the terrible crises and the brutal trials they endured during their previous field missions. Of course, he remembers. He is the most experienced one in the field. After all, the Devourers are growing tired of these foolish games and are now prepared to get extremely serious. But just then, Tian Yi pulls out yet another clever trick from his sleeve, throwing a handful of lime powder directly into their eyes. This gives them a small window of opportunity to escape and make a run for it. Just when they both believe they finally have the advantage over the Devourers, a deadly spear from behind pierces the not-so-lucky Miao Pu Yuan directly through the chest. It is a fatal, devastating blow. Tian Yi screams out in horror, but is already far too late. His brave partner has fallen victim to the monstrous city lord, who had appeared from out of nowhere and struck from behind. He toys with the idea of having the human he just captured as a little personal snack for himself. But he's far too skinny for him to get satisfied in the slightest. So he offers the body to his men instead as a special treat. Miao Pu Yuan is unceremoniously thrown into the hands of the hungry, ravenous, devouring beasts. And his loyal partner, Tian Yi, desperately tries to save him from his horrible fate, but is struck in the back by another beast who had snuck up on it. Right before Miao Pu Yuan is finally and completely devoured, he yells at his partner and his best friend to escape the area while he still has the chance to get away. And then he is brutally ripped apart, torn limb from bloody limb, and eaten alive by the monsters, right before his partner's devastated eyes. Tian Yi now swears to avenge the death of his dear friend, and he uses the opportunity and the distraction that his friend's noble sacrifice has created to finally make an escape. He attempts to jump into a nearby river beside them. They realize his desperate plan and try to stop him by throwing spears at him, but he still succeeds and heads straight down into the murky river. Although he is gravely injured, both physically and emotionally, he still manages to make a successful escape from the chaos. The Devourers are enraged by this turn of events. They really want to eat some fresh meat. Human meat, to be precise, and they don't particularly care how they get it. The city lord then commands them to take over the Dawnlight base, if they are really that desperate for fresh meat. There are a great number of people down there who would serve as excellent dishes. With this new command, the Devourers make their way toward the base. They are so incredibly hungry and would do anything for some fresh human meat. Just then, the city lord screams out the name of his hated enemy, our protagonist, as he takes his now greatly multiplied army of Devourers and brings the brutal fight directly to the base. Meanwhile, at the city hospital that our hero is planning on attacking, a woman is in excruciating pain as she gives birth to a Devourer baby, with no medical equipment or any form of assistance whatsoever. The proud father of this cute little angel of a baby is none other than Feng Pongzi, the Devourer tribe's ruthless hospital leader. Originally, he was, in fact, a mental psychopath, admitted to the hospital for some very obvious reasons. He had always fantasized about getting all the women around him pregnant. So, of course, he was the very first person to mutate into a Devourer. Now that he's become an actual, real monster, he possesses the power and the freedom to fulfill his deepest and most incredibly messed up desires. The poor, unfortunate lady, trembling in immense pain, is desperately trying to figure out a way to escape. But the psycho freak is already gearing up for round 2 with her. He promises to pump her full with yet another baby in no time flat. Mere minutes after having given birth to his child, she is forced into another horrific session of backshots with the monster. This is truly horrifying. Still, at the besieged city hospital, the grand attack finally begins, and the Devourers are immediately ambushed by soldiers from the Dawnlight base. The very first set of attacks is led by Captain Sun and his men, who are using guns to eliminate the small fries guarding the main entrance. After that initial assault, he steps down and demands that the ability users, including our very own protagonist, clear the rest of the way for them. Lu Xiaofeng immediately questions this ridiculous demand, as there are only a mere handful of ability users present at the site. Sun gives his reasons for making such absurd and selfish demands. He might have a great number of men standing behind him, but they're all still just ordinary, powerless people with just a bit of firepower in their guns. It is only fair that the superpowered humans lead the vanguard of the battle. Our protagonist perceives this as a direct threat and confronts Captain Sun, but the bull-headed captain will not budge an inch and stands by his demand. Our hero finally and reluctantly agrees to his terms, but he warns them that anyone who dares to stab him in the back never, ever meets a good fate in the end. And he has plenty of proof of it, too. He then orders his small team to move out, and he himself, together with his woman, Duanya, and his ally, Lu Xiaofeng, goes on ahead of the main group to take charge of clearing the path. Of course, Captain Sun has his own ulterior motive for doing all of this. His sinister plan is to let the ability users deal with the Devourers first, and then strike them all down and eliminate them when they are worn out. His logic is that even a powerful ability user won't stand a chance against 100 guns after that kind of brutal, exhausting fight. One of his lecherous men suggests that they should spare the beauty goddess Duanya, and yeah, he agrees that it would certainly be a terrible waste to get rid of a sexy woman like her. So he orders them to leave her out of their plans. When they finally go on their murderous killing spree, just at that moment, they realize that something is not right. Our ruthless protagonist and his entire team have completely vanished, without leaving behind so much as a single trace of their presence. He quickly orders his men to search for them immediately, and not to allow them to escape from his trap. They have absolutely no idea that the very people they are desperately trying to find are standing right there in front of them the entire time. Duanya explains to a very doubtful-looking Xiaofeng that she can control the visual nerves of ordinary, powerless people, and that is exactly what she is currently doing to them, to put Captain Sun and his men in their current state of utter confusion. She does admit, though, that Captain Sun is also an ability user, so he is therefore somewhat immune to her powerful abilities, and he might eventually sense that something is off. Our protagonist then steps up to take care of that particular problematic possibility and utilizes his newly upgraded space ability. He begins setting up different portals at very specific angles, all of them surrounding Captain Sun and his unsuspecting men, which they do not notice at all after he sets them up. He then fires his deadly ice shards directly at them, creating a series of simultaneous attacks from a multitude of different angles. The men are completely thrown off their guard by this, and their captain screams at them to immediately take cover. So they all rush forward in a panicked and utterly confused state. They leave far behind them our protagonist and his crew, who are still safely hidden behind Duanya's powerful illusion ability. Our protagonist figures that charging in head-on in a battle is much more suited for people like them anyway. So why not just give them a little bit of a push while they're all running forward in a panic? Captain Sun asks if anyone has detected where the attack came from, but no one is able to answer his question. Meanwhile, our favorite psychopathic monster, Feng Pongzi, has just finished playing around with his baby-making tool. Or rather, it would be much more accurate to state that the poor, unfortunate maiden has finished with her life entirely, as she now lies completely lifelessly on the ground, having finally succumbed to death. It is only at this moment that he finally notices that his other precious playthings are being tampered with. While he was otherwise busy with his other activities, his own subordinates had helped themselves to his other women. He angrily demands a full explanation from them for their insolence, and they explain that they wanted to have babies too, just like him. They all want to be just like their powerful boss. And this absolutely terrifies the hell out of the poor girls, having already witnessed the horrible fate of the last girl the boss handled. This entire scene greatly irritates Feng Pongzi. He is immensely annoyed by this situation, that his own subordinates would have the audacity to touch his private property. Out of sheer, unadulterated anger, he attacks them, and that single blow sends the Devourer's subordinates flying through the walls. Unfortunately for them, that is exactly where Captain Sun and his men had run to. So the resulting impact not only blows away some of his own men, but it also reveals their exact location to the waiting enemy. And it is the big boss, no less. So much for maintaining the precious element of surprise. Captain Sun and his men are completely surprised and terrified to see the largest devourer that they have ever laid their eyes on in their entire lives, standing menacingly right in front of them. But they are absolutely petrified when they finally realize that they're not just up against a single one or 24 mutated monsters, but hundreds of them, all just waiting to have their lunch. They're now completely and utterly surrounded by the enemy. Captain Sun still manages to stand his ground, though, and he gives the order for them to release fire upon the enemy. They immediately begin shooting, but their guns are just lighting up and causing no damage whatsoever. They soon come to the horrifying realization that they are shooting blanks, with just some gunpowder and no actual real bullets inside. Someone has obviously tampered with all of their weapons, and that is just far too bad for all of them, because they're all now very much completely and utterly cooked. The Devourer tribe's lord orders his devourers to slice them all up and roast them all for a very good and satisfying lunch. And they all gladly and hungrily obey his command. They begin cutting down the men, and it is almost far too easy for them. They quickly surround the brave captain, but he still manages to stand his ground against them. He grabs his massive battle axe and begins to fight back. He then orders his terrified men to get up and keep on fighting until the very end. This seems to motivate them a little bit, and they begin to take up formation and prepare to back him up in the fight. He is actually holding his own surprisingly well in this battle, despite the truly dire circumstances he now finds himself in. He swears that he will come for our protagonist after he has taken care of his current pressing situation. Captain Sun orders his men to follow his lead and fight their way out. Their plan now is to keep on killing as many of them as they can until they can finally find a way out of this hellhole, or die trying to do so. Meanwhile, The Devourer's plan is to kill all of the humans and leave no one left alive. It is a ferocious and brutal battle between monstrous creatures and desperate humans. One particular cowardly guy decides to take the coward's way out of this and look for a safe place to hide amidst all of the chaos and bloodshed. Just then, he notices something very strange in the corner of his terrified eye. It is a newborn devourer lying next to its now lifeless mother. That very same baby the devourer boss and his now dead baby-making tool had created together. As he tries to approach the creature, the baby sinks into a mysterious, shadowy portal, and it completely disappears from sight into thin air. The confused and terrified guy can't find it anywhere at all. Then, in the very next second, it suddenly appears directly underneath him from another shadowy portal. It seems that it is able to create these portals and attack from below. It tears his flesh apart and devours the poor coward, bit by excruciating bit, until it finally and completely kills him. The devourer then begins to grow, and it learns that eating fresh human meat makes him grow much stronger. And it also makes for a very delicious and satisfying meal. That is his very first major discovery in this cruel world, and a very saddening and disturbing fact. To be perfectly honest, back to the heat of the battle, the men are completely amazed at how incredibly strong their captain really is. He fights so fiercely and manages to stand his ground, even against all of these odds. He manages to take out 10 devourers all by himself. Unfortunately, those are just the small fries when compared to the rest of the devourers, plus the big boss who is still waiting for him to finish. Feng Pongzi lets him know this very clearly. So he uses this opportunity to try and take out the boss in one swift and powerful swing by launching his massive axe. The boss catches his axe before it is able to make any contact, though, and that incredible feat only leaves him completely dumbfounded. Amidst his brief moment of distraction, the evil devourer, Baby, sneaks up behind him. He does notice it, but not nearly soon enough to react. The monstrous child then uses its arms, which have now mutated into deadly blades, to slice off both of the captain's powerful arms. The man screams out in excruciating and unbearable pain, and the kid viciously pushes him down to the ground to die a slow and agonizing death. As the kid is about to land the finishing blow, a powerful kick from the side sends him flying clear across the room. The kid is really shocked and infuriated at whoever dared to kick him. It turns out that our ruthless protagonist and his team, consisting of his woman, Duanya, and his guy, Xiaofeng, have arrived just in the nick of time to save the day. Our protagonist calmly informs the overgrown devourer brat that the captain is not his to kill. Someone in Su Chen's team immediately catches the eye of the boss lord, who is previously actually started to get a little bit bored. It is our beautiful queen, Duanya, and he recognizes her as his next potential baby maker immediately. He then generously promises to let our boy choose his own method of death, since he has brought such a beautiful goddess directly to him. In the split of a single second, our boy is all up in the Devourer Boss Lord's face, and he complains that this overgrown pig talks far too much. He strikes with a serious punch and does a hell of a lot of damage to the boss. He has indeed made a choice, all right. He chooses to send the disgusting pig in front of him, right back to the deepest, darkest parts of hell from which he came. Our boy is now bursting with a powerful and intimidating aura. Playtime for the Hospital Devourer Tribe's boss, Feng Pongzi, is now officially over. It is about time he starts to take things around here a bit more seriously. Feng Pongzi, on the other hand, instantly recognizes him as an ability user. He then points out that his meat must taste even more delicious, as he completely absorbs the damage from our boy's blow and begins to regenerate. While this is all happening, the young devourer kid wonders why his father, the boss, has taken such a strong liking to a woman that looks incredibly weak to him. But since his powerful father likes her, he agrees to allow her to stay with them and become his new mother. That sicko parasite, seriously, like father, like son, has never been more true than in this very disturbing scenario. He proudly announces his decision directly to Duanya, and she is now even more disgusted by the very thing that she is looking at. He calmly tells her not to worry, as he isn't really planning on eating her anytime in the near future, as he is still in the process of growing anyway. He'd just eat some fresh human meat though. So he tells his new mom that he needs some milk ASAP. Our girl, Duanya, thinks she must be completely tripping right now, because there is absolutely no reasonable way in all of hell that she just heard a filthy little devourer brat, who is already grown enough to be a middle schooler, call her mom and then request breast milk so very casually, out of sheer, utter annoyance and pure, unadulterated irritation. She lands a skull-crushing axe kick directly on the brat's stupid head and sends his ugly face smashing hard into the cold ground. He then goes into full psychotic mode, just like the little monster he is, thinking that this must be what having a real mother feels like. But before he could even get up off the ground, another swift hit from a silently pissed-off Duanya sends him flying up into the air once again. Our girl then uses her heels to launch yet another powerful kick that pushes him far away to the left. And then, finally, she spins around and gives him a hot and critical back kick to the gut. And that single blow does it, finally and completely. This is what you get when you foolishly mess with our protagonist woman. Good riddance to him. It's about time that someone gave that brat a good beating. Duanya now has the little brat pinned to the ground underneath her heel. But the psycho is actually and truly enjoying all of the pain. I guess it shouldn't be too surprising if the evil psycho devourer kid is also a complete and total masochist as well. He then uses the very same ability he used to kill that first guy, who tried to run away from the previous fight in a panic. He creates a shadowy portal directly underneath himself. Duanya is utterly floored. This vile brat possesses abilities, a power mirroring her own. It's revealed he can traverse through the shadows, striking from any conceivable angle. This grants him a terrifying and unpredictable level of mobility. He then emerges from the darkness directly behind her, attempting to land a cowardly, devastating sneak attack. But his assault is thwarted by our protagonist's loyal pet, the mysterious feline, Goldie, who had secretly trailed them on this dangerous mission. Unbeknownst to anyone at all, Duanya is taken aback, realizing Goldie had followed her into this death trap, and she now fears greatly for its safety in this chaos. She commands it to take cover behind her as she prepares to resume her deadly dance. She is confident that with her heightened mental perception, she can track the fiend's every move and end him with a single, precise gunshot. The shadow-dwelling fiend re-emerges once more, this time descending from above, his sights now locked firmly on the cat, seeking vengeance for foiling his previous cowardly attack. However, the vigilant Goldie spots him in the nick of time, and with casual grace, it unleashes a devastating claw strike. But Duanya's human reflexes fail her. She misses the entire confrontation. The fiend evades the cat's lethal assault by a mere hair's breadth, disappearing back into the shadows just in the nick of time. A chilling realization dawns upon him. That was almost his final moment. He wisely decides to execute a tactical withdrawal for now. Let's return to the plight of Captain Sun and his beleaguered soldiers. Sun is still reeling, gripped by unimaginable agony. He's screaming hysterically over the brutal loss of his arms, while his men desperately try to form a shield around him from the hungry devourers. Xiao Feng commands them all to stay close to his side, as this raging battle is escalating into pure pandemonium. The monstrous devourers can only laugh at this display. At first glance, Xiao Feng appears deceptively weak and almost pathetic, so witnessing him command the others to huddle close to him, as if he could possibly offer them any form of protection, is an absolutely hilarious sight to the bloodthirsty devourers. Captain Sun schemes that because Xiao Feng is so honest and good-natured, he would make for an exceptionally useful human shield, and he could exploit him to secure his own escape. He calls out to our hero, demanding protection from the chaos, and to be escorted safely from this brutal battlefield, citing his technical position as the leader of this doomed operation. Xiao Feng, with an unsettling smile, agrees to the captain's request. But before he takes any action to protect him, he's going to require a small favor from our fine, armless captain. Sun is paralyzed with shock as our hero calmly extends his hand and seizes him firmly by the throat. Then he unleashes his terrifying ability, Plunderer, to siphon and absorb every last ounce of Sun's remaining power. After all, he's armless and utterly useless on the battlefield now, so it's only right that he relinquishes the last of his strength, so that our hero can use that power to exact vengeance upon the devourers. With his final, fading breath, Sun gasps that they are supposed to be comrades in arms, but our hero coldly informs him the terms of their alliance have changed the moment he decided to aim his weapon at him and his teammates. They went from being brothers in arms to mortal enemies. And in this hellish apocalypse, one shows absolutely no mercy to to enemies. Since his treacherous men were also complicit in the plot, they are now considered enemies as well, and will be treated as such. So he proceeds to drain every single one of them of their power too. He plunders every last drop of their life force until nothing remains. Thanks to our MC's brilliant foresight and his timely warnings, the Dawnlight base discovers the massive horde of devourers is now marching directly toward them, standing atop the newly completed defensive wall. Captain Bai commands her soldiers to prepare for battle, exactly as they had all meticulously planned beforehand. She finds Yun Yun there and questions why she hasn't evacuated. Yun Yun explains she built this wall at the request of her beloved man, the one and only Su Chun. She refuses to let it be destroyed by some overgrown, monstrous pigs. Bai Chong then broaches another topic she has been meaning to discuss with Yun Yun. She is now blushing furiously, fidgeting with her knees, obviously feeling extremely flustered and quite embarrassed. She finally asks Yun Yun if she isn't disturbed that she and Duanya are both sharing the same man. Yun Yun replies with a surprising sense of calm in her voice. She confesses that the entire situation felt strange at first, but this is literally the end of the entire world. So why should she care? The old world's rules no longer apply here. Not when there are deadly disasters and cataclysms and mutated horrors that feast on humans on a daily basis. She thinks to herself, knowing full well she could never handle Su Chen's power by herself anyway. Our hero is a completely different kind of monster in his own right. She then turns the question around, asking if Captain Bai has feelings for her man as well. Bai immediately and vehemently denies the accusation, though her flustered expression tells a very different story. Yun Yun continues, telling her that it is perfectly okay to be drawn to someone as powerful and handsome as our protagonist, and that she should feel no shame in admitting it. Bai Chong then begins to seriously reconsider her previous denial. Just then, a soldier spots the approaching army, now clearly visible, and screams to get Captain Bai's immediate attention. The two women are horrified by the sheer number of approaching devourers. The horde they are now facing is immense. Captain Bai instantly orders for this to be reported to the general immediately, and for all civilians to be evacuated from the area. Yun Yun, however, has a very different plan in mind. She reaches into her backpack and grabs a quick, high-energy snack, a chocolate bar, and a few other vital food items. She then asks Captain Bai if she intends to abandon their new home. Of course, she has no such intention, but she must evacuate the innocent civilians as a necessary precaution, just in case the absolute worst-case scenario should occur. Yun Yun is absolutely not going to permit a wall that she personally constructed for her beloved man to be destroyed before he even has a chance to see it. If he should return and find the base in utter ruins, he would most certainly not be a happy man. And heaven knows that she, of all people, knows exactly how he gets when he is furious in the bedroom. And, of course, she definitely would not be able to handle that one bit after she has finished consuming her snack, which, by the way, consisted of much more than just a chocolate bar. She reaches back in her bag once more and withdraws a strange green liquid in the form of an injection. It is a powerful experimental enhancement potion, and without a single moment of hesitation, she jams it into her arm. With her resolve hardened, she steps over the massive wall and tells her friend to organize the people to fend off the monsters. No matter what happens, they absolutely cannot let them breach the base. With that final command, she leaps over without even blinking an eye. Captain Bai is genuinely and utterly shocked by this sight, at how this incredible woman can completely disregard her own safety just for a man. She begins to grow in size. Her clothes miraculously expand with her, and she is now ready for battle. She spots a nearby massive tree and easily uproots it, deciding to wield it as her new, formidable weapon. She is now fully determined not to let a single monster, who are now rapidly approaching her, get past her guard. What incredible woman. Yun Yun quickly realizes that the enhancement serum is having a truly significant effect on her body. She is slowly but continuously growing even larger, even after having already reached her previous maximum limit. We can only hope her clothes don't rip apart during this process. Anyway, she must take complete advantage of this incredible transformation and stop as many of the vile devourers as she possibly can. The enemy city lord, however, sincerely doubts that his entire horde can be stopped by just one woman, even if that woman happens to be quite gigantic. He commands his massive army to charge and attack, and they all rush headlong into a direct confrontation with our heroine, Yun Yun, who is more than ready to meet their challenge. They attempt to slip past her by going between her colossal legs. But not only is our heroine incredibly large, she's also deceptively fast on her feet as well. She swiftly uses her massive tree weapon to sweep them all away, creating a devastatingly powerful force in the process. Some of the devourers who believe they are clever attempt a different approach, leaping directly onto her massive arm, in a desperate bid to at least injure and distract the giantess. This tactic does not work out in their favor, however, as our heroine quickly smacks them flat, like annoying mosquitoes on her skin, and continues to clear out the rest of the incoming pests. It begs the question of what they actually thought would happen. At this point, Captain, by watching the entire spectacle from a safe distance, admits to herself that all of our protagonists, women, are truly and unbelievably powerful warriors. But even with that incredible display, there's still far too many enemies for just one woman to handle. Alone, she deduces that her friend probably won't last much longer if she is forced to continue fighting like this. But what is troubling her even more at this moment is that the base's primary defense system has now been disrupted. She cannot just sit back and do nothing while all of this is unfolding. So she rushes off to go and make something happen herself. Back to Yun Yun. She is successfully preventing the horde from advancing and is managing to clear out their ranks as well. The devourers are forced to swallow their earlier arrogant words, and they must now admit to themselves that this gigantic woman is truly a force to be reckoned with. They are now terrified of her, and they begin to lose their fighting morale. Then, a new solution appears in the form of our old acquaintance, the masochistic and psychotic Jia. She swoops in to save the day with a new idea to defeat the giant woman. The devourers, however, forget that she is now on their side, and they proceed to attack her like the mindless animals they truly are. She had already planned for this particular possible outcome, and she quickly proceeds with her sinister plan, whether the devourers are consciously aware of it or not. She swiftly plants parasitic seeds on the three devourers that are foolish enough to try and attack her. The seeds immediately begin to sprout into vile plants and bloom grotesque flowers upon their heads. The devourers are now completely confused by this, but she most certainly isn't. She knows exactly what she is doing. You see, back in the past, she discovered that mutated plants, when mixed with her own blood, could temporarily boost one's strength by a whole lot. But the terrible price for that power was the very life of the host. And oh boy, did it boost the strength of the already powerful devourers, making them grow to a size almost as huge as our heroine. Yun Yun, our brave girl, soon realizes that she now faces three enemies nearly as large as herself, and they're all now coming directly for her head. Their strength and size have multiplied many times over. The Lord is extremely pleased with this brand new development, and he commands the rest of his devourer army to assault the base, and to do as they please with the survivors, while the giant woman is kept busy with her new, powerful playmates. The order is given to charge forward without hesitation, to kill all the men, but to leave the women for their future breeding needs. They happily comply, but as soon as they attempt to advance, they are met with the deadly and explosive firepower of tanks. Multiple heavily armored tanks, loaded with heavy ammunition, are now heading straight toward them, with their standing orders to fire at will upon the devourers. The devourers most certainly were not expecting this turn of events, and they cannot possibly figure out how the humans managed to get their hands on such explosive firepower. Yun Yun is immensely relieved to see that her backup has finally arrived, as she gazes down upon the tanks that are now coming to her defense, and to the defense of the entire base. But as she lowers her guard to catch her breath for just a single moment, one of the giant flower devourer monsters suddenly springs forward, and it launches a devastating surprise attack upon her. It uses powerful roots to completely bind both of her hands. This distracts her from the incoming attack from a second one of them. But luckily for her, she's able to block it just in time, using her free hand and her tree weapon. The sheer impact of the blow pushes her back, however, and she slams hard in the massive wall behind her. Her two hands are now completely engaged, which prevents her from moving, so she cannot block or dodge the incoming third attack that is coming from the third giant flower devourer monster. Just when she thinks that she is completely and utterly cooked, an attack from a military drone saves her by a mere hair's breadth. These devastating attacks continue on relentlessly, and that gives our heroine heroine just enough time to breathe and to think. Even she was not really expecting the appearance of drones. Captain Bai stands at a safe position on the chaotic battlefield, while she expertly controls the swarm of deadly drones. She is more grateful now than she has ever been to our protagonist for providing them with such powerful weaponry, even though there are not very many of them. They're currently the only reason that this base is still standing. Until now. Now, let's head back to our protagonist, who is still locked in a desperate battle with the hospital devourer, Lord Fongpongzi. His powerful blows are being absorbed by the overgrown pig, and although the beast is receiving some damage from them, its wounds are still regenerating at an alarming rate. He has to admit that our hero is quite strong, for a mere human at least, but unfortunately for him, he does not believe that he is nearly strong enough to actually harm him, not by a very long shot. It's now his turn to land a hit on our hero. While all of this chaos is unfolding, the parasitic Xiao, who has been trapped inside our hero, Su-chun, this whole time, is desperately wondering what is happening in the outside, real world. Xiao cannot help but continue to wonder what is currently happening outside of our protagonist's mind. She blames him entirely for trapping her inside of that cold place, thereby cutting off her ability to sense the happenings of the outside world. She is now incredibly and desperately curious, and she wants to know what is going on around her at this very moment. So she finally makes a decision. It is finally time to break free of the ice prison our hero put her in. She gathers all of her immense strength and all of her hair strands, and she forms them all together into a powerful drill, and she uses it to try and drill a small hole out of the ice chamber. She had better not do anything foolish that will distract our hero, who is currently still engaged in a deadly life or death combat with what appears to be his most difficult and toughest opponent yet. He narrowly dodges the beast's next incoming attack, but he now realizes that this battle is becoming incredibly tough, and his new pig friend is getting much harder to deal with. So he knows that he must end this confrontation, and quickly. Xiao finally manages to break free from her icy prison that is located deep inside our hero's own mental dimension. And sure enough, this event distracts him from his current brutal battle. This gives Fongpongzi the perfect opening he needs to finally attack. Our poor hero, on the other hand, is pulled out once again from the dangerous, real world, ripping off all of his clothes in the chaotic process, and back into his very own mental world. She has really and truly done it this time. Out of all of the possible times that she could have suddenly dragged him out of the real world, it's now, while he is in a very serious battle to the death. Once he lands in the mental space, she immediately traps him with her hair strands before he has the opportunity to freeze her in place once again. She has been eagerly waiting for this very moment, and without even thinking about it, she wraps her body and her hair around him in an attempt to ensnare him. Soon, they're both trapped tightly inside her hair cocoon once again, right there, inside of his own personal mental space. Our hero, Su-chun, would very much like to know what this woman is trying to do, and she tells him that she is currently doing everything in her considerable ability to stop him from using his ice powers on her. This time around, she is going to properly punish him for trapping her in that icy prison for all of this long and agonizing time. It is only at that moment that she realizes something is very, very wrong. She is currently feeling something very hard, something that is throbbing and pressing firmly up against her. She then scolds him loudly and accuses him of being a massive pervert, demanding to know exactly why he isn't wearing any of his clothes. But he immediately yells right back at her, complaining that it is her own fault for dragging him over to this place so very suddenly and without any kind of warning whatsoever. His clothes must have either been ripped completely off during the sudden and chaotic transportation, or they didn't form at all because of how very sudden it all was. She makes it very clear to him that that wasn't her intention in any way. It is now far too late for her to be making any excuses, because she is currently trapped together with a completely naked man inside of a very tight cocoon that is violently shaking due to all of the chaotic activities going on outside of the mental space in the dangerous and unpredictable real world. She points out that she has never before experienced what she is now experiencing now, and this fact greatly surprises our protagonist, considering what he had previously seen in her memories with that zombie scientist. And she explains to him that those were just fake, fabricated experiences that never actually and truly happened to her. They are both now in a very, very inappropriate situation, and they're doing something that I am probably not allowed to describe. So let's return to the real world for just a brief second and give these two some much needed and deserved privacy. Back in the real world, Feng Pongzi is having the time of his entire life, toying with the now completely unconscious body of Suchun. Punching him down to the ground shakes the entire mental space, which in turn shakes the hair cocoon even more violently, and that, in turn, causes gravity to create some more inappropriate actions. Inside the cocoon, she begs our protagonist to do something about it, because she doesn't know how much more of this she can possibly handle. The more damage the actual physical body receives, the more violently the entire hair cocoon begins to shake, and it is really starting to drive the parasitic Xiao crazy, tossing the cocoon ball up and down so very, very roughly. You can only begin to imagine the dirty things that are going on in there. Very, very dirty things are happening, okay? Seriously now, folks. Let us now leave them to their very immoral and private actions and refocus our attention on the important outside world. Feng Pongzi has now grown bored of playing with a lifeless, unconscious body, and he now proceeds to make our hero his very next delicious snack. But gunshots from behind stop him from beginning his vile meal, and he is surprised to discover that they are coming from Duanya, the very same woman he had chosen to be his new mate, now dares to actually attack him. But she does not care at all about the BS he is currently spitting out. He is currently holding something that rightfully belongs to her, and she commands him to immediately let go of her beloved man. It is at that moment that Feng Pongzi realizes that the so-called pure woman that he had previously chosen is already tainted and has been touched intimately by another man. He then reminisces about back then, long before the apocalypse, long before all of this death and madness began, before he had been admitted as a mental patient to this very hospital. There was once a certain beautiful woman in his sad life, who was also the very same woman that he had deeply fallen for. That woman had promised him that after 100 gifts, she would finally agree to marry him and be his wife. So he foolishly believed her and purchased for her 99 expensive gifts. When he brought her the 100th gift, he was devastated to find out that the woman was no longer interested in him. She was already getting married to another man, and she wanted absolutely nothing more to do with him again. Even after she had greedily accepted all of his expensive gifts, she would never date someone as ugly and as pathetic as he was, and not to side with a shameless gold digger or anything. But bro really was quite ugly and fat to a truly disgusting degree. No offense intended, though. Even after all of that heartbreak, he still stood his ground, and he demanded that she leave that mystery man and marry him, just as she had originally promised him. Instead, she laughs at the ridiculous idea that he thinks that in any lifetime she would ever leave a second generation rich man and marry a complete and utter loser like him instead. Besides, she was already pregnant with that other man's child. This was the fact that probably broke the very last sane thread in his head, and it turned him into the complete psycho that he is today. Returning now to the present. The fact that our beautiful goddess is no longer a virgin sends him spiraling into a complete and total berserk state, probably because it reminded him of his own unfortunate luck with the ladies. Back in his past life, he swears that he will make her clean once again, while he licks the now dead body of his own son's mother, whom he had just recently molested until she finally died. He then goes into full monster mode and begins chasing after Duanya, who is now running away with the cat, Goldie, in her arms, in a desperate bid to distract the pig from hurting her man any further, and to buy him some precious time to finally return back to his body. Our unconscious protagonist had better hurry up and get his physical body up and running once again. Okay, now let's go check on the last member of our protagonist's heroic team, Xiao Feng. He has just finished draining the treacherous men who betrayed them of every single last drop of the energy they had left in their bodies. He drains them completely dry until they all finally die. Now that that business has been taken care of, he can now face the remaining devourers with his full, unbridled might. Just as he is about to finally get started with the fight, our beautiful goddess and the pet cat come bursting through the nearby walls, being chased down by a completely berserk and enraged devourer with an extremely large head and a disgustingly long, slobbering tongue. He uses his now incredibly large tongue to lash out and attack, but Duanya manages to dodge it by a mere hair's breadth. It is at that moment that she sees the true form of our hero's pet, the one and only Goldie. as it transforms into its massive beast form and carries her out of the way. No wonder her man was so persistent in keeping it as a beloved pet. She can see now that Goldie is an incredibly valuable asset to them in battle. Xiaofeng, thinking quickly on his feet, tries to plunder the Hospital Devourer tribe, Lord's immense strength, but he is completely unable to do so, as the immense power gap between him and the monster is just far too great. So much so that it actually hurts him when he tries to plunder its power. Duanya tells him to give up on this plan and to escape, with her, for the time being, to fight another day. And he joins them in desperately running away from, and I truly cannot say this enough times, a very, very disgusting tongue. The Devourer. Lord simply refuses to let them get away and is now hot on their heels. Meanwhile, our protagonist's body, lying there half naked, is still completely unconscious. Back in his head, the shaking has finally calmed down and things are now much more stable. Now that his real body is not directly receiving damage from the monster anymore, Xiao has now released him from the confines of the cocoon, exhausted from what she has just recently experienced. Our protagonist then turns to leave to go and deal with the situation outside, but he warns her to behave herself until he finally gets back. As for what has just transpired between the two of them, he promises to return so that they can both have a very long and very serious discussion about the entire matter. She tells him that she would even go so far as to help him in the dangerous outside world, just as long as it would help him to come back to her sooner, because he now needs to take full responsibility for what he has just done to her. Whatever that was. Goodness knows what exactly went on in that cocoon. Back at the base, the fierce battle is still going on between the hordes of devourers and the brave opposition. Captain Bai's brother is now leading a desperate charge, and he orders his men to coordinate their attacks with the tanks and to attack with every single thing that they have got left. Another one of the powerful ability users uses her incredible, intense speed to strike through her enemies. And Captain Bai herself is also using her swarm of drones to attack the enemy from a very safe distance. This does a great deal of damage to the enemy, especially to the big, flower-mutated ones. Yin Yun is also pulling her own considerable weight as well, now using a large pole, which is a much stronger weapon than the tree, and it does a great deal more damage to her enemies. Captain Bai is incredibly proud of her friend, but in her pride, she leaves herself completely unguarded. This leads to her not noticing the incoming, overturned tank that was thrown away from the main battlefield and is now heading directly towards her unprotected position, and it makes a direct impact. Yin Yun sees this happen and is horrified at the sight of Bai Chang's bleeding, broken body buried between the debris. The Devourers have now started advancing a little, and they even go as far as to overturn some of the human tanks, one of which, unfortunately, lands directly on Captain Bai. The defensive barrier has now finally been breached, and the men have now started to consider retreating as a plausible option. At this stage, this development really infuriates our Yunya. She had worked so very hard on that beautiful wall, too. She really does not want her beloved man to come back and see their new home base all completely torn up. This unfortunate event breaks the very last fuse inside of her head. The Devourers, who are now quickly gaining morale, are about to charge in and have their fun inside of the base. But they are met by the feet of a very angry Yun Yun, who smashes them. Splat! With a powerful stomp from her massive feet. And nothing is left of the first set of Devourers but a large bloodstain. This completely vexes the Devourer Lord who had led the initial charge. He quickly jumps on the walls and makes his way up to her, until he is on the very same level as our heroine, Yunya. He swears to get one in on her for getting in his way multiple times. She sees him in time, and she attempts to grab him with her hands, but she misses, or rather, he successfully manages to evade her grasp. He then uses the very opening that he has just created, and he lands a solid, powerful hit directly on her face that sends her falling backward onto her back. Captain Bai, who has miraculously survived and now recovered from the previous attack, screams in absolute horror when she witnesses her friend take a serious hit and fall on her back. She crashes down into the debris behind her and takes some critical damage. This gives the Devourer Lord a very false sense of confidence, as he thinks that he has just taken down a veritable giant. But our heroine, Yin Yun, is very far from being done. She made a very important promise to her beloved man, and she's going to make damn sure that she keeps that solemn promise. She rises once again, and now she's twice as big as she was before. These annoying little insects are seriously starting to annoy her. She has to eliminate every single one of them, and very soon, too. Yun is now more than 3 times her former gigantic size, and she looks incredibly and dangerously pissed off. The Devourer Lord begins to panic at this very frightening scene. He surely didn't think she could possibly get any bigger than before. Well, you had better think again, you fool. Because she just did. She makes a massive fist with her giant hands, and this terrifying sight scares the hell out of the Devourer Lord. She then gears up to launch a devastating attack, and she sends a huge, powerful punch toward the Devourer Lord before it even makes a direct and devastating impact. Just the sheer air pressure it creates is enough to pin the Devourer Lord down to the ground and bury him deep within the rubble. He is completely shocked by this, and he screams in a rage, desperately trying to get himself free from the pressure. But this is absolutely nothing compared to when the punch actually connects. It slams him down with immense and incredible force, right through the very building that he was previously standing on, bringing him face to face with the enraged Yunya. That is definitely going to hurt him far more than it hurt Yunya. The impact of this attack is so strong that it reaches the general, who is on the complete opposite side of the massive battlefield. His own loyal soldiers have to protect him from the powerful blast, and everyone is completely shocked at how strong Yun actually is. They begin to feel relieved, thinking the base might be saved by her. After all, but General Gao knows that it cannot possibly be that simple, and right he is. Because just then, Yun releases a loud and incredibly painful cry. A cry that would make your very own eardrums begin to bleed. Everyone present has to immediately cover their own ears to protect themselves from going permanently and completely deaf. General Gao had called it correctly this time. Yun has now entered into a complete berserk state, totally losing any and all control over her powerful abilities. Unleashing her uncontrollable, destructive fury, he immediately dispatches the special ability unit to locate our protagonist, Su-chun, for he is their only hope of pacifying her cataclysmic rage. At this critical juncture, one of the gifted individuals, a speed type, boldly volunteers for a solo mission. As the swiftest warrior among them, she vanishes in a blur to retrieve our hero, to soothe the storm within his woman. Our main character, on the other hand, has just emerged from his deep mental trance. He returns to consciousness only to discover most of the devourers have been slain or gravely wounded. He senses a profound change in the air, however, and indeed, something has shifted. You see, the enigmatic Xiao has actually followed him out of his inner world for the very first time. He demands to know why she has manifested physically. She explains it was likely caused by the immense turmoil that erupted within his consciousness just moments before. She's discovered a newfound freedom to exit his physical form. She then urges him to follow the destructive path left by the colossal monster, so they might locate it and the rest of his comrades. He coldly rebuffs her, ordering her to return inside, proclaiming he can resolve this crisis alone. But she defiantly refuses, insisting on providing aid and calling him an ungrateful fool. He makes it painfully clear, though, that the greatest assistance she could possibly render him right now is to simply stay out of his damned way. Since mere words are clearly failing to persuade him, she decides to resort to decisive action instead. She seizes our stoic protagonist by his shoulder and with impossible speed wraps a single strand of hair around the corner of a faraway skyscraper. If you surmised she was about to use her enchanted hair to swing them across the city like some kind of demigod, then your guess would be absolutely correct. Because that is precisely what she proceeds to do. Before our hero can even voice an objection, they're already soaring through the air at maximum velocity. There is no way this is actually happening right now. I suppose Xiao possesses a certain streak of madness. He despises admitting it, but her method is undeniably effective. Soaring through the sky instead of just running massively amplifies his speed and maneuverability. Just at that moment, Xiao perceives a major disturbance unfolding in the distance. Our protagonist is also completely stunned when he witnesses the unfolding cataclysm. It is none other than Yun, and she has grown to a scale far beyond her normal state, a true titan. As she stands gigantic, Xiao demands to know what is happening with her. He theorizes some trigger event must have occurred over there, causing her to completely lose her grip on her powers and enter a state of berserk fury. He grimly predicts that she will eventually self-destruct if no one can intervene and stop her immediately. Xiao, clinging desperately to our hero's shoulders, reveals that the situation is far worse than it appears, as a terrible conflict is also raging just below them, right at their current position. She declares this while gesturing towards a fierce battle that's currently unfolding directly underneath them. It is Su Chen's squadron versus the monstrous hospital devourer, tribe's fearsome lord. Xiaofeng unleashes his plundered energy against him, and Goldie attacks with every ounce of its might. But the grim reality is that a fledgling ability user who has not even fully harnessed his own potential yet, and a mere feline that coincidentally mutated, are simply no challenge for a tier 2 devourer beast like the vile Feng Pangzi. With a flick of his grotesque tongue, he brutally smashes them both into a wall with a single strike. He then turns his attention to our beautiful goddess Duanya, reminding her of his vow to make her pure once again. He lashes his tongue out to assault her and tear away the fabric of her clothing. Xiao gravely points out that Feng Pangzi is an overwhelming tier 2 devourer, and even our ruthless protagonist himself would not secure a swift victory in a direct confrontation against him. Meanwhile, Yunyan's time is rapidly running out. He is forced to choose which of his women he is going to save, and the choice must be made now. The monster then whips its massive tongue, about to deliver a decisive, fatal blow upon Duanya. But Zhao's mystical hair intercepts it in the nick of time. Except that wasn't Zhao's doing. It was our protagonist. Without her knowledge or her explicit permission, he commandeered her power and used it to save his woman. Just in the nick of time. There is no way he is permitted another male to lay a hand on his property. Not on his watch, fiend. It's time to unleash his full power on this overgrown swan. Our merciless hero does not believe in making a choice. He fully intends to rescue both of his women, no matter the cost. She reminds him that she currently exists only within his mind, which signifies that he is the sole individual who can perceive her at this moment. Essentially, he must face this perilous battle entirely alone. But have no fear, because as is his way, our hero is not even remotely fazed by this predicament. Our radiant goddess Duanya is overcome with relief when she sees her man is unharmed and has returned to the fray. She truly should not act so astonished, knowing the caliber of man that he is. Our protagonist discovers he can now freely manipulate Zhao's unique powers at his own command. A rather fortunate bonus. He decides to test this newfound ability on the hospital. Devourer Tribe's lord, the monster, standing before them. He unleashes whip-like tendrils of energy that resemble strands of Zhao's actual hair, but are something more, and they surge forward to ensnare the beast, Feng Pangzi. The creature remains supremely confident that our hero and his allies can do nothing to inflict any harm upon him at this stage, but it is only then that he comprehends what our hero Su Chun is truly attempting. You see, he is actually binding him tightly to a nearby, solid concrete structure. And before the monster can even speak, the ethereal ropes secure him firmly to the building. He demands to know what our hero's grand plan is, and he explains it to him with chilling nonchalance. Since this rather large, pig-like monster can regenerate itself with such ease, he wishes to conduct an experiment to see what might occur if he is diced into minuscule pieces. He wonders aloud if it can regenerate from that. I suppose there is only one way to truly find out. With a mere flick of his wrist, the ropes constrict far too hard and far too fast, and the gruesome result is the dicing of the monster into a million bloody pieces. A crimson rain of devourer parts showers the battlefield. Diana comes to a realization that her man didn't just return to the battle, but he returned exponentially more powerful than ever before. She will have to accelerate her own growth in power, too, if she ever hopes to remain at his side. Our protagonist wastes no further time at the scene. He must hurry and go rescue his other imperiled woman. Swiftly, he instructs his beautiful goddess to look after his pet and his subordinate, Xiaofeng, while he ventures forth to handle the other major crisis, currently unfolding back at the base. Xiaofeng and Goldie thankfully report that they are all right, so that is a small comfort. Meanwhile, the speedster agent, from the ability user's unit that was sent to summon. Suchan finally reaches the chaotic scene of battle. She immediately starts searching for their designated savior, but cannot seem to locate him anywhere in the vicinity. She is utterly spent from the exhausting sprint, but she understands that if she delays for even a moment longer, it might just be too late. And just at that moment, she perceives something hurtling directly toward her, and it is moving with unbelievable speed. It's the very savior she had been searching for, Suchin, and he wears an expression of absolute grim determination. He doesn't even decelerate for her in the slightest, and he blazes past her so swiftly that the shockwave knocks her down to her feet. The girl can hardly believe her own eyes. She is absolutely astounded to see that our hero is nearly as fast as she is herself now. She attempts to call out his name, but he has already vanished far into the distance. In reality, he does in fact see her and even hears her desperate call, but he is far too focused on his present objective to be concerned with whatever her urgent business is with him. So, naturally, he just ignores her. Xiao materializes once more and tries to deter him from continuing. She warns him that they may not emerge from this ordeal with their lives, but our hero refuses to hear any of it. He is determined to save his people, and that is the final word on the matter. Besides, he toiled tirelessly to construct that very base, and he would be utterly damned to watch it all crumble to ruin. Xiao just desperately prays that his woman can hold out just long enough for them to arrive there. Our protagonist then decides that the time has come to try a technique he has been secretly perfecting. He activates his spatial ability and tears open 2 portals, enabling him to leap from one point to the other in the blink of an eye. He has dubbed this maneuver Space Jump, and it is remarkably slick. The speedster, agent who had been observing them from a distance, is utterly astounded to see him instantly vanish in a thin air. She can scarcely comprehend what she is witnessing. No single man should ever possess that much sheer power. Previously, the distance our hero could space jump was a mere 3 meters. And his usage was restricted to about 3 times a day, before it felt like his body would be torn asunder. But now, having ascended to level 2, he just traversed a distance of about 8 meters. So there is undoubtedly a massive improvement. It is now time to test how many consecutive times he can perform. He proceeds to activate another one of his powers. Steel Body, and Xiao is beginning to become genuinely concerned about what he is about to attempt. The moment has come to test the true boundaries of his new level 2 capabilities. He continues jumping through space repeatedly, and the speedster girl is just left behind, staring in a state of absolute awe. Back at the besieged base, Yunyan has completely lost her mind and is just attacking haphazardly. There are still some devourers remaining, and they're seriously contemplating a strategic retreat. At this very moment, one particularly audacious devourer is considering climbing her. He desires to experience what it might feel like up there. Can you truly fault his monstrous curiosity, though? They are beasts through and through, after all, utterly devoid of any semblance of human logic whatsoever. Some others try to talk a little bit of sense into him, but they fail spectacularly. In point of fact, there are others who begin to see his twisted point of view, and soon, many of them are consumed with the idea of ascending her form. One creature begins the climb, and the others are told to wait for him. Before very long, a swarm of devourers begins to scale the 2 colossal legs of Yunyan, who has completely lost all sense of herself. The creatures are now approaching the promised land. They are so perilously close to getting under her giant skirt, they can practically taste their perverse victory. Then again, they are nothing more than animalistic monsters, so one really should not expect any better from them. They seem to have forgotten the remaining human soldiers, however, who are still positioned down on the ground. And those soldiers immediately open fire upon them. But their assault is halted in its tracks by Yunyan, who is now attacking anything and anyone completely at random, utterly indiscriminately. General Gao is starting to descend into panic, but Captain Bai perceives something rapidly approaching. She notices an individual heading straight towards Yunyan at an incredibly high velocity. It's Su Chun. Our hero makes his grand entrance, radiating an overwhelming main character aura. Both the seasoned general and the captain are immensely relieved when our hero finally lands. Now, they possess a much greater chance of ending this unfolding chaos. Xiao urgently warns our MC that his woman is continuing to grow, and if her expansion continues, she just might detonate, quite literally, They must devise a way to awaken her from her berserker rage before that catastrophic event occurs. Yun swiftly rotates her head and catches sight of our hero, so she immediately redirects her attention towards him. She attempts to crush him with her hand, but he evades by leaping up and landing upon her hand. Instead, it is abundantly clear that she has absolutely no idea what she is doing at this moment. He sprints up her colossal arms to her shoulders, then expertly slides down her chest to her bust area, all while nimbly dodging the chaotic attacks from her. He calculates that he had better deal with the swarming devourers that are upon her first before he does anything else. So he leaps from her chest, plummeting straight down to her legs. On his descent, Xiao curiously observes and remarks upon how high quality and resilient her stockings must be to withstand her immense size, with only a few minor tears here and there. Our hero clarifies that it must be due to her unique ability. But right now is not exactly the ideal time for that sort of conversation. Now, is it? One fortunate devourer has finally managed to reach the entrance of her skirt, and just as he is poised to claim his coveted prize, by stepping foot into the promised land, he is abruptly halted by a black rope wrapped around his neck. It is a gift from our protagonist, and he has absolutely no intention of letting him proceed any further. He flings the vile devourer away, and as it is sent flying, it screams that our hero is not a true man of culture. It's rather hilarious that would say such a thing, because it has no clue that our hero has done far more scandalous things on numerous occasions. In any case, that is one less devourer to worry about. He proceeds to eliminate more and more of the devourers as they foolishly try to advance. He zips around her legs with blinding speed, casting down devourers as he moves. Some devourers back on solid ground begin to gather around. Our favorite masochistic psychopath, G. They are absolutely furious, as they recall that they were once human beings, until she transformed them into these monsters. They approach seeking vengeance and rip her dark cloak from her. She brandishes her witch's staff that she has been clutching this whole time, and savagely stabs it into one of the devourer's eyes. The rest of the mob is now even more enraged, and they prepare to finally attack, backing her against a sheer cliff. She tells them they should be grateful, as she takes a fateful step backward and plummets off the cliff, screaming that she has just bestowed upon them a gift. On her way down to her doom, the gift is that very staff, as it begins to rapidly sprout roots within the head of the devourer it was just stabbed into. Soon, it grotesquely mutates into another devourer plant monster hybrid. This one is much larger than the previous three. This new monster even attacks its fellow devourers, and once it lays its eyes upon the giant Yin, it immediately targets her for an assault. The first devourer has finally made it all the way up her leg, and is poised to be the very first creature inside her skirt. But just at that moment, a terrifying tremor sends many of the devourers flying off. She is lifting her colossal leg to attack the flower, devour a monster, and crush it into oblivion. Those who manage to react with enough speed and find a way to desperately cling to her leg are swiftly dealt with by our skilled protagonist, Suchin. He uses his powerful ropes to ensnare them and hurl them off the leg, causing them to plummet down to their deaths. Captain Bai and General Gao are relieved that all the disgusting devourers are gone, but that does not resolve their most significant problems. Now, Yun has expanded to be so massive that our MC's entire body can fit within just half of her face. She is vastly larger than she ever was when he first arrived. Our hero has some truly gargantuan problems currently on his hands. Su-chan intends to stop her from finally exploding, injuring people and annihilating everything. She raises her massive hands high above Su-chun as she is preparing to strike him down. Everyone screams out his name to warn him of the imminent danger. They're terrified for Su-chun lest he get gravely injured. Yun pounds her hands down upon Su-chun, obliterating a nearby building too. Yun lifts her hands, and Su-chun is completely gone from sight. The others wonder where he could have possibly gone. Su-chun is warned that going head-on against Yun is a truly catastrophic idea. They had taken refuge within the bosom of Yun. They began to observe something quite peculiar. Yun is glowing brightly, and her body seems to be fractured. It seems that her physical form cannot contain the power any longer. Suchin utilizes his jump space ability to get a superior vantage point of what is about to transpire. Yunyun's body radiates and cracks apart as she lets out a scream at the top of her lungs and is assaulted by flashbacks. She is exposed and freezing cold. She is submerged inside a translucent liquid. She had long lost count of how many times she had awakened in utter despair. The countless times she had been laid upon an operating table, and she had been pierced by needles on multiple occasions. She feels as though she is merely a lab rat in this nightmarish, apocalyptic world. She begs for aid from a god, if one truly does exist. She is prepared to sacrifice everything in exchange for a way out of this hell. She hears her name being called and transitions back to the present moment. She had believed it was a god that had finally answered her plea, as she had just desperately asked for help. Suchin has no need for useless people at his side, so he raises his hand and delivers a powerful blow to Yunyun in a desperate attempt to force her to awaken. Yunyun now recalls everything with perfect clarity. She remembers her first fateful encounter with Suchin. He had advised her to stock up on provisions at home. She remembers how Suchin is invariably there for her whenever she finds herself in despair. She has managed to survive the apocalypse solely because of him. She had felt an intensely powerful connection between them, like a singular ray of light, piercing through the suffocating darkness within her heart. She would willingly give anything to him. It seems that Yunyun is on the verge of self-destruction. She radiates with a light that grows brighter and brighter, and everyone believes she is about to finally self-destruct. The light was so blinding that no one could even look in her general direction. She had vanished from existence, along with Suchin. They wondered if this was finally the end. They are all searching for any sign of Yunyun and Suchin, but it appears they have completely disappeared and are nowhere to be located. Suchin and Yunyun have utterly vanished, and the general and captain are desperate to know where they have gone. The captain is heartbroken as she fears that something terrible may have befallen both Suchin and Yunyun. She is now kneeling upon the ground, with her hands pressed firmly to the earth, looking so grief-stricken and utterly devastated. She still had so much more to say to Suchin and Yunyun. Yunyun had just heroically saved her life. The general suddenly yells in a thunderous voice, commanding her to look up towards the sky. She gasps for a breath of air as she lifts her head. They are both completely taken aback by what they are seeing. It is none other than Suchin carrying the unconscious Yunyun and gracefully descending from the heavens. Yunyun appears to be severely wounded. The general is overjoyed to lay eyes on Yunyun. It is wonderful that they are both safe, he exclaims. The captain immediately notices that Yunyun has been grievously injured and bellows out an urgent command for someone to quickly find a doctor. As he is finishing his urgent statement, he hears a voice from above asking him to wait a moment. It is Duanya riding atop the mighty Goldie. The captain is highly impressed by the ferocious-looking giant cat. Suchin immediately calls for Duanya's attention. Duanya assesses that her condition is extremely critical. She believes Yunyun might forfeit her life at any moment if she is left without immediate medical attention. Duanya suggests they should return to the main base first. The bathtub is being filled as they are instructed to carry the unconscious Yunyun into the bathtub. The water itself appears to be glowing mysteriously, which prompts Suchin to ask Duanya if she has added some special substance to the water. Duanya has mixed in the potent recovery serum from the advanced evolution base. As standard medical treatments will be ineffective for the type of wounds that Yunyun has currently sustained. Suchin quietly acknowledges this. Duanya asks Suchin to confirm if Yunyun's wounds are beginning to heal, but Suchin cannot perceive any noticeable difference. Duanya believes that this is utterly impossible, as she has personally refined the recovery serum countless times. Suchin theorizes that her wounds might require a special ability to be healed. This explanation makes perfect sense to Duanya, but as she is about to complete her sentence, she is stunned as Yunyun is suddenly showing signs of responsiveness. Suchin holds her closely in his arms. He presumes the potent medication has finally worked. Duanya turns around and leaves the two of them alone together. She declares she will entrust the rest of the wounds to Suchin to personally handle. Suchin is rather unsure if that is a wise idea. Back inside the building, Bai Cheng and Duanya have something important to discuss, a matter which necessitates absolute privacy. They have requested that Xiaofeng leave and give them some room, which he does, though he is wondering why. Duanya walks into the room just behind Xiao Feng, and then firmly slams the door shut. And Xiao Feng is left outside with a puzzled expression on his face. While on the other side of that very door, Duanya is deeply and visibly disturbed, even though she would never openly admit it. She firmly believes that Su-chan will never cease on his relentless path to becoming even more powerful than he already is. Baitong walks in on Duanya and asks her what she's doing. Duanya has long harbored a suspicion that Baitong possesses romantic feelings for Su-chan, so she intends to confirm her suspicions right now. Duanya poses the question to Baitong directly, but right before she can even finish her words, Baitong catches on and finishes the question for her. Baitong's face is now filled with utter surprise, mixed with a healthy dose of shock. The scene transitions to where Yunyun is resting peacefully. Duanya attributes Yunyun's rapid healing directly to Su-chan. She believes her wounds have mostly healed because of his presence. Duanya then dismisses Su-chan from the room, stating that she will take over things from here. Duanya then tells Su-chan that Xiao Feng has retrieved a crystal core, specifically for him. Su-chan is surprised and asks her again, which makes Duanya reassure him and inform him that it is waiting in the reception room just outside. She strongly urges him to go investigate. Su-chan informs Duanya that he will be leaving Yunyun entrusted to her care as he departs to examine the mysterious crystal core. Su-chan is absolutely stunned by the object he sees. He thinks to himself that it's a jet black stone. He wonders if they have perhaps mistaken this black stone for a genuine crystal core. He believes he cannot blame them as he clenches his fist. He has only ever heard rumors about this thing in his past life. He thinks to himself grimly and delivers a mighty, powerful blow onto the black stone. In the age of the apocalypse, all kinds of strange and bizarre materials began to appear. The obsidian black stone does not appear to be affected by the powerful strike. He is just unleashed upon it. He concludes that the black stone is unbelievably durable, and it might also be an exceptionally rare material born from the chaos of the apocalypse, which is, in fact, connected to one specific individual, the legendary Black Blade King, Wang Song. He happens to be a mythical figure from his former life. He carved his way through the apocalypse with a single obsidian blade. Whispers and rumors have spread, saying that the legendary Black Blade King had forged his mythical blade from black stone. Su-chan stands and gazes at the black stone, completely in awe. As he contemplates this revelation, he realizes he is incredibly fortunate this time around, as he now plans to seize the legendary Wang Song's fortune. He then decides to securely store it away for the time being. He is now determined to forge his own black blade as soon as he can locate a master blacksmith. The scene cuts back to Duanya and Baikong. Baikong wonders why Duanya is only just now bringing up her deep suspicion. Duanya is gravely concerned that after Su-chan finally absorbs the mysterious crystal core, a devastatingly powerful curse will take effect. She is also terrified that if nothing is done about this, something terrible might happen to Su-chan, though she does not elaborate on what. Baikong is now extremely inquisitive, demanding that she be much more specific. Duanya admits she does not know for certain. She only knows that it is something truly awful. But the one thing she knows for sure is that they must not allow that to happen. Duanya is still worried about the recovering Yunyun. She simply cannot leave her side yet, as she still requires constant attention. In the middle of her delicate healing process, Baikong tells Duanya to remain behind and assures her that she can handle the curse herself. Duanya attempts to talk Baikong out of this plan. She warns her that this may not be what she imagines. Duanya pleads with Bai Tao to listen to her, but she stubbornly refuses. Bai Tao is supremely confident. She declares it is fine, regardless of what it may take or what she must do. She urges Duanya to entrust this matter to her. She has blurted out that response too quickly. She wonders why she has to don a different outfit and recites some very peculiar lines. She is just about to step outside when she sees Su-chan, who appears to be perfectly fine, which causes her to wonder if Duanya is deceiving her. Bai Chong does not want to risk any chances, as Su-chan's safety directly impacts the entire base. She must simply confirm the curse situation firsthand. She gazes intently at Su-chan, who is standing just a few steps away from her and looking out a window. Bai Kong wonders if he has already finished absorbing the crystal core. She has mentally rehearsed her lines and has solidified her resolve to speak the words for the sole purpose of saving Su-chan from this mysterious curse. She picks up a serving tray with a bottle of wine on it and 2 empty glasses. Bai Tang is incredibly nervous as she is completely flustered. Su Chun turns around and sees her carrying a serving tray with a bottle of fine wine and 2 empty glasses, approaching him directly. Bai Chang calls him master, which completely shocks Su Chun. Duanya is still diligently taking care of Yin. She gently wipes down her face with a white, soft towel. She thinks to herself that Bai Chang should be fine. The curse is the most logical and reasonable explanation she can conjure. Duanya has prepared all of this for her in advance. She also believes that she should be pondering just how long she can possibly withstand this ordeal. She has resolved to go help her once. Yin Yun's condition finally stabilizes. At the base's outer perimeter, they have just managed to get rid of the entire Devourer tribe. But now they are faced with cleaning up all the corpses that are approaching them. They tell him to stop complaining. If they simply leave the corpses lying there, the situation might spiral out of control and a deadly plague could very well break out. They could potentially lose a vast number of people. Their collective attention is now drawn towards the piles of Devourer corpses as they have all mysteriously disappeared. They're all utterly surprised, as this seems highly abnormal. They all wonder what could possibly have happened. They ponder if the dead bodies have grown legs and arms, and simply walked away. They all share a very bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, deep within her own consciousness space, she's beginning to get a distinct feeling. She looks both intrigued and deeply anxious about something. It's a moment she has been anticipating for quite a while now. She cannot, however, pinpoint the precise location, so she attempts to reach out mentally to Su Chun for assistance. Su Chun is pouring himself a tall glass of wine as he hears everything about the terrible curse that Bai Kong was just speaking about earlier. Bai Kong submits herself completely to Su Chun. She tells him that she is entirely his, for whatever he might desire to do to her later. This statement makes Su Chun so utterly surprised that he spits the drink out his mouth. Bai Chong immediately asks if everything is all right with Su Chun, but he casually brushes it off, saying that it is just the alcohol. Bai Kong suggests that there might be something wrong with the drink itself and decides that she should give it a try. As she raises the glass to take a small sip. Regarding the absurdly potent nature of this particular liquor, a staggering 64% proof, yet Bai Kong downs it without hesitation. Instantly, she appears to be under its influence. A sudden, explosive surge of power courses through her veins from the drink. She has to concede the sheer potency of the concoction and confesses this is the very first time she has ever consumed alcohol. She also excitedly informs Su Chun of her newfound, boundless energy, all while flailing her arms about with wild abandon. Our hero, Su Chun, is rather fascinated by this, that she could become so completely inebriated so quickly from the drink. He questions if she has already succumbed to its effects. Bai Kong audaciously dismisses his inquiry and challenges him. How could she possibly be intoxicated? She then lifts her leg, boldly placing it right between Su Chen's. Her gaze locks with his, burning with an intense fire, declaring that she still has the duty of freeing him from his curse. She purrs this while closing the distance in a most enticing way. Su Chen sees no logic in turning down a feast so willingly offered, but he makes one thing perfectly clear. He detests this sudden reversal of roles, the power dynamic. He tells her she must comprehend their true positions, the very nature of the bond that connects the two of them. This statement only serves to sow confusion in Bai Chang's thoughts. She seems completely unable to grasp his meaning of relationship. Su Chen reminds her that their journey began with her addressing him as master. He declares this, his very aura radiating absolute dominance. He also informs her that the tables have officially turned now, and in an instant, Bai Chong collapses to the floor, her gaze turned upward. As she addresses him as master, she also concedes that she was gravely mistaken. Su Chen acknowledges her submission, but just as he's about to finish, he is struck by an incredibly bizarre sensation. He has been forcefully summoned into his own consciousness. He groans in utter frustration. He was just reaching the climax with Bai Kong. He demands to know why she has dragged him into this place, but she is absolutely vibrating with pure excitement. She leaps onto Su Chun, proclaiming that it has at last revealed itself. Su Chen has no idea what she is referring to Su and questions her. By this point, she has already completely draped herself over him. She desperately pleads for Su Chen's assistance, but our hero still has absolutely no inkling of what she's talking about. So he demands that she provide a proper explanation. She eagerly begins to clarify that she has finally located a vessel that is a perfect match for her. She had previously begged Su-chan to help her find a suitable body, as she was unable to sense the vessel's precise whereabouts. Su-chan again wants to know why she interrupted him so violently. She must borrow his immense power to finally pinpoint its location. Su-chan demands to know what she means by using him as some kind of signal amplifier. She offers no further explanation. Instead, she conjures a ball of energy and launches it like a cannon. Her goal is to project their minds directly to that location, which she succeeds in doing. They arrive above a tide of corpses. They witness countless humanoid figures below them, all of them facing a female silhouette with long, flowing hair hover just before them. She realizes that the spectral figure is commanding the corpse horde. She recalls that only a corpse queen can perform such a feat. Su-chan asks if she has truly set her sights on the corpse queen's body. He also voices serious concerns about their current safety, thinking that they might be far too close for his own comfort. She tells Su-chan to calm himself, as there is nothing to fear. So long as they remain in their spectral forms, they should be perfectly safe, provided they cause no major disturbance. Then, something utterly unexpected happens, which terrifies both of them. In the meantime, in the physical world, Bai Chong believes that the curse has been triggered and is now beginning to manifest its effects on him. She's standing there, gazing at Su Chen's unconscious body. She resolves to finally remove the terrible curse from him. She calls out to him, requesting his consent to lift the malediction. She says this as she leans in close to Su-chan and murmurs into his ear. The scene shifts to a dark figure with blazing eyes, demanding to know who is there and for the entity to reveal itself. She fears that she and Su-chan have now been discovered. Su-chan is bewildered by what the powerful woman is doing. He can see that she is rapidly approaching their position, so he urges that they must flee immediately. She believes it is already far too late for them to escape. The woman hurtles toward them with unbelievable velocity, her eyes and mouth glowing with malice as she draws ever closer. This assault jolts Su-chan awake in the real world. Su-chan is sitting up in bed, shirtless, with a blanket covering his legs. He coughs, completely disoriented as to what has happened. He clutches his head as a sharp pain shoots through it. She explains it's just a side effect of having his mental energy drained. She thinks that with his immense power, he will recover very quickly. Su-chan observed that she appears to be completely unharmed, but she strongly disagrees with that notion, proclaiming that she was nearly consumed by the corpse queen. They barely escaped the terrifying assault launched by the corpse queen. Su-chan concludes that the corpse queen is not a foe to be taken lightly, especially since she commands tens of thousands of undead soldiers. He recognizes this as a monumental problem, because as her corpse tide grows in size, her own power continues to increase exponentially. Su-chan will not risk his life against someone so overwhelmingly dangerous just to assist her. Su-chan is only prepared to help her if she can offer him something that is truly worth risking his own life for. She vows her absolute fealty to Su-chan if he agrees to help her. She is ready to become his eternal servant after this ordeal concludes. She declares this as she kneels to the ground on one knee to demonstrate her respect. Su-chan remains completely unconvinced by her offer. He doesn't believe that a few empty words are worth the price of his life. She wants to know what it will require for him to finally trust her. He contemplates for a second, then demands she surrender her crystal core. She refuses, telling him the absolute importance of the crystal core is the very source of her existence. Giving Su-chan her crystal core would be the same as giving him her life. Su-chan then states that the path forward is entirely her choice to make. If she truly desires his assistance, then she must willingly hand over her crystal core. She understands his terms. She surrenders the crystal core to him, praying that Su-chan will indeed honor his side of the bargain. He reassures her of his unwavering commitment to his word, proclaiming that she belongs to him from this moment forward, and he will aid her in achieving her deepest desire. She bows her head and hopes that he will indeed, as she has now given him control of her very life essence. She asks if their business is now concluded, But just before Su-chan can even utter a word, she vanishes without a trace. Su-chan is not pleased with her departure. He does not believe that a servant should behave in such a manner, and he thinks she should have addressed him as master before leaving. On second thought, he decides to let her impudence slide for now, since he is now in possession of her crystal core. In the past timeline, the Corpse Queen once led her horde and completely decimated Xanadu. Everyone could only hope to survive within her shadow. He contemplates the immense power of the Corpse Queen. He must eliminate her, no matter the cost, if he does not want to live in a world ruled by the undead. He takes one final, close look at the crystal core he just acquired and decides that it is now time for him to depart. He climbs into a vehicle and speeds away into the distance. Xiao Feng and Bai Kong observe as Su-chan disappears from view. So he asks her why she has chosen not to follow Su-chan. She informs him that there is still much to be done at the base, stating that there was no need for her to accompany him. She privately believes that she is still too weak to be of any real use to him, but she holds on to the belief that she will one day match his strength. Rain pours down as Yun Yun and Duanya sit alone by a campfire, having made shelter in what seems to be a dilapidated gas station. Yun Yun expresses her deep concern for their overall safety. She believes the area is still fraught with peril, even though they are living in this new, apocalyptic world. Duanya retorts that she can go stand out in the storm if she is truly that concerned about their situation. Yun Yun laughs and tells her that won't be necessary at all, as she has only just recently recuperated. Yun Yun is now growing worried about Su-chan. She asks Duanya where he could have possibly gone. She feels a sense of unease because of the pouring rain. Duanya explains that before the world ended, fuel was incredibly difficult to acquire in large quantities. He didn't have much of it remaining on hand, so he is out scouting for any leftover resources he can find. Yin Yin asks when he is expected to be back. She is absolutely famished, but before she can finish her complaint, they hear the sound of approaching footsteps. It is a man, draped in a filthy and ripped piece of cloth, soaked from the rain. He stumbles into the gas station, telling them he is freezing to death. He shivers violently as he speaks, due to the intense cold. Yun Yun and Bai see the old man, his body covered in frost. The man becomes ecstatic when he sees the fire and leaps right into it. Duanya thinks he is absolutely insane for jumping directly into the flames. Yun Yun notices that the man is now emitting a thick cloud of smoke. They both begin to cough from the thick smoke, as they sense that there is something very wrong with it. They both immediately cover their noses and their mouths. Suddenly, another group of men emerges from the shadows. The old man was merely a pawn in their sinister game, and pretending to be freezing was just a part of their act, and jumping into the fire was one of their most effective tricks. They are overjoyed, as their ruse has never once failed them. Yin Yun and Duanya are now lying helplessly on the cold ground, gazing up at the menacing silhouettes of the men closing in on them. It was impossible for them to see their faces clearly, so they were forced to ask who these men were. The men finally draw close enough for their faces to become visible. One of the men reveals their despicable intentions to them. Once they are finished having their wicked fun with them, they plan to sell them off to the infamous New World base. Another bald man sneers that they will be begging for more by the time they are through. Duanya draws a handgun and aims it at them, and she warns them all to keep their distance from her. The men scoff at her weapon, as they are all ability users, and he mockingly calls it a mere children's toy gun. Duanya tries to fire, but the gun only clicks, it does not shoot. The firearm appears to have been completely frozen by the bitter cold. Yun Yun suggests that they had better make a hasty retreat, as they will not be laughing when Su-chan finally returns. One of the thugs tells them that Su-chan will be of no assistance, as he will soon be dealing with his own set of problems. He reveals to them that he has been marked for death by a madwoman. He continues to tell them that anyone who the madwoman sets her sights on does not live to see the next dawn. The Lady Poison Master is now on the hunt for Su-chan. She is utterly amazed that Su-chan would dare to venture into such a restricted space by himself, which she knows is an incredibly foolish and dangerous thing to do. She views this as a golden opportunity for herself. Her face contorts into a wide, unsettling grin as she draws ever closer and closer to him. She lets out a cold breath and steps foot into the confined area. She attempts to call out to him, but she asks where he is and receives no reply in return. She perceives that the area is filled with a poisonous vapor, and breathing in even a small amount of it would cause a person's body to burn with uncontrollable lust and render the person completely and utterly helpless. She sees a figure, which she wrongly assumes to be Su-chan. She attempts to entice him into drawing nearer to her. She beckons him to come into her waiting embrace, calling herself his big sister and offering to assist him. The fire draws closer, and she realizes she has fallen for a trap. It is a mere decoy, made to resemble a human being. The Lady Poison is absolutely furious about this deception. She angrily screams, "What is the meaning of this?" To which Su-chan replies from somewhere behind her. He demands to know her identity, but she is still enraged by his trickery. She calls him a vile bastard and demands to know why he tricked her, all while swinging her chain, which is covered in spikes. She unleashes the chain, aiming it directly at Su-chan, but he effortlessly catches it and takes a second to inspect it. He deduces that the weapon was crafted by a master artisan. Su-chan seizes her by the face and demands she provide him answers. He must know where he can find this mysterious artisan. The Lady Poison Master insists that she has no knowledge of what he is speaking of. The woman from the consciousness space materializes and asks if this artisan is truly that important. Su-chan explains that if they hope to have any chance of defeating the Corpse Queen's horde, then they absolutely must find this legendary artisan. And if they can, it will drastically improve their chances of victory. She then volunteers to enter the Lady Poison Master's mind and forcibly extract the information herself. She does just that and successfully retrieves the information. The Lady Poison Master objects, but is powerless to stop her. She demands to know what she is attempting to do to her. But soon enough, she has acquired the intel that they so desperately need. She discovers the artisan is located at a place known as the New World Base. But she doesn't have all of the specific details just yet, although she did manage to see some other things in her mind. The Lady Poison Master believes that her mind has been tampered with. She also believes that her brain can now be torn apart remotely. Su-chan gives her a very inquisitive and pointed look, to which she responds that she knows absolutely nothing about it. The Lady Poison Master still feels as if her brain is being constricted by something. She falls to her knees and presses her head against the ground and pleads for her life. She begs that Su-chan spare her life and vows that she will become his most devoted and loyal dog. A smirk plays on Su-chan's face. He finds this development rather interesting. He stands before her, his aura beginning to glow, while the Lady Poison Master keeps her face pressed to the ground. She appears to be bowing in complete submission to Su-chan. He would like to see just how well she can play the part of dog. Back at the gas station, Yun asks Duanya what has happened. She is feeling incredibly hot. It must be a result of the smoke. Duanya is also feeling the intense heat. They both wonder if something was mixed into the smoke. The thugs respond with mocking laughter and confirm their suspicions. He says that a little extra something always makes things more thrilling. One of the thugs steps forward, ready to have his fun. He tells the others to stand back, as they will all take their turns, having their fun. Duanya and Yun are both now standing. They seem to be completely unaffected by the insidious drug. Yun informs Duanya that her guess was absolutely correct. It was indeed the type of aphrodisiac she had suspected. Duanya says that it wasn't a very difficult thing to deduce. The thugs are completely stunned, because the women appear to be utterly unfazed by the drug. One of the thugs demands to know why they are unaffected, and Yun coldly informs them that it does not work on ability users. The thugs are now even more completely flabbergasted, and one of them urges the others to grab their weapons, and they quickly have the two women completely surrounded. Yun wonders why they are wielding a water pistol and asks. One of the thugs informs her that it is a high-pressure water cannon, and when combined with their leader's unique ability, he can assail them from every conceivable direction. The leader of the thugs bellows for them to open fire. The rest of the thugs fire their weapons, and the blasts strike him. He is in excruciating pain, and he lets out a scream. He looks at his fresh wounds and demands to know why. But he soon discovers that his thugs are being mind-controlled. Their eyes are now glowing a malevolent red, and they are completely still. He also curses himself for being so incredibly careless. He hears a footstep in the distance, and it's the Lady Poison Master. The leader of the thugs is overjoyed that she has arrived. He incorrectly assumes that Su-chan is already dead, as he taunts Duanya and Yun with this information. But he is immediately struck by the Lady Poison Master, and he is sent sprawling to the ground. He attempts to protest this treatment, but she immediately commands him to shut his filthy mouth. The leader of the thugs watches from his position on the ground as the Lady Poison Master approaches the silhouette of a man, and she addresses him as Master and bows deeply before him. The man steps out into the light, and it is revealed to be Su-chan. The leader of the thugs is absolutely stunned, and he tells the Lady Poison Master that Su-chan has just insulted her. He then asks how she would like for him to be dealt with. He watches in disbelief as the Lady Poison Master falls to her knees at the side of Su-chan, and he places his hand on her head and says that she's a good dog. The Lady Poison Master is commanding her men to haul barrels of gasoline. She plans to offer this gasoline as tribute to her new master, Su-chin. The men are concerned that their master has become someone's dog. One of the men suggests that they have no intention of lowering themselves to that level, and their leader agrees. The leader of the men approaches Lady Poison and confronts her about her complete submission to Su-chin. He laments her decision to give Su-chin all of their gasoline, given that it was incredibly difficult for them to acquire. The Lady Poison Master lashes him, and the rest of the men with her spiked chain, and they all scream out in agonizing pain. Yin and Duanya watch the conflict unfold between them. Just as the Lady Poison Master was about to kill them all, she is given a command by her new master, Su-chan, not to do so yet, which she immediately obeys. One of the men refers to Su-chan as a mere pretty boy and tells him that he doesn't care what he has done to the Lady Poison Master. He claims that he is from the New World and promises to behave as if nothing has happened, only if he allows them to leave. But Su-chan has a different plan. He begins to glow with a purple aura and extends his hand toward them, stating that he is not in the habit of leaving any loose ends. He reaches into their minds, and this causes the men immense pain. They all scream, their eyes wide with terror, and after a moment, their heads explode. Everyone is completely horrified. Even Su-chan was not expecting that to be the result. Previously, Professor Xiao had seen a strange parasite attached to the brain inside of the Lady Poison Master's head. She had identified it as a brainworm. But the one that was inside of the Lady Poison Master's head was already dead. The lady from the consciousness space theorizes it must be her own powerful toxins that made her immune to the brainworms. Su-chan had just killed the brainworms inside of those 3 men, but they died as a result of it. He thinks that he is using the brainworms to control everyone within the New World. He needs to find a way to make Yun and Duanya immune as well. Still captivated by the head explosion she had just witnessed, the Lady Poison Master is on her knees and bowing to her new master, Su-chin. Su-chin calls to her and asks if she knows how to drive, and she stammers as she responds that she does. This pleases Su-chan, and he makes a car materialize in front of them. The Lady Poison Master wonders where the vehicle could have come from. The Lady Poison Master drives them as she laments her new situation. She was a minor leader in the New World, but now she thinks she is nothing more than a pup. She intends to survive this ordeal no matter the cost, even if that means she must consume tree bark or mutated rats. She wouldn't mind. She hears the party going on behind her and wonders how that could even be possible. They're enjoying a hot pot in the back, and this is the apocalypse. She thinks that even the broth should have disappeared by now. The scent is wafting towards her in the driver's seat, with tears welling up in her eyes. She cannot seem to fight the alluring aroma of the hot pot behind her. She wants the hot pot so desperately. She thinks she must remain calm and keep her composure, but that is an incredibly difficult thing for her to do. As she vigorously shakes her head, she cannot possibly risk her life just for a single meal. She now hears the crisp sound of a soda can being opened. She takes a moment and recognizes the sound to be that of a cola. And this revelation completely drives her to the brink of insanity. She's completely floored by the fact that they even have cola. She hears a soft voice behind her saying, "Here," and handing the Coke over to her. It is Yun. She wonders why she's being so kind to her and wonders what she could possibly be plotting. Yin tells her to drink up and not to be concerned. She also added that Su-chan really enjoys being called master. Duanya laughs, and Su-chan asks Yin if she dares to mock him. Yin introduces herself and suggests that they could all be comrades. Now, the Lady Poison Master is still feeling incredibly nervous and is uncertain of how to react to this entire situation. She believes that Yin could be implying that she is also being forced into this situation. It makes perfect sense for women to rely on men during this apocalyptic time. She doesn't think that anyone in her position would turn down a hot pot and cola. She also thinks that it is a shame that this sugar-coated bait has no effect on her. Yin Yin brings a piece of meat to the Lady Poison Master on a chopstick and asks her to open her mouth up wide. The Lady Poison Master raises her head and opens her mouth wide and also exhales a cloud of poison. Yin Yin sees the green vapor coming out of her mouth as she opens it up wide and asks if she just exhaled some kind of poison. She also wants to know if that is her unique ability. The Lady Poison Master explains the nature of her ability. Her poisonous gas can make men drop dead from sheer exhaustion and make women burn with insatiable desire. She further clarifies that her ability is less potent on other ability users. Suchin suddenly gets an idea. Perhaps he can use the Lady Poison to make Duanya and Yin Yin immune to the brainworm. Yin Yin is feeling hot, and she verbally expresses this to Suchun. The Lady Poison Master turns around and tells them that she did not do that intentionally because she had accidentally induced the feeling in her when she was fed the piece of meat. Suchun tells her to focus on driving as Yin Yin leans on him in a very seductive way. Duanya excuses herself and goes to sit with the Lady Poison Master in the front seat. Duanya starts up a conversation with the Lady Poison Master. She wants to know more about the so-called New World. The Lady Poison Master asks if there will be food as she is starving. She says this while she is openly weeping. Duanya then promises her a full meal afterwards. The Lady Poison Master asks her what she would like to know, and Duanya wants to know how she came to join the organization. The Lady Poison Master had entered a beauty pageant there. The scene opens to the New World itself. There stood a dilapidated skyscraper, along with other buildings. The Lady Poison Master is giving them a tour of the place. She says the New World may not be very large, but it is an apocalyptic haven of pure indulgence. She says it has everything, such as auctions, slaves, a black market, and even beauty pageants, gladiator arenas, and many, many other things. Yin Yin marvels at how tall the old, rugged skyscraper is. Yin Yin asks why so many people have gathered at the main entrance. The Lady Poison Master explains that they are all scavengers. These scavengers view the New World as a shining beacon of hope in the apocalypse. They are all desperate to join. But the entry requirements are so severe that many fail to make the cut. Suchan thinks that they should go and investigate it for themselves. They hear the voice of a man coming from a distance, speaking about the all-important identification card. He holds up a copy of the identification card in the air for all of the onlookers to see, as he sheds more light on the process of acquiring. It is the only valid proof of entry into the New World. He further tempts the scavengers waiting at the gate by stating that having one means escaping from hunger and danger. But to get it, you must first pass a trial to prove your own worth. Some of the scavengers discuss what the man with the eye patch just said. The other person explains that no settlement is willing to take on dead weight. The scavengers learn that the number of available spots is limited, and this causes people to rush to try and sign up, causing a great deal of disorder and chaos as they push each other. They also find out that women are not allowed to participate, and they wonder why that is. The Lady Poison Master informs Suchin that the identification cards are controlled by the city, Lord's own personal guards. Therefore, she cannot do anything to get her hands on. This is far beyond the Lady Poison Master's control. She tells Suchin that he will have to take part in the trial first. Yin Yin believes that this entire process is far too troublesome, and she suggests the possibility of them simply killing their way into the New World, which the Lady Poison Master strongly advises against. She tells them about how incredibly powerful the City Lord's guards are, and the fact that they are all very capable ability users. Duanya reminds them all that the blacksmith is a very careful person, according to the Lady Poison Master. She believes that if he were to find out that they had broken into her place, he might just end up fleeing out of pure fear. Suchin concludes by telling them to maintain a low profile for now. Suchin is going to investigate the trial for himself, while the Lady Poison Master finds another way to sneak the others into the New World. The lady agrees. Suchin arrives at the location and sees the scavengers. One of them tells him to join the last team over there, as the trial is just about to commence. The instructor is about to explain their tasks to them. He starts by telling them that more and more mutant spiders have been gathering in the back of the mountain. And for the trial, they're to hunt down those very spiders. He warns them to stay on the outskirts of the area and not to venture too deep into the heart of the forest. Anyone who can bring back 5 spider corpses or a single spider egg before the sun sets will pass the trial. One of the scavengers is shocked by these impossible instructions, saying that finding 5 mutant spider corpses or a spider egg is simply far too difficult of a task. He says that going into a spider nest is just sending a person to his grave. Another scavenger tells him to just bring back some mutant spider corpses if he is unable to bring back a single egg. If he was unable to complete this deadly trial, he also issued a grave warning that any challengers who chose to venture forth alone would inevitably become prime targets for the monstrous mutant spiders. With that ominous farewell, he wished them fortune and then departed. The final remaining team asked Su-chan to join their ranks now that the others had gone. But Su-chan flatly rejected their offer, choosing to walk his own solitary path. He knew that he was far more secure without them. He had absolutely no intention of becoming their disposable cannon fodder. They could only stare in disbelief as he walked away. As he ventured off, his mind was already set on investigating the mutant spider nest in the woods, the very one he had just been warned about. The rest of the team was utterly repulsed by Su-chan's arrogant demeanor. In their eyes, he was nothing more than an ungrateful fool. One of them suggested they should follow him and put an end to his life, but their leader dismissed the idea, claiming he was already a dead man walking. Then, with a wicked grin spreading across his face, he revealed they would simply lie in wait for the other teams to return, so they could plunder their spoils and claim victory for themselves. Deep in the forest, Su-chan brazenly called out, daring the spiders to emerge. He observed that there were a staggering number of them, and he wondered if a terrifying mutant spider queen might be lurking nearby. Su-chan planned to determine the total number of crystals they all possessed as he launched a devastating attack against them. He was disappointed to find no crystal core after slaughtering the beast. Meanwhile, the Lady Poison Master devised a plan to sneak them in as beauty pageant contestants. They entered a hall where a beauty contest was underway, where the very same man with the eye patch from before was auctioning off desperate women for a mere 3 packs of instant noodles. This sparked a bidding war for even more packs of the pathetic noodles, all just for a single night with the woman on stage. The Lady Poison Master grimly explained that for any girls who failed to place in the top 3 of the competition, but still wish to remain within the so-called new world, they have no option but to become a tool to drain the wallets of men. She then reassured them that they had nothing to be concerned about because they were both undeniably top-tier beauties. Yun thought this was an absolute tragedy as she felt pity for them. Duanya inquired if they organized these pageants every single week, to which the Lady Poison Master confirmed that they did. She went on to explain that the weekly winners would then compete for the monthly crown. Some women, however, refused to walk down this particular path. Their only other choice was the brutal gladiator arena. She then went on to tell them how the new world will drain every last drop of value from you in one way or another. She told them that most women would rather have food and safety without having to risk their very own lives than try to survive in the outside world. She told them to go change their attire as she would wait for them outside. The Lady Poison Master believed they were living in a paradise, all because of Su-chan and his immense power. The man with the eye patch then called out to her and ordered her to bring the beautiful women he had seen earlier so that he could properly enjoy them for himself. He added that if they were to serve him well, that he would grant them their own identification cards. She tried to refuse, but Lord One-Eye silenced her with a no buts. He then commanded her to poison them to make things even more thrilling. The Lady Poison Master had no choice but to obey him in order to acquire those all-important identification cards. She truly had no other option. So she walked back into the room and poisoned both Yun and Duanya. An intense, burning desire took hold of them, and they began to caress each other. But Yun demanded to know why this was happening. Duanya and Yun were still reeling from the effects of the poison, unleashed by the Lady Poison Master. They were now all over one another, and sensually rubbing their bodies against each other. The Lady Poison was regretful for what she had been forced to do, and had to explain her actions to the two of them. It was the only way for them to obtain the identification cards. She then pleaded with them to endure it for just a little while longer. Meanwhile, Lord One-Eye was enjoying a glass of wine with one of his brothers, as he eagerly awaited the arrival of the beautiful women he had ordered the Lady Poison Master to bring to him. The man with him in the room was quite pleased. that he never forgot to share his lovely prizes with his own brother. Lord One-Eye then reaffirmed that sentiment by stating that they were true brothers. After all, he said with a wide, wicked grin. Lord One-Eye then told his dear brother that finding such beauties as these was even more rare before the apocalypse. His brother was becoming more and more excited just thinking about it. He wondered what was taking them such a long time to arrive. But Lord One-Eye told him that he had sent the Lady Poison to drug them, so he would have to be patient just a little while longer. The ladies finally arrived. Lord One-Eye noticed that they were clearly under the potent influence of the poison, and he could not wait for the twisted fun to finally begin. His brother was quite pleased with what he was seeing. He thought they were absolutely top-tier beauties. He invited his brother to make his selection first. Lord One-Eye chose Duanya, while his brother was left with Yunya. Lord One-Eye's brother was thrilled with what he was seeing, and he was now ready to begin his feast. Lord One-Eye was thankful that the Lady Poison was able to drug them and make the entire experience even more entertaining for them. He planned on rewarding her handsomely for her efforts afterwards. As the two men were about to get their wicked desires fulfilled, Duanya unleashed her power, making them lust for each other instead. As she and Yin stood back and watched the show, Lord One-Eye and his brother complimented each other as they embraced. Duanya observed them and thought that they were much easier to deal with than she had imagined. The Lady Poison Master was stunned by this, and she said that her ability was far more brutal than she had ever realized. Yin still wondered why she had poisoned those two men. She then informed the Lady Poison Master that they were still feeling the lingering effects of the poison. The Lady Poison Master explained why she believed her actions were justified. Her master had informed her that her poison could resist the brainworms, so she had to poison them before confronting the city lord's personal guards. Duanya believed that she had done the right thing. Duanya and Yun would have to remain in this poison state for the duration of their time in the New World. But Yun thought that it was going to be very hard for her to endure. They urged her to hurry up and acquire those ID cards for them. The Lady Poison Master asked what would become of those two men, and Duanya told her that they would continue to go at it. She told her that she was free to enjoy the spectacle if she so desired. The Lady Poison watched them for a moment longer before she departed. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a team was casually having a conversation. As they were searching for the items they were ordered to bring back, the boss of the team seemed to be having trouble navigating the forest. He was searching for the path that would lead him to the spider nest, and he was unsure of which direction he should take. His teammate noticed this and asked if he had lost his way again. They then noticed the corpses of a great number of spiders, which suggested to them that someone else might have beaten them to it. All of the spiders had been completely decapitated. They watched as Su-chan attacked one of the spiders completely by himself. The spider managed to cover his hands in a thick web, and Su-chan acknowledged that he had let his guard down for a moment. With the thick web still wrapped around his hands, he noticed that there was another spider hiding nearby, and it looked as if it was almost a tier 2 monster. The rest of the team hid in the bushes and wondered who that guy was, and why he was walking into the deadly spider nest all by himself. One of the team members observed that he did not appear to be weak. He then asked their leader what their next move should be, and he replied that they would simply watch the show for now and see how this overconfident fool meets his end. Their leader could not wait to see Su-chan's body hanging from spiderweb. Su-chan tore the web from his hands and pulled the spider in with it, and then he smashed it violently against the ground and followed it up with an incredibly powerful punch. The entire team was completely stunned by his incredible performance, particularly their very own team leader. He was amazed, as Su-chan had just killed a mutant spider with a single punch. They immediately changed their plans right there on the spot. They now intended to take his precious crystal core. As they all drew their knives and prepared to attack him, the team leader was impressed, as his blade was perfectly sharp. He was confident that his teammates were all skilled enough, and they all thought that his plan was absolutely foolproof, as they had successfully pulled this off many times before, with wide, wicked smiles on each of their faces. They planned to wait for Su-chan to finally come out. They intended to attack Su-chan, as they felt he was an easier target. The leader of the team was incredibly confident. He believed that Su-chan had no idea what was about to happen to him. Su-chan was about to experience his true and terrible power. Meanwhile, Su-chan had just successfully extracted the crystal core. He was holding it up and admiring his prize. As the team leader of the group rushed towards him from behind, he then used his position swap ability to take the precious crystal core away from Su-chan. He also managed to tie him to a tree using thick chains. As the other team members held their knives up in front of him, The team leader had secured the crystal core, and he was quite happy. He held it up and stared at it with admiration. As Suchun admired his own position-swapping ability, he thought to himself that it was a very rare ability. He was fascinated, as he had also prepared some iron chains ahead of time. He also guessed that he must have scammed many people with this trick. The team leader was standing right behind him, and he could not take his eyes off of the precious crystal core, as he was still admiring its beauty. He thought to himself that Suchun talked a great deal. Suchun then referred to them as his prey. He ridiculed them, asking if they really thought they were the hunters here. He added that even the most experienced hunters can be taken down by their prey. The team leader noticed that Suchun sounded incredibly confident, and he wanted to know how Suchun planned on pulling off a reversal. He said this with a very inquisitive look on his face, which later turned to rage as he ordered his men to kill Suchun. The men then went on to attack him, as they asked him if he really thought he could turn this around. They all wanted him dead as they began to strike him with their weapons. With every single ounce of energy left in their bodies, they noticed that their knives and swords were all breaking, without harming him in the slightest. Suchun's body had broken all their knives. They wondered who this Suchun truly was, and they were still yet to know just how powerful he was. They could see that his skin was as hard as solid steel, and since his very skin was that hard, they wonder how hard he was down there as well. The leader concluded that he must be a tier 2 human. The rest of the team was completely shocked by this discovery. They never knew that they were dealing with a tier 2 human. They believed that the hardness of his skin was comparable to that of a tier 2 mutant beast. They intended to inflict as much harm on him as possible while he was still bound in the chains. But right before he could even finish his sentence, Suchun broke the chains. This terrified all of them, and they intended to split up and run away for their very own lives. Suchun then spotted one of the men running away. One of them even tried to climb a tree. He wondered how someone could power up so quickly as he climbed. Suchun remained completely calm. He held his chains in his hands. Their feeble attempt to flee amused him greatly, and he told them that as he got ready to attack them all, the team was now on the run. He still had the crystal core he had taken from Suchun with him. He intended to rob another person of their crystal core and level up too. He then heard Suchun's voice behind him, calling out to him. Suchun was chasing after him because he wanted his crystal core back. He made a fist, and as he was about to land a powerful punch directly on his face, but at the very last second, he used his position swap ability to get away from Suchun. He fell on his face in the new location that he swapped to, as he thought to himself that he was very lucky. He stood up and wiped his face clean, and he was thankful that his power had saved his life. He said that he would remember the grudge, and he was going to kill him one day. Suchun now used his own men against him by controlling them. They were now like mindless zombies. Their eyes glowed red as they all screamed. With this, all Suchun needed to do was find it. He used his psychic sense to search for him, in an X-ray-like representation of him jumping around in the bushes. The leader of the teams was running as fast as he possibly could to escape Suchun. At this point, he was no longer just running away from Suchun. He was also running away from his very own men, who were also now hunting him down as well, because Suchun was now completely controlling them. Suchun caught up with him, and he was in the air right behind him. The leader of the team could not believe that Suchun had already gotten to him. He looked behind him and saw Suchun dashing towards him at an incredible speed. His eyes were glowing with his hands held up in the air. He used his position swap ability to get out of there yet again, but Suchun kept finding him. No matter how many times he used his position swap ability, he wondered how Suchun possibly kept on finding him. He needed to get out of there, and immediately. He thought to himself, but he could not seem to decide which way he should run. He then got an idea. He was just going to sprint in one direction. He believed that there had to be a way out. Meanwhile, Suchun found one of the other men again and pinned his head to the ground with his own feet. He referred to him as a scapegoat and urged him to move faster next time. Suchun believed it would be a problem if the team leader escaped with the crystal core. Suchun then saw him running towards his direction. The team leader was mad at Suchun's ability to find him so effortlessly. He intended to get stronger so he could finally face Suchun. He lamented as he was dashing along, not knowing that Suchun was standing right in front of him. He raised his head and set his eyes on him and started to brake. His feet screeched along the ground as he desperately tried to stop. He then asked Suchun how he possibly kept finding him. He didn't think the team leader would believe him if he told him the truth. He told him that he had indeed found him, Instead, he was just standing stationary, and he ran right into Su-chun. The team leader then asked him if he had just walked right into a trap. He didn't think it meant anything, as Su-chun still could not kill him. He tried to use his position swap ability, but right before he was able to completely disappear, he received a powerful punch directly from Su-chun, as he told him that he was far too slow. Meanwhile, Goldie was left all alone in a pink bag. He meowed and stuck his little head out of the top. Dwanja, Junjun, and the Lady Poison Master were backstage for the beauty contest, and Goldie was now completely out of the bag and stretching himself. The Lady Poison Master told them that they should go on and out. They saw the other women looking directly at them. They did not seem to be too happy to see them. The girls saw this and began to feel a little uncomfortable, and the Lady Poison Master urged them to remain calm. She referred to the other ladies as just a bunch of weirdos and assured them that they could easily win, even with both of their eyes closed. Yin thought that everyone was giving them the stink eye. Duanya urged her to be very careful. One of the other ladies then confronted them. She instructed them to stop right where they were and asked them what they thought they were doing. To which she got a response from another lady, who said, nothing much. She was wondering if there was someone bold enough to cause trouble here. Yin was amazed by her. It was the superstar, Lin Meyer. Lin Meyer believed that no one in this entire contest was qualified enough to even compete against her. She urged her to get lost and then made a serious threat. Lin Meyer was immediately interrupted by Duanya, who called her out for having slept with the director. Lin Meyer had slept with the director in order to rise to fame. According to Duanya, Lin Meyer was not very pleased with this sudden revelation. She looked at Duanya and immediately recognized her. It appeared that Duanya was her best friend in the past. Lin Meyer was enraged as her eye began to glow red, and she launched herself towards Duanya with her feet in the air and intended to land a powerful drop kick right on her. As her feet got closer and closer to Duanya, she dodged it. She turned around and tried to return a kick, but their feet collided with each other in the air, hanging right above their very own heads. Lin Meyer did not expect to see Duanya still alive, but Duanya said that she was sorry to have to disappoint her. Yin asked Duanya if she had known Lin Meyer in the past, and this raised a great deal of confusion in the mind of the Lady Poison Master. She believed that Yin should know, as they had been best friends, which prompted her to ask her the question. Duanya and Lin Meyer had been friends in the past, but they had their own differences. As they faced off with each other, they began to recount all the times they had wronged each other, with their faces less than an inch away from each other. When Lin Meyer had put some hair removal cream in her bottle of shampoo, and also how she had added laxatives into her own water and dead rats inside of her very own closet. Lin Meyer was also unhappy because Duanya was always so high and mighty, and she stole all the spotlights and took away the lead role from her, even when she knew that Lin Meyer really dreamed of one day becoming an actress. Duanya then defended herself. She claimed to have just gone to the audition with her, as she never even wanted to become an actress. She further reaffirmed her previous accusation of her sleeping with the director for fame. Lin Meyer then asked her to shut up. She believed that it was all Duanya's fault, as the old man would not have been necessary if it were not for her. Duanya ridiculed her. She asked if her own beauty was her fault now. Meanwhile, Yin was watching all of this, together with the Lady Poison Master. Yin was impressed, as she had never seen Duanya like this before. Lin Meyer believed that Duanya was still very full of herself. She believed that nothing had changed about Duanya. She further talked about her own great success. She told her that she was now a household name and that everyone adored her. Duanya reminded her that they were now in the apocalypse and that nobody cared about her fame anymore. They now intended to compete in the beauty contest and let the most beautiful girl win the prize. It was now time for the beauty contest. As the stage was set, the atmosphere was filled with a great deal of energy, as many people were seated to know who would come out victorious. From all the contestants that would be participating, it was the New World Beauty Contest, said the host, as he also thanked them all for waiting. The crowd was already running out of patience, as they wanted the contest to begin immediately. This contest was all they had to look forward to after the apocalypse. Some had worked very hard for the city lords, just so they could witness this amazing beauty contest. Some had not even eaten for a month, so that they would have enough to purchase a woman. The host also added that the city lord was going to have a personal meeting with whoever wins. Today, the crowd was completely shocked. They thought that the city lord was there with them. As they looked towards the direction that the host was pointing, Yin and Duanya heard this. They believed it was the sole reason for Lin Meyer to want to win so badly. She was determined to meet the city lord. Yin Yin thought that if they could get to the city lord, they could then easily find a blacksmith. With his help, Duanya told Lin Meyer that she must not win. Yin Yin could still feel the effects of the lady poison, master's poison. She needed Su Chan to detox her, as it was becoming unbearable for her. Meanwhile, Lin Meyer believed that all of the judges and the host of the contest were already under her control. She found it to be very insulting that a bunch of nobodies were going to compete with her, just in case. She instructed the other girls not to let them leave the stage. Back at the arena, the host was about to introduce the judges. All three of them were already in their positions. The one in the middle saw that the rest were still standing and asked them why they were not sitting down. The brother to the one-eyed lord was on the right side. He complained that his butt hurt ever since he woke up, which made sitting down incredibly painful for him. The one-eyed lord, on the other hand, was thankful to Mu Inshao for having woken them up, as they would have missed the entire contest. Mu Inshao acknowledged this and expressed how happy he was to help. Mu Inshao had already heard that the one-eyed lord and his brother were perverts, but he believed that they were something else entirely. When he woke them up, they were both completely naked, playing man-on-man. It was no surprise to him that their butts hurt. He thought that he had found something that he should not have. He wondered if he was now going to be silenced. The host continued on with the contest. He was preparing the crowd to see who would finally win the crown and gain access to the upper ranks of the new world. The crowd grew, even more impatient, and clamored for the beauty pageant to come out. Meanwhile, at the back of the main stage, Yin Yin, Duanya, and the Lady Poison Master were getting ready. Duanya sensed that the other ladies were coming towards them. They were coming to attack them, just as Lin Meyer had instructed them to. As they got closer, they made it clear to Duanya and the rest that they were not in for any kind of fair competition. They intended to kill all three of them, even before they could set their feet out on the stage. They then attacked them with axes. And this was all playing out just as Duanya had expected, and she seemed to be completely ready for them. One of the attackers further reminded them that this was the apocalypse, as they should not expect anything to be fair at all, and whoever had the bigger fist was the one who made the rules. Yin Yin wished to handle them herself, as she referred to them as grunts. She used her ability and grew even bigger, as she now wanted to see who really had the biggest fist. The first lady who launched an attack was immediately thrown off, and this shocked the rest of the other girls. They were stunned by Yun Yun's incredible size. Yin Yin bent down towards them, as she intended to blast them all high into the skies. Meanwhile, Lin Meyer was already at the main stage, as she had already planned for Yin Yin, Duanya, and the Lady Poison Master not to ever make it out. The judges recognized her as it was. The very first time, they had gotten to set their eyes on a celebrity since the apocalypse. Her beauty and her appearance impressed all of the judges, which prompted them to her all 9 points from all the judges. Lin Meyer thought that her plans of not letting Duanya show up had worked, but not so long after that. She heard an announcement from the host ushering in the next contestant. Lin Meyer looked behind her, and it was Duanya. She was quite shocked and could not believe her own eyes. Things then exploded like fireworks in the night sky as Duanya walked down to the main stage. She was looking absolutely beautiful in her white dress, with white wings behind her and her long, flowing hair. She looked just like an angel. She was what any man would dream of. The crowd believed that she looked even prettier than Lin Meyer. Lin Meyer could not believe her own two eyes. She wondered how she had gotten those things to explode in the sky. The remains from the explosion then fell to the ground, and she recognized them to be a number of human limbs. It turned out that it was the remains of the other girls who had attacked them that were now scattered in the air. Lin Meyer was still in a complete state of shock. She was still trying to figure out what had just happened. The judges were impressed with Duanya's beauty and her appearance, and they all gave her 9 points each for her efforts. The judges then recognized the remains to be those of the other girls. It was now a tie between Duanya and Lin Meyer. Yin Yin was unsure if the grand entrance was a good idea. The Lady Poison thought that she had done far too much, as she had just launched people high up into the air. Lin Meyer then came up with a crazy plan to finally win, and right before she executed it, she blamed Duanya for it. She then stripped herself naked to please the crowd and the judges even more, which prompted the judges to award her a perfect score of all 10s. Lin Meyer then celebrated her great victory. Duanya thought that she was completely insane. The city lord instructed one of his own maidens to send down the precious identity cards, which she did, carrying them on a large platter. She got to the stage and told the judges, that she had been instructed by the Lord to issue these ID cards. Quickly, she got Linmeyer and Duanya to hand them the ID cards, and Linmeyer wished to finally meet the city lord. They all picked their cards, as Linmeyer was being congratulated again, as she was being told that she not only had access to the new world, but she also had access to the upper level as well. As she was selected by the city lord himself, Linmeyer was happy, as she would now become one of the elites. She was asked to follow the maiden, who would lead her to the city lord. As they left, the maiden asked Linmeyer if she liked to eat fish, but she was unsure of why she was being asked that question. Yun was sad that Duanya had lost the contest to Linmeyer, as she would not be able to meet with the powerful city lord, while Duanya, on the other hand, was optimistic. She believed that they would simply find another way, as she already had the precious card. The maiden and Linmeyer got to the city lord, as she announced their presence to him. The city lord was named Kong Ming. He was very old. He thought that youth was a very beautiful gift. He then went on to tell her that the apocalypse was far too boring for an old man like him. He further told her that old men like him just wanted to plant flowers, and with a wave of his hand, condemns her to a new life as a fish within a sprawling aquarium. He then concludes his chilling monologue. As the tyrant Kong Ming gazes upon his newest, helpless prize, he muses that her superstar aura remains, even in this form, and that her beauty is still a sight to behold. From her watery prison, Linmeyer's eyes blaze with crimson fury, but the tyrant Kong Ming simply chides her for such a defiant gaze. He declares that she should be honored to have been chosen to join his collection of beautiful fish. One of his maidens reports the arrival of a special child, the very one he had summoned. She confirms that the boy has passed all physical examinations and is in perfect health. Kong Ming is most pleased. He holds the boy close and asks if he feels any fear, to which the child bravely denies, showing no fear. He thanks the Grandpa City Lord for saving him from starvation. Kong Ming tells the boy that there is no need for such formalities. He places a hand on the boy's head and continues his speech. He proclaims that children are indeed the future, as he summons a swarm of grotesque, insect-like abominations, which engulf the child's body and begin their horrific assault. Kong Ming's eyes begin to glow with a malevolent light, as he begins siphoning the vital energy from the small boy. It is the legendary ageless gene, a power only found in the young. Kong Ming laments that the revitalizing effect is tragically short-lived, which is precisely why he maintains a harem of women under his control, their sole purpose being to birth as many children as he desires. But he knows that even this is not nearly enough. He requires far more crystal cores to ascend his powers further. He muses that this wretched apocalypse has made a decaying relic like him, a true sovereign. The new world is merely the cornerstone of his eternal reign. The maiden vows to command the lower echelons, to accelerate the collection of all the crystal cores. Kong Ming is very pleased with her devotion. He then orders her to dispose of the defective women below, and she departs to carry out his grim command. Duanya and Yun are once again under the poison's influence, administered by the Lady Poison Master herself. The purpose of this is to grant them immunity to the insidious brain worms. Duanya complains that the poison is incredibly irritating and unpleasant, as they're forced to rub their bodies against one another constantly. The Lady Poison Master confirms that they must endure this state to remain shielded from the terrifying brain worms. Duanya tells the Lady Poison Master that she now possesses the ID cards, and she needs her to guide them deeper into the city. Soon after, they're intercepted by Lord One-Eye and his brother, who intend to purchase their services for the night. His brother begins by admiring their stunning appearances, stating how rare it is to find such exquisite beauties, particularly in the midst of this desolate apocalypse. Lord One-Eye and his brother have come to acquire them both. Duanya is confused about what they mean by this, but the Lady Poison quickly clarifies the grim reality for her. She reminds Duanya of her earlier words, that women are merely a commodity to be traded in this depraved new world. She explains that possessing ID cards does little to change their status. Lord One-Eye and his depraved brother are prepared to offer them 2 priceless crystal cores, one for each of the women. They boast about how valuable crystal cores are, as no one has ever made an offer of such immense value. But they're powerful enough to do so, because Lord One-Eye and his brother are already incredibly strong. They believe Yun and Duanya are utterly intoxicated, judging from their previous twisted encounter. Duanya unleashes her psychic power, forcing them to relive the memory of their own passionate night together. and not the one they had with the girls. They are suddenly haunted by the vivid, disturbing flashbacks of their encounter, which sends them spiraling back into trauma. In the forest, a young man approaches the nest of the spiders that Su-chan had already completely annihilated. He sees that someone has already claimed the valuable crystal core, but fortunately for him, he is not here for the crystal core. He gathers the legs of several spiders and prays that it is enough. He then senses a presence lurking behind him. He whips his head around, and it is Su-chun himself, who has already cocked back his fist and is ready to strike. The young man forms a fist and prepares to counter Su-chun. But as their fists collide, it unleashes a cataclysmic explosion. The young man is stunned by Su-chun's incredible power, and he quickly declares his peaceful intentions to Su-chun. He is not here to steal the core or to challenge Su-chun. Su-chun asks why he should possibly believe his words, and the young man reaffirms his sincerity, admitting that he knows Su-chun is a true powerhouse. He also warns him that he is also strong, because if he were to go all out, the outcome might not be favorable for either of them. He makes it clear that his only goal is to acquire those spider legs. He also puts forth the idea that they could become allies. He introduces himself to our hero. His name is Wang Song. He would be eternally indebted to him if things go as he has planned. Su-chun instantly recognizes him from his previous life. He was the legendary Black Blade King. He wonders what he is possibly doing in this place. As he deduces, he is also searching for a forger in the New World. Su-chun agrees to form an alliance with Wang Song. He also tells him that he is free to keep the spider legs. Wang Song expresses his gratitude. Wang Song then inquires about Su-chun's own motivations and also asks for his name in return. He introduces himself to him and adds that he heard the New World was a respectable place, so he decided to come. Su-chun then asks why he needs the spider legs, and Wang Song explains that a friend had requested them. Wang Song then states that he has urgent matters to attend to, and he must now take his leave from this place. Before he departs, he warns Su-chun not to touch the identity cards. He offers this as a friendly piece of advice. Su-chun asks him why, and Wang Song urges him to simply trust him without a solid reason. Su-chun wants to know if there is some hidden secret behind the ID cards, but Wang Song has already vanished into the distance. Su-chun then decides to follow him discreetly, as he suspects that he might lead him directly to the forge. Wang Song is now on his way to the gates of the New World, where he is ambushed by the team that never left for the trial. They demand that he surrender the mutant spider corpse he is carrying. The team is ecstatic that they heeded their big brother's advice. They are also overjoyed that someone actually managed to return with the carcass of a fearsome mutant spider. They then attempt to intimidate him into surrender. They're going to harm him if he chooses not to cooperate. Wang Song is now completely encircled by these thugs. None of them seem to notice that he is only carrying spider legs. They all lunge in to begin their assault, but he immediately obliterates them all without any effort. He thinks to himself that they are so annoying. As she leaves, Su-chun witnesses this and is not very impressed. This is to be expected from a past life powerhouse, already at Tier 3 or perhaps the peak of Tier 2, the same level as Su-chun. He believes that if he were to absorb this core, that he would be able to break through to Tier 3. Although there would certainly be some side effects. Su-chun is now being presented with an ID card, as he had successfully brought back the corpse of a mutant spider. The soldiers stationed at the gates congratulate him on his success, as he has now become an official member of the New World. He wonders why he was warned not to touch the ID cards. He then notices something very peculiar about the ID card. It begins to exude a sinister black smoke. The consciousness space lady then materializes before him. Su-chun asks her how she managed to get out, and she explains that she had detected a swarm of brain worms bursting in, and she wonders what Su-chun could have possibly done for this to happen. She had swiftly eradicated all of them. At this point, Su-chun wonders if this is a brain invasion, as he notices his card is still emitting the black smoke. She tells him that the card is a brain worm transmission media. She now fears that Duanya and Yun Yun might be in grave danger. Now, meanwhile, the city lord, Kong Ming, is suddenly disturbed, which prompts the maiden to ask what the problem could possibly be. He believes that someone has tried to sneak into the inner city, and he thinks that Duanya, Yun Yun, and the Lady Poison Master are all accomplices. While at the arena, the girls are still with Lord One Eye and his brother. They had just been visually reminded of how they had both made love to each other, resulting in their current inability to even sit down. Yin cannot seem to endure the effects of the poison any longer. The Lady Poison Master urges her to remain calm, as the poison is likely killing the insidious brainworms. She tells her to stay composed, just like Duanya is doing. Duanya just finished visually traumatizing them both, with vivid imagery of their disgusting lovemaking, and they're still going absolutely crazy from it. Lord One-Eye and his brother are not so happy with this. They become enraged and begin to attack the ladies. They intend to kill them as they launch themselves like a spear, to impale them with their very own heads. One of them heads straight for Duanya, and she dodges this, resulting in them both destroying a building with their heads. Their heads have become much sharper after the apocalypse. The audience is unsure of why a fight has suddenly broken out, but they are still very much enjoying the show. The crowd notices that the center is now too dangerous, and they urge each other to climb up to the stands to avoid getting hurt by the unbreakable iron head technique. They had just smashed into a building and completely destroyed. They then launch another attack directly towards them and plan not to give them any time to use their mental powers. The ladies try to dodge, but are held down by an invisible hand. Duanya feels as if someone is grabbing her by the hands. The same goes for Yin. She is being held to the ground by these invisible hands. Duanya immediately notices that it is the judge, sitting in the middle, that is causing all of this trouble. He is impressed that she was able to notice, but it is now already far too late for them. Duanya is about to be impaled by one of the men, but she is saved at the last second by Yin, who immediately grows big and holds him like he is a child's toy. His brother comes to attack, and she holds him too. She tells them to guess whose head is harder, as she sticks Lord One-Eye's head into his own brother's. After the unfortunate insertion of his head, the two brothers are left completely and utterly dead. Yin then tosses their dead bodies over her shoulder and changes her focus to the man that caused all of this stress. But he is not going to just sit there and let her attack him. As she moves towards him, she feels the sensation of something latching on her legs and holding her down just like it did before. As she feels this strange sensation, her ability gets suppressed, and she shrinks back down to her normal size. The Lady Poison tries to help her out, but in an instant, they are both pushed down by those same invisible forces. The grip of the strange ability is enough to leave red handprints all over their bodies. Duanya notices them getting pinned down, and she's about to go and help them out. But she suddenly feels like something is approaching her. She uses her hypnotized pawns from earlier to block the attacks, and their bodies are completely cut up as a direct result. The weird man on the podium commends her for using her pawns to defend herself, for her to have been able to sense the attack coming, and to make the split-second decision to sacrifice her pawns. She really is a very dangerous woman. However, now her allies are tied up and her pawns are all dead. She is all alone now, with no one left to help her. Duanya and the Lady Poison have been tied up in strange red ropes, and Duanya apologizes for having been so careless and for allowing herself to get captured once again. Duanya does not care, though, and she detaches the wings from her outfit to use them as weapons. They are not much, but they should be enough to deal with this maniac before he causes any more problems for the girls. The man does not mind her interesting choice of weapons. In fact, it looks like he is excited to finally face her. He smiles creepily and tells her that he would love to play with her. Meanwhile, inside the city walls, Su-chun and Xiao make their way through the inner city. The environment looks surprisingly alright, but the people here look like walking corpses. It is hard to believe that the blacksmith they are looking for really lives here. Before Xiao can finish talking, though, Su-chun is already far ahead of her, following Wang Song as he walks through the city. Wang Song makes his way through the winding alleys and eventually walks up a long flight of stairs. At the top, he meets a woman who is smelting something on a forge. He announces that he has found the Spider Queen's legs that she was looking for. With the Spider Queen's legs, they can go and save their grandpa and finally leave the inner city for good. Wang Song drops the spider legs on the ground, and she takes them to the forge to use them and craft new equipment. As long as Wang Song helps her save her dear grandfather, then the three of them can escape easily without getting harmed. Then, she can finally fulfill her promise of making the strongest weapon for him. After a little bit of forging, she makes a decent pair of climbing gloves and boots out of the Spider Queen's legs. For the both of them, the Spider Queen's claws are very strong and sharp enough to give them a good enough grip, so they can easily scale up the side of large buildings. The two of them head over to their target building and use the boots and gloves to safely climb up to the rooftop. The forger's grandfather is being held at the top floor of the building, and they can save him once they get there. Wang Song asks why they could not just reach the top from inside the building, but the forger strongly warns him that they must never enter the building. Meanwhile, from the streets below, Su-chan watches the two of them climb up the building and figures out that the woman is the blacksmith he was looking for. Since they are climbing to the top of the tower, he decides to join them and see what they are doing. Instead of scaling up the side of the building like them, he jumps in through an open window and finds himself in one of the building's corridors. Surprisingly, it seems like no one is inside, and things might be a lot easier for him from here on out. But that only makes Xiao curious about why they chose to climb the side of the building instead of just making their way up from the inside. The two of them get the answer as a giant claw tries to swipe at them. Su-chun is fast enough to dodge the claw as it slams into the ground. Xiao points out that there are way more traps like these deeper inside the building, and it looks like these traps are the reason why they did not want to go inside the building. Su-chun rushes out of the building, followed by a massive explosion. Then he uses the hair tendrils to latch onto the side of the building. Wang Song is shocked to see Su-chun suddenly appearing out of nowhere. But Su-chun simply asks if the girl is the blacksmith that he has been looking for. Before she can even answer, a swarm of bugs bursts out from the side of the building, and the two others scream in fear as they see the massive red cluster of bugs. Wang Song hates bugs the most out of any monsters, and as he desperately tries to climb up the building, he notices that they are much faster than he is. In his desperate attempt to crawl away, he leaves the blacksmith behind, and she calls out for him to wait for her. Su-chun comes in from behind and grabs her by the stomach, using his hair tendrils to launch himself higher up the building. On his way, he lands on Wang Song's shoulder and uses him as a stepping stone to boost himself higher up the building. As Wang Song falls down, Su-chun tells him that the rest is up to him from now on. He does not even have time to complain as the bugs rise up behind him. He really hates bugs, so he turns around and uses one of his abilities to punch holes through the bug monsters, ripping them all apart. Meanwhile, Su-chun continues to scale his way up the building with the struggling girl under his arm. She asks him to explain who he is and what he wants from her. Su-chun introduces himself and says that he wants her to forge a blade for him. She does not deny that she can do it, but she has no reason to help him. In exchange, though, Su-chun promises to grant her one request of her choice. She agrees to his demand, but first, she wants him to take her to the rooftop before they can talk more. At the top floor, an old man stares longingly at a picture of him and a young girl. He is the girl's grandfather, and he has been locked up at the top of the tower. However, no matter how much he has to suffer, as long as she is safe, then he can endure it all. As he is reminiscing, the wall of his prison explodes, and Su-chun walks in with the girl still under his arm, struggling to get free. She declares that they have come to save the old man, and he can barely believe that she actually came for him. The old man looks pitiful, with tears streaming down his cheeks and a chain shackled to his leg. He first asks who exactly Su-chun is, and how the two of them came blasting in through the door. While the girl continues to struggle under Su-chun's arm, he finally releases her, and the grandfather snaps out of his surprise to yell at his granddaughter. The place that she so flashily broke into is incredibly dangerous, and he is angry at her for risking her safety like this. She does not care for his ramblings, though, since she brought help to break him out. She tells Su-chun that she learned all her forging skills from the old man. So the blacksmith that he is looking for is actually the older man. If Su-chun wants a top-tier weapon made, then the old man is better suited to forge. Su-chun approaches the man and asks to investigate the ankle shackle, and the man tells our MC that he can just refer to him as Old Fu. Su-chun tries to use brute force to snap the chains, but they are way too strong for him to break through. Su-chun is surprised that he cannot break the chains, even with his monstrous strength. Old Fu tells him that it is no use trying to break the chains with brute force. The shackle may look ordinary, but it was made from post-apocalyptic materials. It was also forged by Old Fu himself, so it is incredibly tough, and no one can break it open. The girl smacks Old Fu on the head for being so proud of creating the thing that got him trapped in the first place. He had no choice but to do this, though, since the city lord threatened the old man with his own granddaughter's life. There is no way he could refuse when her life was on the line. Su-chun has pretty much figured out what is going on, and he asks if they will be able to break the chains with a weapon forged from stronger material. It would be possible, but there is no way they would be able to find a stronger material in the whole of the New World. Su-chan already has the stronger material they need, and he reaches into his subspace to summon the strong stone, where he got recently. The stone holds a power that even old Fu has never felt before. Just from touching it, he can tell that the stone can forge a blade, which will definitely be able to cut through the shackle. The problem now will be refining a raw stone of this level, which is an extremely difficult task. The old man should be able to do it, but he needs Su-chan's help for that. They head over to another part of the prison, where old Fu can get some work done on the stone. The main reason that the city lord locked him up in the first place is to force him to make weapons from the mutated materials. Because the materials are unique, the tools that he uses in his forging are custom-made for extremely fine forging. Just the bellows used to power the furnace are so huge that the girl is not able to move it at all. Normally, it takes 10 people to operate such a massive thing, but they all ran off to watch the beauty contest. So today, Su-chan has to do all the work. It is no problem for our MC, though, and he takes off his shirt, revealing his layers of muscles underneath. Old Fu hopes that the muscles are not just for show, and leaves the bellows to Su-chan for now. They need to raise the temperature of the furnace, and then throw the raw stone into it to melt it down. Once the stone is in the furnace, then they cannot stop the smelting process under any circumstances. Otherwise, the raw stone will end up melting into useless scrap. Old Fu goes to sit down and wait, while telling Su-chan to start charging up the furnace. There is no rush to get started on the forging process. Even for an ability user, it usually takes at least 3 hours for the furnace to heat up, enough for them to start forging. However, Su-chan is not just a normal ability user. With one push, he is able to raise the temperature of the furnace instantly, to a level that old Fu has never seen before. It is hard to believe that Su-chan is even human. The room becomes incredibly hot as Su-chan works to power the furnace with his brute strength. The blacksmith girl cannot even take a second to wipe the sweat from her brow, because it is time to push the stone into the furnace. They both work together to push the stone in, and the heat coming from it is almost unbearable for both of them. But finally, they are able to force the stone into the furnace with their joint effort. Now that the stone is in, all they can do is wait for it to melt down, enough to be forged into the sword. As they work on the smithing, an old man is pushed into the room by a bunny girl. It is the city lord, and he demands to know who dares to trespass into his tower. As soon as the blacksmith girl hears that, this newcomer is the city lord that locked her grandfather up in the tower. She picks up the closest blade she can find and jumps towards him to land a killing blow. Before it can connect, though, the bunny girl behind him grows spider legs on her back and uses them to attack the smithing girl, sending her flying backwards. After barely managing to block the attacks, 2 of the girl's spider claws also double as sharp blades, and she presses one of the blades uncomfortably close to the smithing girl's cheek for daring to show disrespect to the city lord. Then she raises her hand to kill the girl in one swift move. Before the sharp blade can connect with the girl's flesh, a fist comes flying out of nowhere, knocking the bug bunny girl away. It is Wong Song, and it seems that after fighting off all the bugs from earlier, he has finally come up to join the party. The bunny girl bounces off the ground from the impact, but she gets back up almost immediately, enraged that someone would dare do something like that to her. Out of nowhere, she tries to kick off the floor and brings a sharp high heel up to Wong Song's face, but he effortlessly dodges the attack and manages to catch the bug girl by the waist before she can go running away. Then he squeezes her body as tightly as he can, causing her to yell out in pain before she splits in half from the force of his death hug. Just like that, the seemingly powerful bug bunny girl is dead. Old Fu and Su-chan are both surprised by the level of power from Wong Song, and the smithing girl can barely believe that the girl is lying dead right under her. Wong Song does not turn around as he asks her whether she is alright. In that moment, he looks extremely cool to the smithing girl, who cannot help but blush at the sight of her brave savior. He turns around when he hears her whisper how cool he is, but as he does so, he notices a bug crawling up his back. It is probably one of the many bugs that he fought against earlier, and he drops his cool pose to wriggle around in terror. As the bug falls off him, the smithing girl quickly uses her sword to take care of the bug, while Wong Song still flails around in terror. She shows him that she has taken care of the bug, and he does not have to worry anymore. Then she thanks him for saving her earlier, with a blush still plastered on her face. Wong Song quickly rearranges himself and thanks her, too, for saving him and being really brave. As the two of them compliment each other, the city lord, who has been watching this entire thing, finally speaks up. There are consequences for killing one of his people, and he's going to show them an example of those consequences. Wang Song walks up to the city lord, who looks way weaker than he was expecting. That weak figure immediately starts to morph as he comes closer, growing several insect-like tendrils and body parts from all over his body. In an instant, the once weak-looking man transforms into a terrifying-looking centipede, monster that towers over everyone in the room. Since his true form has been revealed, there is no reason for him or his subordinates to hide themselves any longer. He calls for everyone in hiding to come out and slaughter everyone. Back with Duanya, the man she is facing reveals his disgusting-looking tongue as cockroach antennae grow from his head. He laughs as he realizes it is time for him to go crazy with his power. He tells Duanya that, since the city lord has given the order for them to go crazy, then he will not be able to dance with her anymore.